Chapter 747. Gotcha. Chen Su suddenly turned around and swung his blade. However, as soon as he swung his blade, his shoulder was hit hard by Long Chen. Long Chen's Desolation God seal hit his shoulder and immediately crippled half of his arm. My hand, my hand. Chen Su cried and rolled a few times on the leaves. The black combat jacket slipped out of his hand and fell beside him. He almost slid down the leaf. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and steadied himself with his feet. At this moment, he was holding his arm miserably. After being hit by the Divine Desolation seal, a large piece of flesh had already rotted away. If this arm was not properly nurtured, it would probably be crippled. That overwhelming pain tore at Chen Su's nerves. The more painful it was, the more resentment he felt towards Long Chen. Long Chen didn't attack, but as soon as he attacked, he directly crippled his arm. Although Long Chen's Jin Yuan was not as strong as his opponent, his Big Dipper steps were too fast. Before his opponent could react, Long Chen had already hit him. This was because he didn't want to kill this guy. Otherwise, Long Chen's Desolation God seal would have directly hit his heart or head, which would have definitely killed him. Enough is enough. I have no enmity with you. You were just used by others. There is no need to fight to the death with me. Long Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said solemnly to Chen Su. Bullshit. Chen Su roared. You're just relying on your strange movement techniques to beat me. I was careless earlier, and you dared to injure me. You should be prepared to die. You're right. Chen Su swung the black saber to his left hand and turned into a black shadow. A pitch-black astral saber slashed down at Long Chen in the midst of the starry sky. You still don't want to give up. Long Chen was a little speechless at this fellow. He just didn't want to cause trouble, so he didn't take this brat's life. However, since the other party was still pestering him, Long Chen also didn't have a good temper. The Big Dipper steps flashed, and Long Chen appeared on Chen Su's left side. The Desolation God seal hit Chen Su's palm with lightning speed. The black blade suddenly flew out of Chen Su's hand and stabbed into the leaf. The leaf was very strong, and it firmly held the blade as if it was the ground. The Divine Desolation seal hit Chen Su's palm and instantly turned it into rotten flesh. His white bones were exposed. Chen Su let out a miserable scream and suddenly fell to the ground. As the saying goes, the 10 fingers are linked to the heart. It was clear how terrifying the pain he was suffering at this time was. Chen Su's attack was just a small interlude. Long Chen stood in front of him and looked at him coldly. He asked, "Do you want to continue? If you don't leave, I, Long Chen, will not accompany you anymore." Long Chen couldn't be bothered to waste any more time with Chen Su. He had been disturbed today, and it seemed like he wouldn't be able to continue his cultivation. Only a little time had passed, and Long Chen planned to find a higher place to continue his cultivation. Chen Su's attack was nothing more than a small interlude for him. As for Chen Su's injuries, Long Chen had only given him a warning. He hadn't been too heavy-handed, and Chen Su hadn't suffered any serious injuries. As long as he expelled the death qi and recuperated for a period of time, he would be able to fully recover. Long Chen was about to leave, but at that moment, Chen Su suddenly roared and jumped up. Both of his arms were actually injured. Chen Su's face was ferocious, and his eyes were bloodshot. His body emitted a strong murderous aura. Long Chen, don't leave if you have the guts. Long Chen stopped and looked back. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Chen Su didn't answer. At that moment, his face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with anger and madness. To him, Long Chen holding back was a humiliation. You really think that I can't kill you? At that moment, Chen Su roared madly. He endured the pain in his arms and raised the black blade in his hand. He pointed the blade at Long Chen and shouted, "Do you know what this blade is? Let me tell you, this is a fight that will take your life." It was obvious that this guy was going to fight with his life. Long Chen raised his guard. He suddenly felt a little uneasy. At that moment, Chen Su roared and suddenly swung his black blade at Long Chen. Whoosh! There was a loud explosion. The black blade was only 30 meters away, but in the blink of an eye, it moved 15 meters forward. At this 15 meters, Long Chen suddenly realized that the black blade had exploded. Long Chen felt a destructive force being born. He had already sensed the danger. At this moment, Long Chen was no longer soft-hearted. His eyes instantly darkened, and at the last moment, he used the dragon's soul transformation. Blood-red scales instantly armed his body to the extreme. Not only did the dragon's soul transformation increase his true yuan to the same level as Chen Su, it also increased the toughness of his body. Golden the Arch Heaven Covering Seal. Without any hesitation, Long Chen used the Golden the Arch Heaven Covering Seal. He felt that the power and range of the explosion was too big. If he only relied on the Big Dipper steps, he might not be able to dodge it. Therefore, Long Chen used the Golden the Arch Heaven Covering Seal. The Golden Emperor Seal suddenly appeared in his palm. The Gold Emperor Seal suddenly lit up. Under Long Chen's control, a golden beam of light suddenly exploded in the pitch-black night sky. Even the people in the Greenwood Heavenly City below would be able to see the resplendent light. Immediately after, an even bigger light exploded, followed by a huge explosion. This was caused by the explosion of the black saber. After the black saber exploded, a huge force, along with countless broken blades, attacked Long Chen. If Long Chen was hit by it, he would definitely be riddled with holes. The power of the black saber's explosion was close to the attack of an expert in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm. This was definitely Chen Su's last trump card. He did not expect that under the threat of Long Chen, he would actually explode his trump card, just to kill Long Chen. This guy has definitely gone mad. Long Chen could already feel the power of the saber's explosion. The Golden the Arch Heaven Covering Seal's advance was met with resistance. An overwhelming force came crashing towards Long Chen. It's really hard to resist. However, die. Under such an aggressive situation, Long Chen did not think too much about it. If he did not destroy the explosive power of the saber, then the explosive power of the saber would injure him. I don't believe that you, Long Chen, can survive the explosion of my saber. You're only in the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm. How can you be my opponent? Chen Su laughed as he watched Long Chen being engulfed by the power of the explosion. However, he was soon dumbfounded. In the endless power of the explosion, he suddenly saw a golden light. The golden light suddenly expanded and reflected the power of the explosion. The power of the Golden the Arch Heaven Covering Seal and the power of the saber's explosion were all coming towards Chen Su. Vaguely, Chen Su could only see that it was a huge imperial seal. Then, his small body was completely engulfed by the Emperor Seal. The power of the Golden the Arch Heaven Covering Seal and the power of the saber's explosion combined. In a short moment, Chen Su's body was smashed into pieces. Impossible. Chen Su's expression was blank at the last moment. He could not believe that Long Chen, who was only in the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm, could have such terrifying power. Under this terrifying power, Chen Su's body was smashed into pieces. The leaf they were on was also completely destroyed. Long Chen could only float in the air. All the sounds disappeared very quickly. Long Chen frowned. He knew that the final battle had caused a great commotion. He guessed that many people would come later. It was a fact that he had killed Chen Su. Long Chen thought for a while and decided not to leave. If he left, it would mean that he had a guilty conscience. He wanted to stand here openly. After all, it was Chen Su who had attacked and killed him. He, Long Chen, had only fought back when appropriate. He was not afraid of a crooked shadow. It was not him who wanted to attack. Bai Lan knew what had happened and would still stand on his side. After standing at the highest point for a while, Long Chen felt that there were people below. After a while, Long Chen saw many people from the Demon Clan and the Thunder Clan. When they saw that it was Long Chen, they confirmed that he was not an enemy and did not attack. However, they looked at Long Chen with vigilance. After all, it was suspicious that he had come here so late at night. The strongest person among them was in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm. It was an old man. When Long Chen had rescued Sui Yan, he had also been in the yard. At this moment, he frowned and looked around. There were obviously traces of a fight. He was about to ask Long Chen what had happened when suddenly, Su Shue's beautiful figure appeared below. What happened? Su Shue's status and strength were the highest here. She came next to Long Chen and looked around. Before, Su Shui had never been nice to Long Chen. However, after Long Chen had saved her sister, her attitude towards Long Chen became much better. At this moment, she came up and stood next to Long Chen. Under the starlight, Su Shui was wearing a black dress. Her figure was graceful and cold. She was Bai Lan's daughter, so she naturally had her own dignity. Chapter 748. Yes. Su Shui was surprised. She didn't know who the dead man was. However, Long Chen was only at the 6th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, yet he could easily say that he had killed him. Wasn't he bragging? Su Shui didn't know who the murderer was, so she asked, "Do you know who he is?" "I don't think he's from the Thunder Clan or the Demon Clan." "Yen owes you a favor, so the Thunder Clan and the Demon Clan won't hurt you." "Not necessarily." Long Chen sneered and didn't say anything. The others gathered around and began to discuss spiritedly. "Is this young man Long Chen, the one who cured Princess Yen? What is he doing here in the middle of the night? Who knows? There was such a big noise just now. Someone must have been killed. Who was it?" The crowd didn't know who it was. At that moment, a roar spread in the air. Everybody looked down and saw a middle-aged man with blood-red eyes rushing up from below. That man had a strong build and a dark face. He looked like Chen Su. Long Chen frowned. That man had appeared in Yen Er's courtyard before. He had broken through to the 8th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm and was one of the higher-ups of the Demon Clan. At that moment, the man rushed up and glanced around. He didn't see his son, so he shouted, "Did anyone see my son, Chen Su? Why did he detonate the exploding blade here?" He glanced around, but nobody answered him. Everybody looked at Long Chen. Long Chen's face didn't change, but Su Shui frowned. She looked at Long Chen and said, "The young man you killed is Elder Chen Yang's son, Chen Su, who is at the 7th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm." It was difficult for Long Chen to kill Chen Su. After all, Sui Yan was indebted to Long Chen. However, Chen Su was from the Demon Clan. Su Shui was confused. Long Chen was at the 6th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm while Chen Su was at the 7th level. How could Long Chen kill him? At this moment, Chen Yang's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Long Chen. Long Chen's body clearly showed signs of a fight. Chen Yang recognized him, so he said coldly, "My young friend Long Chen, dare I ask, was it you who fought with my son just now? Where is my son, Chen Su? Did he die at your hands?" Before Long Chen could answer, Su Shui said, "Elder Chen, are you kidding? Long Chen is at the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm. How could he kill your son? There must be someone else." Before Su Shui could finish her words, Long Chen interrupted her and said, "Yes, I killed Chen Su." Long Chen's words caused an uproar. To be honest, since Long Chen had saved Sui Yan, most people had regarded him as one of their own. However, it didn't seem right for him to kill one of his own. Moreover, Long Chen's tone seemed a bit arrogant, which made everyone feel quite displeased. They even felt that it was unfair for Chen Yang. Long Chen and Chen Su didn't have any relationship to begin with, so why would Long Chen kill someone who wasn't related to him? Idiot. Su Shui was speechless. She wanted to help Long Chen cover it up. She didn't expect him to admit it himself. Of course, she was also a little surprised that Long Chen could kill Chen Su. After all, he was in the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm. There was a difference of 1 level. Hearing Long Chen's words, a cold light burst out from Elder Chen Yang's eyes. His breathing became heavy and he stared at Long Chen. He growled in a low voice, "May I ask why you killed my son when you had no enmity with him?" "That's right. Chen Su didn't provoke you, so why did you kill him?" The other demons also started to make a ruckus. As for the Thunder Clan, this was not related to them at all. So, everyone was watching the show with great interest. Long Chen said directly, "I didn't kill your son. I was cultivating here, but your son attacked me the moment he came. I showed mercy time and time again, but he didn't let it go. In the end, he even detonated the blade in his hand. He wanted to take my life. If I didn't do anything, I'm afraid the one who died would be me. In this Cyanwood Sky City, he was an upright person. So, he didn't want to say too much." The crowd became silent. If it was really as Long Chen said, then Chen Su deserved to die. So, the crowd looked at Chen Yang's reaction. At this moment, the blood in Chen Yang's eyes had not disappeared. After all, the one who died was the son he had cultivated for many years, the son who had a high chance of becoming an elder in the future. This is only your side of the story. Do you have any evidence to prove that your words are true? Chen Yang said coldly. Long Chen really did not have any evidence. But, he guessed that even if he had evidence, Chen Yang would continue to pester him. So, Long Chen said, "I don't have any evidence. However, I, Long Chen, am an upright person. If there is any falsehood in my words, let me be struck by lightning." Is Elder Chen satisfied with this oath? Oath. Long Chen had already made an oath. Although it was impossible to determine whether it was true or false, it was still quite useful. Chen Yang originally wanted to request to spar with Long Chen once. But, Long Chen's oath made him speechless. "However, you and my son do not know each other. Why did he come here to kill you? Why are you here? Don't you feel that everything is very suspicious?" Chen Yang continued to ask. Long Chen smiled. He looked around and in the end, his gaze stopped on Su Shui and said, "Long Chen, have only been in this Cyanwood Sky City for 10 days. The only time I showed my face was today when I concocted a medicinal pellet to save Lady Yen. I presume it was because of that I offended someone. Chen Su is an idiot and was used by someone. I won't say anything else. Everyone should understand. Farewell." After saying that, Long Chen walked past Su Shui and left. Everyone was immersed in what he said just now and no one stopped him from leaving. Disperse. Disperse. Elder Chen Yang, you should also return. You can't blame Long Chen for what happened today. Su Shui made some arrangements and left with Long Chen. She still had many questions in her heart that she wanted to clarify with Long Chen. Actually, the people who stayed here also had many things that they didn't understand. What did Long Chen mean? The only one who lost face today was Sitiyu. Could it be that Long Chen meant that Chen Su was instigated by Sitiyu? Everyone recalled that Chen Su usually hung out with Sitiyu. After thinking about it carefully, perhaps it was really possible. If that was the case, the matter was very clear. Everyone roughly understood Situyu's personality. If he would do such a thing, it would really not be strange. Chen Su had been manipulated. However, everyone put this matter in their hearts. Situyu's grandfather, Sitiyao, was one of the 8 great elders. His power was monstrous and Sitiyu himself was the only alchemist in the demon race. These two identities already determined that not many people dared to provoke them. All of you, return. The people from the Thunder Clan were the first to leave. After the other people from the demon race understood, they also left one after another. However, no one went to comfort Chen Yang. To them, Chen Yang was just an innocent and pitiful person. In the end, Chen Yang was left standing there in a daze. He looked at the figures of Long Chen and the others leaving and clenched his fists tightly. The veins on his hands were popping out. In a dark place not far away, Sityu punched a tree trunk next to him. Immediately, a large hole appeared on the tree trunk and wood splinters fell down. That brat dodged it. But next time, I will definitely not let him escape. Also, why is that bitch Soy Eon so close to that brat? Is it because that brat saved Soy Eon? The anger in Sityu's heart grew stronger and stronger. No. Today's matter has already become big. I don't know if Chen Yang will find trouble with me. I better quickly go back and discuss this with grandfather. I hope grandfather can help me. After thinking about that, Sityu quickly returned to Cyanwood Sky City. At the same time, Long Chen, Su Shui and the others also returned to Cyanwood Sky City. At that moment, Su Shui caught up to Long Chen. She looked at Long Chen with her beautiful eyes and asked, Long Chen, what did you mean by what you said just now? You're saying that Chen Su was instigated by Sityu to kill you? Is that not the case? Long Chen looked at him and said. You can't say things like that. Sityu isn't that kind of person. Besides, why would he instigate others to kill you? There's no conflict between the two of you. Also, you're saving my sister's life. Su Shui slightly frowned and said. Long Chen looked at Su Shui helplessly. His gaze moved to her towering chest and he ridiculed. Do you need me to say that you have big breasts and no brains one more time? Bastard, you're courting death. Su Shui clenched her teeth. She really wanted to beat this guy up. When they left, Su Shui said, just let it go like this. It's best not to cause any trouble. If you cause trouble with Sityu, it won't be good for Yen, or the demon race. Long Chen said, I'm not sick. If others don't cause trouble for me, I naturally won't cause trouble for others. All right. Oh right, why did you go to such a high place so late at night? Su Shui was a bit speechless towards Long Chen. Long Chen said, I'm practicing a battle skill that requires the power of the stars. So, from now on, I'll go there every night. Oh right, you can accompany me at night. There was a saying that if you don't listen to your elders, you'll suffer losses right before your eyes. Long Chen had tried it before. If Bai Lan suggested that Su Shui accompany him to practice, today's matter wouldn't have happened. So, when Su Shui asked, Long Chen remembered it and asked her. Long Chen's direct words directly stunned Su Shui. She asked. You want me to accompany you every night? Then, a trace of redness appeared on her face. Chapter 749. Su Shui hesitated for a while. Hearing what Long Chen said, she knew that Long Chen didn't have any intention of getting close to her. She nodded and said, all right, I'll go accompany you starting tomorrow night. But what kind of magical battle skill are you cultivating? It actually needs the starlight in the sky. Long Chen thought, Bai Lan already knows that I have the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords. Su Shui will know sooner or later. When I cultivate, she will watch from the side. She will definitely see some clues. Thinking of that, Long Chen said directly, if I tell you, can you not tell others? So mysterious. Su Shui was stunned and said, if it's very important, it's better not to tell me. Don't blame me when I leak it. I have the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords. I'm cultivating the 7 brilliant stars technique. Do you believe me? Long Chen said in a joking tone. I knew you were tricking me. Su Shui looked at him angrily. She wanted to punch him with her fist, but then she felt that it was inappropriate. So, she put her hand down and glared at Long Chen. She said, anyway, be careful. After that, the two of them left. Long Chen returned to Soyan's place. Su Shui's yard was actually just beside it. There was still a long time before daybreak, but because of Chen Su's disturbance, he couldn't cultivate the 7 brilliant stars technique today. So, Long Chen only needed to study the martial god monument diagram and time would pass very quickly. After Situyu returned to Cyanwood Heavenly City, he hurriedly secretly went to his grandfather's place. The 8 elders were all at the peak of the 9th level of the Earth martial realm. They had a very precious status in the demon clan. Other than Bailan, they were the most precious among the experts of the demon clan that came to the primordial cemetery. At that moment, Situyu stopped in front of an elegant wooden house with a nervous expression. He said softly to the inside, "Grandfather, grandson, you requests an audience." After a while, a hoarse voice came from inside. Situyu said, "Come in." Situyu then carefully opened the door. This room was somewhat dark, and one of the 8 great sect elders, Situyu, was sitting in the center of the room. With a glance, one could tell that he was cultivating, and Situyu disturbed him at this time, so he glared at Situyu and said, "What's wrong with you today? Didn't you lose enough face during the day, and now you still have the face to see me? Grandpa, please calm down. I have tried my best during the day, but the symptoms are too difficult to solve," Situyu said helplessly. Looking at his own grandson, Situyu sighed and said, "What kind of trouble did you cause by coming to find me tonight? I heard an explosion in the sky just now. It must have been caused by you." Situyu looked a little embarrassed and said, "It's not all my fault. Come on, I know you well enough. Tell me about what happened today. Let me hear what kind of trouble you've gotten yourself into." Although Situyu was strict, he still loved his grandson very much at this time. So Situyu described what happened tonight from beginning to end. After he finished, he said with some anger, "I didn't know that Long Chen actually had such a method. Chen Su was a level stronger than him. I thought he could easily kill Long Chen, but I didn't expect that he wouldn't be tortured to death." After listening, Situyu's face was very silent. He suddenly raised his head, and his eyes flashed with a burning light. He said word by word, "Idiot, your courage is really getting bigger and bigger. Let me ask you, if you kill that kid and cause Soyan to lose her life, with Bailan's character, do you think he won't kill you?" Situyu was scared, and explained, "Give me another 10 days, I will definitely be able to successfully develop the pill, and he has no evidence to say that I killed him, and I still have Grandpa to protect me. Long Chen made me lose face today, I simply can't swallow this. Of course, I can also not kill him, but at least I have to teach him a big lesson. Who told this kid to run to such a high place in the middle of the night? It seems like he is absorbing the starlight to cultivate something. What did you say?" Situyu's eyes widened, and his breathing became heavy. His eyes stared straight at Situyu, as if he wanted to swallow Situyu into his stomach. Situyu had never seen his grandfather have such a terrifying expression. He trembled in fear and said, I said that Long Chen is cultivating up there. Stars, 7 brilliant Star Lord." Situyu said these words decisively. A strange light flowed in his eyes. 7 brilliant Star Lord, what is that? Grandpa, you're talking about one of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, the one who possesses the divine weapon, 3000 Star Field. Situyu's eyeballs almost popped out. He looked at Situyu with incomparable excitement and said somewhat incoherently. Situyu did not directly answer him. Instead, he was silent for a while before saying, "Some time ago, there seemed to be rumors of the 7 brilliant Star Lord's inheritance appearing. However, I've never heard of anyone obtaining the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lord. This kid called Long Chen did some shocking things in the glazed gold domain. He even snatched the martial god steel diagram from the Feng clan's princess. Furthermore, he needs to go to such a high place like Cyanwood Sky City to cultivate and absorb starlight. With such a grand cultivation, I'm 90% sure that he has already obtained the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lord. That's impossible. With that kid's appearance and pitiful strength, he will definitely obtain the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lord. In terms of alchemy, he was suppressed by Long Chen. The only consolation was that his martial strength far surpassed Long Chen's. And now, according to Situyu, Long Chen had actually obtained the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lord. The inheritance of the demon god emperor had long been given to the demon clan. The inheritance of the White Lotus Fairy had long been given to the god clan. The importance of the inheritance of the 7 Brilliant Star Lord was obvious. Whether it's the inheritance of the 7 Brilliant Star Lord or not, I'll be able to confirm it tomorrow night. Situyao lowered his voice and said indifferently. He had already calmed down from his initial excitement. Grandfather, if it's the inheritance of the 7 Brilliant Star Lord, are we going to fight for it? Situyu probed. He realized that this matter had become bigger because of the 7 Brilliant Star Lord. Fight? Haha. Brat, you know too little. Do you know that even we have guessed it? How could that old fox Biyao not know? Perhaps he already knew and just didn't want to tell us, said Situyao. Doesn't that mean the inheritance of the 7 Brilliant Star Lord will belong to the patriarch? Situyu said unwillingly. I'm guessing that Biyao already knew, but he didn't do anything. Now I know why. He's worried about his daughter's life. Biyao is decisive and powerful. He's good material to be the patriarch. His only flaw is that he values relationships too much. Whether it's his relationship with Lei Ji or his daughters, he values them more than anything else. Even if he knows that Long Chen has the inheritance of the 7 Brilliant Star Lord, I don't think he would dare to take it. If he doesn't take it, we'll take it. Situyu's eyes flickered with greed. He waited for Situyao to make a decision. However, Situyao remained silent. After a while, Situyao raised his head and looked at his grandson coldly. He said, Child, do you know that if we kill Long Chen and take the inheritance of the 7 Brilliant Star Lord, we will become enemies with Biyao? We might even become enemies with the demon clan. Do you think it's worth it? Situyu was stunned. At first, he didn't think there would be such serious consequences, but now that he thought about it, it was very likely to be like what Situyao said. Grandfather, I can't make up my mind either. However, if it really is the inheritance of the 7 Brilliant Star Lord, it's really too amazing. If Grandfather can obtain that inheritance, he might be able to break through the Sky Martial Wall and successfully reach the Sky Martial Realm. With the 3,000 star field, at least no one in the first layer of the Sky Martial Realm can be his opponent. You'll become an expert second only to Biyao and that person from the God clan. Situyu's words had the intention of tempting Situyao. Pa Situyao slapped Situyu and said angrily, Boy, I know these things better than you. I don't need you to teach me. However, you're wrong about one thing. The experts that came to the archaic cemetery are not limited to Biyao and that person from the God clan. Do you think there are no warriors in the second layer of the Sky Martial Realm in the 5-Element Alliance? Do you think there are no warriors in the second layer of the Sky Martial Realm among ordinary warriors? Do you know who organized the 9-Clan Youth Competition in 3 months? Situyu was speechless. He didn't know any of these questions. So there are so many experts. Then, Grandfather, should we take the inheritance of the 7 Brilliant Star Lord? Situyu said dully. Situyao was silent for a while. He looked at the sky full of stars outside the window and said, Besides Biyao, among the 8 great elders, only we know that Long Chen may have the inheritance of the 7 Brilliant Star Lord. This kind of rare opportunity is impossible to encounter again in my lifetime. If I miss this opportunity, it's equivalent to giving up. I've already reached the peak of my life, but if there's still a chance to move forward, no matter what challenges I encounter, no matter if it's life or death, no matter if it's the separation of family and children, no matter if it's the suffering of the people, Situyao will not hesitate. Situyu was so scared that he took a few steps back. For the first time, he realized that his grandfather was actually such a terrifying person. It seemed that this usually low-key old man actually had such unwillingness in his heart. Grandfather, no matter what, I'll stand by your side. Situyu said excitedly. Of course, you're very smart. If I get the inheritance of the 7 Brilliant Star Lord, isn't it the same as you getting the inheritance? When I establish another Devil God dynasty, I'll let you pass it on to me. Grandfather, then it won't be the Devil God dynasty, but but the Star-Sacred Dynasty. We'll even unify the Myriad Kingdom territory. Situ Yu was extremely excited. Chapter 750. Situ Yu was shocked. He didn't think that Qin Yang would actually come. Before, he was still thinking about telling Situ Yao about Qin Yang. After all, with Qin Yang's IQ, he definitely knew that his own death had something to do with Situ Yu. But why did Qin Yang come here? Of course, Situ Yu wasn't worried that the conversation between him and his grandfather was heard by Qin Yang. After all, he and Qin Yang were both warriors of the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm, and Situ Yao was at the peak of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Not long after hearing Situ Yao's words, the wooden door creaked open and Qin Yang, who had an ice-cold qi all over his body, walked in. His ice-cold eyes looked at Situ Yu, then bowed to Situ Yao and said, "Greetings, Elder." In the Devil God Imperial Court, Qin Yang belonged to Situ Yao's faction. That was why his son, Chen Su, was very close to Situ Yu. He originally thought that he could let his son have a good future, but he didn't think that he would harm his own son. "Qin Yang, I know what happened today." Situ Yao went straight to the point and said. Qin Yang nodded and didn't say anything else. The atmosphere here was quite strange. Situ Yu looked at the two of them in confusion, not knowing what they were thinking. Xiao Yu is insensible and told Chen Su to teach that Long Chen a lesson. I didn't think that he would be so ruthless. This is all Xiao Yu's fault. Now, I will hand him over to you to deal with. If you want to kill him, do it. Situ Yao slapped Situ Yu and threw him in front of Qin Yang. Qin Yang clenched his fist, looked at Situ Yu, then helped him up and said, "Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. I only want to see who killed my son and don't care about anything else. I came here today to ask Elder if there is any way for me to kill that brat. I reckon that he will still go back there to cultivate tomorrow night. With your true qi of the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm and your many years of attainments in battle skills, killing him will be easy." Situ Yao said. "Where else would he go? It just so happens that my son died there without a corpse left. I will also let him die there without a corpse left." Qin Yang clenched his teeth and said with an indifferent face. "Since you're my subordinate, I'll give you a gift." As he spoke, Situ Yao took out an item from his spatial ring. Instantly, a powerful ripple swept through the wooden house. Seeing this item, Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Army-piercing arrow, cloud-piercing bow, both high-grade king-level divine weapons. I didn't expect them to be in Elder Zone's hands. Put it away. No one knows that this thing is in my hands. I'll give it to you today. With the piercing cloud bow and the army-piercing arrow, you can kill Long Chen from a mile away. After you're done, put this weapon away and no one will know that you did it. You can also continue to stay here without anyone knowing." Situ Yao handed the two items to Qin Yang. Divine weapons of the same grade would have a difference of 10 to 10 times in terms of power. Among the high-grade king-grade divine weapons, the cloud-piercing bow and the army-piercing arrow were the more outstanding ones. They were famous in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. After putting the two divine weapons away, Qin Yang nodded and said, "Elder, since it's like that, I'll leave. After I succeed, I'll leave the demon clan. After all, the patriarch will know that I did it. If there's a chance, we'll meet again. Today, thank you for giving me the piercing cloud bow and the army-piercing arrow. Go." Situ Yao waved his hand and said. Only then did Qin Yang leave. After walking out of the wooden house, Qin Yang sighed helplessly. Father can take revenge for the person who killed you, but I'm afraid I'll have to wait a long time for revenge for the person who harmed you. After I leave the demon clan, I'll stay nearby. Don't let me get a chance. If I see you, Situ Yu, moving alone, I'll definitely take your life." It wasn't that he didn't hate Situ Yu. It was just that in front of Situ Yao, he didn't have the power to kill Situ Yu. Situ Yao handing Situ Yu over to him was just for show. If Qin Yang really made a move against Situ Yu, he would be killed by Biyao immediately. Biyao was an old fox through and through. After Qinyang left, Biyao said with some doubt, "Grandfather, are you really going to give him such a precious thing? I've asked you for it for a long time. Moreover, if Qinyang kills Long Chen, what about the 7 brilliant Star Lord's inheritance?" Biyao laughed cruelly. "Haven't you heard of the saying? Old ginger is spicier. I'm only lending it to him for a day. It won't be too late for me to take it back after he completes what I entrusted to him. At the same time, I can also take back his life. Grandfather wants to kill him, but didn't he let me go just now and only targeted Long Chen?" Biyao had a face of confusion. Idiot. Who among those who dare to come to the primordial cemetery isn't a ruthless person? He said he can't touch you because he doesn't dare. If you let this guy stay, he'll definitely kill you with everything he has, Biyao said gloomily. So that's how it is. Biyao was speechless. Kid, you really have too many things to learn. After a pause, Biyao continued, just wait and see for the 7 brilliant Star Lord's inheritance. Tomorrow night, that thing will fall into my hands. As for Qinyang, he can happily be a scapegoat. Yes. Grandfather, what do you plan to do? Biyao asked curiously. I'll let Qinyang kill Long Chen, then I'll snatch the 7 brilliant Star Lord's inheritance and kill Qinyang instantly. There's no proof of this. Who would know that Long Chen has the 7 brilliant Star Lord's inheritance? Who would know that I killed Qinyang? Other than you, no one else knows that the cloud-piercing bow and the army-piercing arrow are in my hands. Grandfather is wise. Biyao could not help but raise his thumb. Compared to Biyao, he felt that he was simply too inexperienced. This kind of person was the most terrifying scorpion. While Long Chen was cultivating, he did not know that there was an undercurrent surging outside. There were still 9 days before he would need to give Suyen another drink of dragon blood. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. In his free time, he would basically use it to cultivate. The Cyanwood Heavenly City had an incomparably abundant amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy. It was a rare place to cultivate. This was probably the reason why the Thunder Demon Clan and Thunder Demon Clan occupied the Cyanwood Heavenly City. Cultivating here would allow one to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Night quickly arrived and the day quickly arrived. When night arrived, Su Shui did not waste any time. She directly knocked on Long Chen's door and came in front of Long Chen. Today, she wore a valiant black training outfit. Her hair was tied into a ponytail. She looked capable and experienced, yet she did not lose her charm. A delicate fragrance of a virgin blew towards Long Chen. It was refreshing and pleasing. It seems that you still remember me. Long Chen stood up and joked. Don't waste time. Go up and cultivate your 7 brilliant Star Lord's inheritance. Let me see how powerful the inheritance of one of the 7 brilliant Star Lords is. Su Shui could not help but tease. Although Long Chen mentioned the 7 brilliant Star Lords yesterday, she did not take it to heart. In her opinion, he was probably just bragging. Long Chen smiled and did not say anything. After tidying up for a while, the sky was completely dark. The two of them did not say anything and directly headed towards the highest point of the Cyanwood Sky City in the dark. This time, Long Chen was much more careful. He used his spirit-devouring demon eyes to look around. After confirming that there was no strange person within a mile, he felt at ease and hurried on his way. What? With me here, you're worried that someone will come and disturb you? Su Shui twisted her soft waist as she walked beside Long Chen and said unhappily. Under the cold moonlight, her snow-white skin shone with a crystalline luster. Indeed, it was as beautiful as the snow under the starlight. The name by Su Shui was a very good choice. What are you looking at? Being stared at by Long Chen, Su Shui unnaturally turned her head away. She had a feeling that Long Chen's gaze did not have any good intentions. Long Chen laughed dryly, that's true. Princess Su Shui is the most outstanding young genius of the demon race. Her cultivation is comparable to the 8 great elders. With your protection, I'm certain that no one can harm me. You're asking for a beating. Su Shui scolded with a smile. She did not really hit Long Chen. Before, she had always disliked Long Chen. But after Long Chen saved her sister, her impression of him immediately changed. Now, she felt that this guy was actually quite interesting. At least, when she was with him, it was much more comfortable than when she was with Sitayu. On the way, they casually said a few words. Then, Long Chen followed Su Shui to the highest point. Halfway there, Su Shui suddenly said, "Long Chen, I want to talk to you about something serious." "What is it?" Su Shui's expression was very serious. Long Chen did not dislike this girl, so he listened very seriously. Su Shui turned around and looked at Long Chen seriously. She gently moved her charming red lips and said, "I see that Yen Er seems to be very dependent on you. She always talks about you. Don't you think this is very strange? Yen Er is only 14 years old today." Long Chen was stunned, then he suddenly understood and said, "You're saying that Yen Er might like me, right?" Su Shui nodded and said, "It's not that I said it, but I can see it. This time, it was you who pulled her out from the gates of hell. Moreover. Anyway, I just want to ask you, do you have the determination to stay in the demon race and become the son-in-law of the demon race? Do you have the strength to support the demon race? If you can't, I hope that you won't be so good to my sister. Do you understand what I mean?" Chapter 751. Su Shui didn't expect Long Chen to agree so quickly. According to Long Chen's character, he should be very disgusted with Su Shui using this kind of thing to threaten him. From this, it could be seen that Long Chen really didn't have any feelings for So Yan. To be honest, although So Yan was not old, she was already a little beauty. In a few years, she would probably be as beautiful as Su Shui. Moreover, her cultivation and status were not any worse than Su Shui's. Such a girl should be sought after by ordinary people, especially So Yan. This girl had a deep impression of Long Chen, so Su Shui felt that Long Chen should have some feelings for So Yan. But thinking about it, it seemed that he didn't have any. She originally thought that Long Chen was just a small character with good luck. Once such a small character had a chance to climb up, he would absolutely not let it go. How could Long Chen be an exception? She was a little curious and asked, "You have someone in your heart?" A woman's curiosity was endless. Long Chen looked at her speechlessly and said, "I'm just here to cultivate. Why do I have to reveal this to you?" The more Long Chen said like this, the more curious Su Shui was. Their relationship was a lot better now, so Su Shui continued to ask, "Do you have someone in your heart or not? Can't you just tell me?" Long Chen was too lazy to pay attention to her. If he told her about the existence of Lingxi, this woman whose curiosity could kill a cat would definitely continue to ask. Long Chen was too lazy to talk to her, so he directly turned around and went up. He doesn't want to tell me. Su Shui found it even more strange. She hurriedly chased after Long Chen, but she was suddenly stunned. She stopped, and her face immediately blushed. He doesn't want to tell me. Could it be that the person isn't Yen Er, but me? Thinking about this, Su Shui suddenly became nervous. She knew that her sister was interested in Long Chen. If Long Chen's thoughts were as she expected, then it would be a bit bad. What Su Shui didn't want the most was a fight between sisters for a man. I must be thinking too much. This can't happen. We haven't known each other for a long time. Su Shui comforted herself and then chased after Long Chen. Once she caught up with Long Chen, they had already penetrated the clouds and arrived at a huge leaf. Long Chen sat down. So beautiful. Under the starlight, Su Shui looked at the sea of white clouds and let out a sigh of admiration. Yesterday, she had also come here, but she didn't carefully observe it. Now, she was completely immersed in this wonderful realm. Under the blue starlight, her white skin glowed faintly. For a moment, she was like a goddess. However, Long Chen didn't care about such a beautiful scene. If he knew that Su Shui would have such thoughts, he would definitely tell her that he only had Lingxi in his heart. Yesterday, he used the 7 glorious stars secret art. There was still a part of it that hadn't been completed. So when he arrived here, Long Chen calmed his mind and started to cultivate. You've started cultivating so quickly. Su Shui was a bit speechless. Long Chen didn't care about her. She was a bit angry and made a face at Long Chen. Then she continued to look at the beautiful scenery and said, "This boy is working so hard. I can't fall behind. Wu Guangyu of the God clan will probably get the Green Lotus Emperor's inheritance this time, but I didn't. I have to break through the Sky Martial Arts wall first and reach the Sky Martial Arts realm to suppress him. Otherwise, I will definitely lose to him in the 9-clan youth martial arts competition. If that happens, I won't be able to get one of the 5 Emperor keys." Thinking of this, Su Shui felt a lot of pressure. Father only has 2 daughters. In terms of cultivation, women are indeed slightly inferior to men. But among the young men of the Demon Clan, the strongest Situ Yu is far from being a match for Wu Guangyu and the young experts of the 5-Element Alliance. I can only rely on the lay brothers of the Thunder Clan. Thinking of this, Su Shui felt a bit helpless. She crossed her legs and prepared to start cultivating. At this moment, she saw a faint light pouring down from the 9 galaxies towards Long Chen. The starlight split into 5 and entered Long Chen's body through his 5 hearts. Su Shui then remembered why Long Chen wanted to cultivate here. What secret technique is this? Su Shui's face was full of doubt. She forgot to cultivate for a moment and focused on observing Long Chen. Endless starlight began to enter Long Chen's body. Suddenly, Su Shui's expression stiffened because she remembered what Long Chen had said before. Unless this kid really obtained the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords? That's impossible. The legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords is so difficult. With this kid's ability, how could he obtain the legacy of one of the 7 brilliant Star Lords? Impossible, impossible. Even though she did not believe it, Su Shui had to admit that what Long Chen said might be true. Previously, when Long Chen said he could save Soyan, Su Shui thought he was lying. However, reality proved that Long Chen had the ability. Long Chen also said he obtained the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. With his personality, there was no reason for him to lie. Then, Su Shui thought that Bai Lan, who was usually strict and concerned about her daughter, trusted Long Chen so much. Didn't all of this mean that Long Chen was a mystical person? Then there was nothing strange about him obtaining the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Over the past few days, Su Shui had already heard that Long Chen had obtained the painting of the martial god steel. She really wanted to wake Long Chen up and ask him if the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords was real. However, he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation, so Su Shui did not dare to do that. That's strange. If it's the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, why is Father so calm about something so precious? Compared to Long Chen, Father is a little unfathomable. He hangs out with Uncle Lei all the time and acts mysteriously. Who knows what he's up to? Last time, he even asked me if I wanted to get married. Seriously, Su Shui was speechless when she thought of her father, who was like an old urchin. As such, she decided not to cultivate at all. Instead, she stared at Long Chen. It said that the 7 brilliant Star Lords have an extremely powerful weapon called the 3000 Star Field. It can use the power of the stars and shake the world. It's very powerful. With the 3000 Star Field, the 7 brilliant Star Lords are practically invincible in the Heaven martial arts realm. I wonder if Long Chen has obtained the legendary 3000 Star Field. It was said that the 3000 Star Field was an exquisite divine spear. Ordinary women had no resistance to beautiful things. Time gradually passed. As the starlight gradually surged into Long Chen's body, the starlight on Long Chen's body became denser and denser. Right now, Long Chen was completely enveloped by the starlight. He was like a brilliant formation floating in the night sky. Su Shui could even see brilliant runes condensing on Long Chen's body. There were specks of light on his body. When these specks of light combined, they formed Long Chen's weapon, the 3,000 star field. Only when Long Chen cultivated the 7 brilliant star technique and possessed the 7 brilliant star origin could he use the power of the 3,000 star field. Of course, every time it was used, it would consume a great amount of power. Long Chen's spiritual origin wasn't enough. By cultivating the 7 brilliant star origin, Long Chen could more perfectly use the Big Dipper steps and the 7 brilliant star constitution. At this moment, his 7 brilliant star technique was gradually taking shape. There were many blue specks of light in the dragon soul spiritual origin in his body. These blue specks of light were the 7 brilliant star origin. When the 7 brilliant star origin was completed, under Long Chen's control, the blue starlight on his body gradually disappeared. When Long Chen opened his eyes, he saw Su Shui standing in front of him excitedly. She blurted out, "Long Chen, you really obtained the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords." Long Chen knew that the lady had finally believed him this time. He said with a chuckle, "Didn't I already tell you?" He paused for a moment before saying, "In this Cyanwood Sky City, only the patriarchs of the thunder and demon races know about it. The other one is you. The inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords is extremely important. I only told you because I believe you. I hope you don't tell others about this. If others were to know about it, I believe a great disaster will befall me." Long Chen's words suddenly touched Su Shui. "We've only known each other for about 10 days. Why does he trust me so much? He didn't even tell Yan, but he told me." Upon thinking of this, Su Shui's mind turned chaotic. In her 20-odd years, she had never felt such chaotic emotions. It made her wish to escape. Long Chen obviously did not understand the thoughts of a woman. He had only told Su Shui because he wanted her to guard him during his cultivation. It would reduce trouble. When he saw Su Shui looking at him strangely, he asked, "What are you thinking about?" "No, nothing." Su Shui hurriedly waved her hand. She was somewhat flustered. She suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Long Chen, I have a request. Can you agree to it?" "What is it?" I heard that the 3,000 star domain is very beautiful. I want to see what it looks like. Can you satisfy this little girl's tiny request?" Towards the end, Su Shui used her ability to wheedle coquettishly to her father. Her sweet voice matched with her beautiful appearance. Long Chen was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly said, "I beg you, don't do that. I'll let you see, all right? It's true. You're the best." Su Shui jumped in joy. Chapter 752. Under the starlight, everything was clear. In a dark place under the ancient tree, there was a pair of blood-red eyes. Looking at the shining star in the sky, he knew that it was Long Chen, who killed his son. When he arrived, he saw this guy cultivating here. Because he was afraid of being discovered, he came here in the middle of the night. At this moment, Long Chen had almost finished cultivating. That person was Chen Yang. Chen Yang gently took out the army-piercing arrow and the cloud-piercing bow from his Qinkuan pouch. The cloud-piercing bow had great power. If it could be drawn to the fullest, the power it would explode with would be endless. As for the army-piercing arrow, its most famous characteristic was that it was silent. The army-piercing arrow could reduce the speed after moving at a high speed to the lowest level. It was most suitable for sneak attacks. Normal cultivators would find it difficult to detect the attack of the army-piercing arrow. This was also the reason why Biyao gave it to Chen Yang to kill Long Chen. Even a cultivator in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm would find it difficult to dodge the army-piercing arrow when being ambushed. At this moment, Chen Yang was a bit nervous. He knocked the army-piercing arrow on the cloud-piercing bow, then closed his eyes. He looked at the star in the sky and prepared to attack. At this moment, he was 1 mile away from where Long Chen was. From this distance, it was very difficult for Chen Yang to determine Long Chen's position. However, it just so happened that Long Chen was cultivating the 7 glorious stars technique, so he automatically locked onto his target. Just as Chen Yang prepared to attack, the starlight disappeared. Long Chen had already completely finished cultivating the 7 glorious stars technique. It's over. Chen Yang was not in a hurry. He only missed a chance. He believed that Long Chen would definitely continue cultivating. At this moment, he still did not know that Su Shui was beside Long Chen. 200 meters away from Chen Yang, there was a bold man in black. He stood firmly on a leaf. He was Biyao, who had already disguised himself. He was only waiting for Chen Yang to take action, and then he would snatch the 7 brilliant Star Lord's legacy. Of course, Long Chen and Su Shui had gone up very carefully. Even Biyao did not notice Su Shui's existence. From his position, he could only see Long Chen's streak of light. The starlight was extinguished. Long Chen had successfully cultivated the 7 glorious stars art. What the hell is Chen Yang doing? Biyao was a little speechless. He had followed Chen Yang here, and more than a quarter of an hour had already passed. However, Biyao was not in a hurry. He knew that it was not that easy to cultivate the 7 brilliant Star Lord's legacy. Long Chen still had to stay here for a very, very long time. Biyao had plenty of opportunities to make a move. From the situation just now, he was completely certain that Long Chen had obtained the 7 brilliant Star Lord's legacy. Biyao was filled with excitement when he thought that he could unknowingly obtain the 7 brilliant Star Lord's legacy. He was waiting for the moment Chen Yang made his move. He would go to where Long Chen was. As for how to deal with Chen Yang, Biyao actually had other plans. He had a tracking method. He had left his own traces on the cloud-piercing bow and the army-piercing arrow. This way, no matter where Chen Yang escaped to, Biyao could kill him. Once Chen Yang died, Biyao could sit back and enjoy the 7 brilliant Star Lord's legacy without any worries. Even if he failed, Biyao could directly leave. After all, Bai Lan's great foundation needed his own protection. Biyao could completely escape with only Biyao. Although it was very risky, it was all worth it for the 7 brilliant Star Lord's legacy. At this moment, he discovered that the place where Long Chen was previously had lit up again. However, the light this time made his blood boil. This is the legendary 3000 star domain. Biyao let out a low growl. His Adam's apple moved as he looked at the 3000 star domain and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The light of the 3000 star domain was actually very gentle. It did not give off a sharp feeling. Biyao knew that it was the 3000 star domain, but Chen Yang did not. However, he could vaguely see where Long Chen was based on the light of the 3000 star domain. However, there was another figure not far in front of Long Chen. As for who that figure was, Chen Yang did not know. No matter who it is, I can frame Long Chen's death on you. Thinking of this, Chen Yang suddenly raised the cloud-piercing bow and aimed at Long Chen's heart. Unable to dissuade the other party's request, Long Chen could only helplessly take out the 3000 star domain. He could not use the 3000 star domain for now. The only thing he could do was casually wave it around. He would probably need the 7 glorious star body to have the power to stand on the same level as the 3000 star domain. A total of 3000 stars appeared on the surface of Long Chen's body. Then, these blue lights gradually gathered in Long Chen's hand and condensed into an exquisite, brilliant, blue divine spear. Su Shui shrieked when she saw this. Girls had no resistance to beautiful things. Even if it was just a weapon, it could be seen from the little stars in Su Shui's eyes that she was completely immersed in the beauty of the 3000 star domain. She stared blankly at the 3000 star domain and couldn't help but reach out towards it. Long Chen felt a sense of resistance from the weapon in his hand. It seemed like the 3,000-star domain did not want Su Shui to touch it. Sure enough, a gentle force gently pushed Su Shui's finger away. Su Shui's face was full of bitterness, but she was not angry. Instead, she said, "This is the most beautiful weapon I've ever seen. Unfortunately, it doesn't want me to touch it. Fortunately, it's quite gentlemanly and just pushed me away." She comforted herself. "That's for my sake. Otherwise, it would have cut off your finger." Long Chen smiled and threatened her. "All right, I'm going to cultivate the 7 glorious star body. Next, I'll use the astral energy. Astral energy is a terrifying thing. You'd better go somewhere else." To be honest, this astral energy made Long Chen tremble with fear. However, for the sake of the 7 glorious star body, he decided to endure it. "Let me look at it one more time. Don't be in a hurry to put it away," Su Shui said coquettishly. A black line flashed across Long Chen's forehead. He could only continue holding the 3,000-star domain for her to look at. Su Shui looked with great interest. In her eyes, there was only the 3,000-star domain. She had completely forgotten about the astral energy that Long Chen had mentioned before. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger. "Long Chen, there's an arrow behind you," Kitten in the Great Void Realm warned in a panic. If even Kitten was so flustered, it was clear that this arrow was absolutely terrifying. At this moment of life and death, Long Chen didn't have any time to think. Because of Kitten's warning, he didn't have to sense the direction of the incoming danger. This could save him a lot of time and also win him a chance of survival. Long Chen suddenly turned around and placed the 3,000-star domain in front of his heart without thinking. He knew that he couldn't dodge. At this moment, Su Shui was standing in front of him. Although Su Shui was strong, her perception wasn't as accurate as Kitten. If Long Chen dodged, the terrifying arrow would pierce Su Shui's body. Long Chen was a principled person. This arrow was aimed at him, so he couldn't let Su Shui get hurt. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Bai Lan. After all, Long Chen had asked Su Shui to accompany him. Long Chen finally understood that there was no lack of greedy people in this world. An ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. This was a universal principle. Although Long Chen hadn't offended many people, he was destined to be the mortal enemy of countless people precisely because he had obtained the 7 brilliant Star Lord's inheritance. Just like today, this terrifying attack was aimed at killing Long Chen. In an instant, Long Chen's hair stood on end. Vaguely, Long Chen saw a black steel shadow appear in the night. He knew that this was the source of the danger. The speed of this black shadow had reached an unimaginable level. At this time, the only thing Long Chen could do was subconsciously place the 3,000-star domain in front of him. At this critical moment, Long Chen already felt like he was suffocating. This was the first time he had seen such a fast attack. The next moment, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The steel shadow happened to collide with the 3,000-star domain. He had originally thought that he would be sent flying by a huge impact, but he hadn't expected that he wouldn't feel this power at all. He looked down and saw that the black arrow had started to melt half a meter away from the 3,000-star domain. It instantly turned into black iron powder and completely dissipated in front of Long Chen. Long Chen was stunned for a moment, but he immediately reacted. He knew that the power of the 3,000-star domain had saved him. Otherwise, he might have been penetrated by this terrifying power. This thrilling moment made Long Chen break out in a cold sweat. At the same time, Su Shui, who was behind him, also understood what had happened. Her face turned extremely pale, but she finally heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Long Chen had actually used the 3,000-star domain to resolve this attack. However, what appeared next was monstrous anger. Under her protection, there was actually someone who dared to assassinate Long Chen in the demon race's territory. This was simply too audacious. Moreover, judging from the situation just now, if Long Chen hadn't happened to have the 3,000-star domain, wouldn't Long Chen have already died? Su Shue's eyes instantly erupted with murderous intent. Chapter 753. Only then did Long Chen realize that there were two people trying to kill him. One of them was holding a bow and arrow. Judging from the power he used to attack the 3,000-star field, he should be in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm. The one who was rushing towards him was in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such speed. The 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Su Shui also saw the person rushing over. She didn't chase after the other person. She stood in front of Long Chen. The person rushing over was in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. She already realized the importance of the matter. At that moment, Long Chen made a prompt decision. He said to Su Shui, "You help me stop this 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm cultivator. The most important thing is to see through his identity. In this Cyanwood Sky City, you definitely know him. I'll chase after the other one." "What? You can't go? The other one is also very strong. Judging from the power of the army-shattering arrow, the assassin should at least have the strength of the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm. How could Long Chen possibly deal with him?" But at that moment, the black-clothed person had already rushed in front of them. He finally saw Su Shui. When he saw Su Shui, surprise flashed through his eyes. But very quickly, it was suppressed by ruthlessness. From that, it could be seen that this person definitely knew Su Shui. "Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in the land of demons? You're looking for death." Su Shui suddenly moved and pounced towards the black-clothed person. The black-clothed person's disguise was very good. No matter if it was Long Chen or Su Shui, they couldn't see who he was. As for the other person, he was probably already on the run. Su Shui had already stopped the black-clothed person. Long Chen knew that he couldn't delay anymore. Su Shui told him to stay there obediently, but Long Chen didn't do that. Since the other person had already come to his door, it was different from Chen Su's provocation. It was a direct assassination. That kind of assassination was very terrifying. Long Chen absolutely wouldn't allow such a person to continue to live and assassinate him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cultivate blood escape. At this time, Long Chen suddenly used the blood escape. He only moved a little more than a kilometer before he immediately stopped. Standing in this world of leaves filled with clouds and mist, Long Chen suddenly operated the spirit-devouring demon pupil. Soon, he saw that the archer was not far from him, only less than 100 meters away. Sure enough, this man probably thought that he had killed Long Chen and was running away. At this moment, Chen Yang's heart was filled with doubts. Initially, he thought that killing Long Chen would be a simple matter. But why did a man in black head towards Long Chen's direction the moment he made his move? It was as though he was going to pick up something. From the shape of the man in black, Chen Yang seemed to have guessed that it was a person. But of course, he couldn't be sure. Could it be that this Long Chen actually has a treasure on him and Biyao has his eyes on his treasure? Chen Yang thought like that. After guessing to this point, Chen Yang already understood that he was probably being used by someone else. Now that he had killed Long Chen, he had to quickly leave the Cyanwood Sky City. He had enough confidence in his attack just now. Long Chen was only in the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm. It was completely impossible for him to block the attack of the army-shattering arrow. As he ran away, Chen Yang was thinking about what Long Chen could have obtained. He suddenly thought of the starlight on Long Chen's body. He suddenly thought, that old bastard Biyao definitely wouldn't be interested in ordinary treasures. There are only a few precious treasures in this primordial cemetery. Since that Long Chen is valued by the patriarch, could he have obtained the inheritance of one of the 7 lords, the 7 brilliant star lords? When he thought about how Long Chen actually wanted to cultivate under such a high starry sky, he felt that it was more and more possible. Damn it. I was tricked by that old bastard Biyao. I killed Long Chen and he went to pick up treasures. If I were to be caught, I would definitely die without a burial place while he could obtain the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Although he felt a bit helpless in his heart, he was already very happy to be able to kill Long Chen and avenge his son. Just at that moment, he suddenly felt a person quickly chasing towards him. Chen Yang turned his head to look, and that appearance instantly stunned him. It was Long Chen. During the day, Chen Yang had seen Long Chen a few times. He would definitely not be wrong about Long Chen's appearance. Didn't he die? Why did he catch up? Could it be that my broken army arrow didn't kill him? Then where is Sitiao? Thinking of this, Chen Yang hurriedly looked towards the place where Long Chen was previously. There was an intense battle there. Under the starlight, because of the sparks from the battle, there were no leaves blocking the way. Chen Yang finally saw the two people in the battle clearly. One of them was the strange black-clothed person who attacked. When the black-clothed person attacked, there were no traces of Sitiao. However, Chen Yang knew that Sitiao had learned a lot of things. It was very easy for him to disguise himself with battle techniques. The other person was the demon's first princess, Sushue. I never thought that Princess Sushue would actually cultivate together with Long Chen. No wonder I didn't succeed just now. However, a cold light burst out of Chen Yang's eyes. The sudden situation had caused his efforts to be in vain. However, what made him pleasantly surprised was that the idiot Long Chen actually chased after him. This is a hard-to-buy opportunity. Sitiao is being held up by Sushue and the others don't know. I can use this chance to kill Long Chen and obtain his 7 brilliant Star Lords' inheritance. Then, I, Chen Yang, will also have a day where I can look down on everyone. Thinking of this, Chen Yang was very excited. He never thought that there would be a time when the heavens would care for him like this. Long Chen, oh, Long Chen. I thought you were very smart. I never thought you were an idiot. At that moment, Chen Yang didn't advance. Instead, he retreated. After putting away the piercing cloud bow, he advanced instead of retreating. He actually turned around and rushed towards Long Chen. I knew this guy would do this. So it's actually Chen Yang. I killed Chen Su, so it's normal for him to come after me. But who was the black-clothed man before? Long Chen believed that Chen Yang definitely knew the identity of the black-clothed man, so he chased after him. Behind him, Sushue and the black-clothed man were both in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Sushue's advantage was that the battle skills she learned were all-powerful. She received the teachings of Bailan and could use the battle skills of some demon gods and emperors very well. The black-clothed man's advantage was that he had a lot of battle experience. Every move he made was very vicious. For a moment, the two of them were in a stalemate. Long Chen wasn't worried about Su Shui, but Su Shui was very worried about Long Chen. When they were fighting, she was mostly focused on Long Chen. Because of that, her opponent was obviously hiding his true strength. Because Su Shui was distracted, she wasn't able to defeat him quickly. At that moment, Long Chen and Chen Yang had already started fighting. You're courting death. Chen Yang sneered. He took out a black saber from his Qingquan bag. It was a saber that looked exactly like Chen Su's. You killed my son. I'll let you die under the same saber. Chen Yang laughed ferociously. Who is the black-clothed man? Do you know? Long Chen wasn't scared at all. In the process of advancing, he had already gradually used the dragon's soul transformation. The blood-red scales completely covered his body, making it seem as if his body had instantly turned into a killing machine. Today, Chen Yang came to assassinate him, and there was Su Shui as a witness. Long Chen could totally use his hands and feet to fight to the death with Chen Yang. However, Long Chen wanted to know who the black-clothed man was. He felt that the black-clothed man should be even more terrifying. The devouring demon pupil had the effect of controlling souls. However, Chen Yang was a warrior in the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm. If Long Chen couldn't gain his trust, he couldn't control his soul at all. As for Kitten, it was even more impossible. Right now, he was using the illusion of the dream demon. At most, he could make someone in the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm fall for it. The higher the opponent's level was, the stronger their martial spirit was. Kitten couldn't do anything. Qin Yang was too lazy to tell Long Chen. In his opinion, Long Chen was already a dead man. As a person, he had to hold back. If he revealed Situ Yao's identity today, if he was caught by Situ Yao in the future, he would definitely lose his life. What he didn't know was that Situ Yao's original plan was to kill him. It was just that because of an accident, it caused such a complicated situation. When Su Shui and the black-clothed man were happily fighting, Long Chen had already finished fighting with the opponent. Qin Yang ignored Long Chen's question and directly used a forceful attack. What he wanted was to kill Long Chen in the shortest amount of time and snatch away Long Chen's things. That way, he could escape without a trace. 7 Slaughter Tiger Saber Technique, Kill Heart. This move was probably the Qin family's inherited saber technique. When Qin Yang used it, the 7 Slaughter Tiger Saber Technique became even fiercer. The saber auras suddenly turned into ferocious tigers and fiercely pounced towards Long Chen. Each of these saber auras contained the powerful power of a warrior in the 8th level of the Earth martial realm. If Long Chen used a forceful attack, he would need to use a lot more power. 7 Star Steps of the Big Dipper was instantly used. Originally, Long Chen didn't really want to use this technique because he was afraid that Qin Yang would see that it was the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. However, the opponent's attack of the 8th level of the Earth martial realm was too fierce. Left with no other choice, Long Chen decided to use it like this. Many times, life and death were separated by a thin line. Many battles were a subconscious response. One couldn't think too much. 7 Star Steps of the Big Dipper was used. Long Chen's body flashed on the astrolabe and he quickly dodged all of the opponent's attacks. Qin Yang was stunned. Through this strange technique, he was even more certain that Long Chen had the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. The magic of the 7 Star Steps of the Big Dipper allowed Long Chen to completely dodge the opponent's attacks. The 7 Slaughter Tiger Saber Technique actually couldn't even touch a hair on Long Chen. Chapter 754. His attainments in swordsmanship were much stronger than his son's. His spiritual qi was also many times stronger than Qin Su's. It wasn't easy for Long Chen to deal with him. Even after transforming, Long Chen's spiritual qi had reached the 7th level of the Earth martial realm. Long Chen still fought very carefully. Long Chen kept using the Big Dipper steps, so Qin Yang couldn't hit him at all. He could see that Long Chen was stalling for time. Qin Yang was here to assassinate Long Chen, so the longer Long Chen delayed, the more dangerous it was for Qin Yang. When the others arrived, he wouldn't have a share of the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. I should be ruthless. Otherwise, I won't be able to kill Long Chen at all. Qin Yang thought as he looked at the black-clothed man fighting with Su Shui. The black-clothed man probably saw the situation over here. Seeing that Long Chen was still alive, he definitely knew that all his plans had failed. At that moment, the black-clothed man was fighting with Su Shui while looking for a chance to escape. A quick battle is the way to go. Otherwise, I'll definitely die. Thinking of that, Qin Yang didn't hesitate at all. He suddenly used his swordsmanship and fiercely slashed at Long Chen. 9 consecutive slashes. This move was an advanced king-level move. It was a top-notch move, so Qin Yang didn't teach it to his son. The power of the 9 consecutive slashes was too great. Under Qin Yang's attack, 9 black sword qi soared into the sky and suddenly slashed at Long Chen. There were 9 sword qi in a row. From 9 directions, they directly controlled Long Chen's front, back, left, right, up, down, and down. I don't believe you can escape under such an attack. Qin Yang let out a sneer. He madly poured out his qi, wanting to kill Long Chen in an instant. Situ Yao, who was high up in the sky, was about to leave. Once Sitayao left, Su Shui would catch up, and Qin Yang could only wait for death. Therefore, he had to be fast. Die! Qin Yang roared, his face contorted. Long Chen's expression didn't change in the slightest. The 9 black astral blades shredded all the leaves around him. When the 9 astral blades arrived, Long Chen closed his eyes and used the Big Dipper steps again. This time, however, Long Chen's speed on the astrolabe increased by countless times. The astrolabe suddenly rose up and rotated at a high speed. Meanwhile, Long Chen completely disappeared from the astrolabe. Boom boom boom. The 9 saber beams missed the astrolabe and collided in midair. The astral saber beams were all destroyed by his own power, but they did not harm Long Chen in the slightest. At this moment, Qin Yang, who had placed all his hopes on the 99 consecutive kills, was dumbfounded. While he was dumbfounded, the black-clothed man had already escaped from Su Shui's restraints. He instantly fled towards a dark place and quickly disappeared into the night. Damn it! Who is it? Su Shui didn't notice at all. It should be said that the opponent was too cunning. When he saw that Su Shui was here and Long Chen was not dead, he already had the intention to retreat. Therefore, his fighting style was very smooth. Both of their strengths were about the same. Therefore, when Su Shui wasn't paying attention, he slipped away. This black-clothed man had a lot of battle experience. Although Su Shui was confident that she was stronger than him, she didn't have the strength to kill him. She could only watch him escape and couldn't chase him. After all, she still had Long Chen to protect. The identity of the black-clothed man became a mystery. However, to Long Chen, he had a rough guess in his heart. However, he wasn't sure. As for Qin Yang, he was from the devil race. If others arrived, it would be difficult for Long Chen to kill him. Therefore, at this moment, Long Chen chose to kill him. Using the Big Dipper steps to dodge the opponent's attack was extremely dangerous. Be careful, Long Chen. Su Shui cried out in surprise, only to discover that Long Chen had actually executed the Big Dipper 7-star steps, and even that terrifying cultivation method was directly blocked. At this moment, under Su Shui's astonished gaze, Long Chen charged at his opponent. On his right palm, a golden light appeared. It emitted a resplendent light and a huge golden seal appeared in Long Chen's hand. Gold Emperor Heaven Shrouding Seal. A huge golden Emperor seal swept across the sky. It blotted out the sky as it headed straight for Qin Yang. This huge attack was in no way inferior to Qin Yang's attack when it was cast by Long Chen. Boom! 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 Qin Yang, who was shocked, could only use the 9 consecutive slashes again. The 9 astral blades collided with Long Chen's Gold Emperor Heaven Shrouding Seal. A huge explosion came, shaking the entire Cyanwood city. The power of the 2 attacks were about the same. Long Chen had the advantage of being able to use royal battle skills while his opponent had the advantage of having abundant true essence. Long Chen, I'll take care of him. Su Shui was already very shocked by Long Chen's strength. With Long Chen's battle prowess, he would have no problem fighting against someone at the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm. However, Su Shui was worried about his safety, so she said that. Hearing that, Qin Yang's expression changed. He already knew that he had completely lost his chance. Even Sitayao had chosen to escape. If he continued to stay here, he would simply be courting death. Just as he was escaping, he discovered that Long Chen, who was not afraid of death, had actually chased after him. He did not even respond to Su Shui's help. Instead, he directly chased after Qin Yang. At this moment, Qin Yang turned his head and saw Long Chen's blood-red eyes in the night. This youth suddenly had a feeling that made him tremble. I can't let him hold me back. Otherwise, if Su Shui catches up, only death awaits me. Qin Yang was extremely shocked. At this crucial moment, he could only choose to be like his son and throw the saber in his hand at Long Chen. Go die. The explosive power of the saber was so close to Long Chen. In Qin Yang's opinion, even if it couldn't take Long Chen's life, it could still block their way forward and even injure Long Chen. However, what he didn't see was that when he threw the saber, Long Chen seemed to have expected it. At this moment, in his hands, there were actually two Emperor seals that lit up at the same time. They were the Red Emperor seal and the Gold Emperor seal. In the martial aperture of his right hand, the two kinds of power had reached a state of balance. Red Emperor Sky-Burning Seal. Gold Emperor Sky-Covering Seal. The two Emperor seals quickly formed in Long Chen's hands. The power of the two Emperor seals instantly shocked Su Shui. She was closer to Long Chen, so naturally, she could feel it. The fusion of the two Emperor seals had a terrifying power of destruction. And a warrior in the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm like Long Chen could actually control such power. Originally, when Qin Yang threw the saber towards Long Chen, Su Shui was a little worried. However, after seeing the power of the fusion of the two Emperor seals, Su Shui stopped. She really wanted to see if the fusion of the two Emperor seals could directly kill Qin Yang. At that moment, the saber suddenly exploded in the air, making a loud bang. The energy formed from the explosion and countless pieces of steel rushed towards Long Chen. At the same time, it was accompanied by Qin Yang's laughter. From what he saw, Long Chen didn't dodge at all and continued to rush forward. The explosion of the saber could very likely kill Long Chen. What he didn't know was that the same tragedy as last night was happening here today. Long Chen's eyes were calm. He lightly threw the power of the fusion of the two Emperor seals forward. It was exactly the same as yesterday. All the energy was swept towards Qin Yang by the power of the explosion of the two Emperor seals. The difference was that the power of the attack today was almost 10 times stronger than yesterday. The huge branches and leaves along the way were all crushed by the attack of the two Emperor seals, turning into powder that floated in the dark night. In Qin Yang's eyes, it was like the entire sea was rushing towards him. The terrifying power of the metal and the fire mixed together. The speed and strength of the attack was something that Qin Yang couldn't imagine. He could already feel the destructive attack. That kind of attack could definitely smash him into pieces. He suddenly realized that his son, Chen Su, had probably died in Long Chen's hands like this. Impossible. He's only in the 6th level of the Earth martial realm. How can he have such power? I can't accept this. At the brink of death, Qin Yang thought mournfully. His eyes were filled with hatred and anger. However, he was powerless. The power of the two great Emperor seals immediately caught up to him, turning his body into pieces bit by bit. No, I can't let Long Chen have it easy. Qin Yang suddenly thought of this when he was about to die. He was powerful, had a mysterious identity, and even had the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Long Chen was simply a proud son of heaven. Qin Yang swore that he would destroy Long Chen's things even if he had to die. So, at the last moment, he exploded the last bit of power in his body and roared, Long Chen has obtained the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Long Chen, the 7 brilliant Star Lords. It's absolutely true. The voice of the 8th level of the Earth martial realm was quite terrifying. He emphasized the names of Long Chen and the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Immediately, the entire world rumbled. In the Cyanwood Sky City, there were probably only a few people who couldn't hear that voice. After roaring, Qin Yang was directly engulfed by Long Chen's attack. Although he didn't know what kind of trouble the roar would cause to Long Chen, to Qin Yang, it could be considered as revenge. Long Chen's final roar caused Long Chen's expression to change. He didn't expect that Qin Yang would actually roar out the news when he was about to die. With that, probably everyone in the Cyanwood Sky City, including the Demon Race and Thunder Clan, and even the ordinary martial artists knew about it. If the people of the Cyanwood Sky City knew about it, very quickly, the news would spread throughout the entire primordial cemetery. Chapter 755. If Bailan wasn't willing to put in the effort, Long Chen would probably be in danger. However, Long Chen wasn't worried for now. After all, Soi Yan still needed him. As long as Soi Yan needed him, Bai Lan wouldn't give up on Long Chen. He would also help Long Chen deal with all the troubles. There was nothing to be afraid of. When the news spread, Long Chen became calm. The most depressed person would probably be Sitiyao. At that moment, Sitiyao hadn't left. He was hiding a few miles away. After hearing the news, his expression changed. He punched a tree trunk and his expression became incomparably sinister. Chen Yang, that idiot. He actually shouted this out. Damn it. It won't be easy to get the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Even if the 2 patriarchs don't have any ideas, the 7 sons of thunder and the 8 elders of the demon race will. Today's plan has completely failed. I didn't expect Su Shue to be up there as well. I didn't expect Long Chen to still be alive. Damn it. I, Sitiyao, am completely screwed this time. He could only quickly change his attire. He could feel that there was such a huge commotion up there. It even involved the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. At that moment, almost everyone in the Cyanwood city was mobilized. Their only goal was Long Chen up there and the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords up there. Among them, the 8 elders of the demon race and the 7 sons of thunder ran the fastest. The position of the 7 sons of thunder in the Thunder clan was similar to the 8 elders of the demon race. They were all at the peak of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. In the Thunder clan, only Lei Ji knew that Long Chen had the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. There was a total of over 1,000 people. They were heading towards where Long Chen was. Long Chen didn't even need to think to know how big the commotion would be down there. What should we do? Everyone is jealous of the 7 lords' legacy, including the 8 great elders. Now that everyone knows, what should we do? Su Shue couldn't make up her mind and could only helplessly look at Long Chen. She originally thought that he was only strong in alchemy. She didn't expect him to be so strong as well. Long Chen's last move was something that even Su Shue was afraid of, so she vaguely regarded Long Chen as her pillar of support. Go down, don't worry. Long Chen's expression did not change. Now that things had come to this, he could only play it by ear. He originally thought that his trip to the Cyanwood Heavenly City would be very smooth. He never expected that 2 days after he came here to cultivate, 2 incidents would happen. The speed of his descent was very fast. Before the crowd could even descend, Long Chen had already landed in the sky above the Cyanwood Heavenly City. In the dark night, everyone saw the appearance of the youth. Only then did they stop their footsteps and did not continue to move. At this moment, even the ordinary martial artists had swarmed into the inner city of the Cyanwood Heavenly City. There were over 1,000 ordinary martial artists. Under the drive of greed, they didn't care about anything else. All of them worked together. Even the people from the Devil Clan and Thunder Clan couldn't stop them. However, there was a lack of experts among the ordinary martial artists. So they didn't dare to act rashly. At most, they came to watch the show. When Long Chen looked over, the heads of the people were moving. All of them were looking at Long Chen with greedy and fiery eyes. Even the beautiful Su Shue beside Long Chen didn't have many people drooling over her. Within this group of people, the experts from the Devil Clan and Thunder Clan quickly gathered together. They formed into 2 groups and stood on the left and right of Long Chen. Among them, the 8 great elders of the Devil Clan and basically all the elders in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm had arrived. The situation of the Thunder Clan was also similar. The only ones that weren't here were probably the 2 great clan chiefs. From the Devil Clan, even the little girl Soi Yan came out. When she heard Long Chen's name, she quickly rushed out. Only then did she see Long Chen and her sister standing together. The 2 of them were a perfect match. The man was mighty and the woman was graceful. They looked like a match made in heaven. Soi Yan felt sour in her heart and suddenly felt a little sad. However, she still clenched her teeth and walked towards Long Chen. Big brother. When Long Chen heard the clear and melodious voice, he saw Sui Yan. So, he smiled and said, Yan, why are you here? Big brother has some trouble. Su Shui, you two go back first. He didn't want to trouble these two girls because of his own matters. No, at this time, if I leave, they will be unscrupulous. Yan, don't leave either. Su Shui made a prompt decision. She looked around and knew that these guys must be coveting Long Chen's inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Only because Su Shui was still standing here and Bai Lan hadn't appeared, they could endure it. If even she left, these people would probably directly come up to fight for it. In the archaic cemetery, in front of treasures, everything seemed very pale. Sui Yan nodded obediently. She could also see what was going on, so she quickly stood in front of Long Chen to protect him and looked at the others vigilantly. The two daughters of the demon patriarch were both protecting an outsider. This scene was quite strange. From the eyes of these two beauties, everyone could see their seriousness and determination. Some young men immediately felt extremely envious and jealous. These two princesses were the lovers of their dreams, but now they were standing by Long Chen's side. What was going on? At this moment, the 8 great elders of the demon race looked at each other. This was a guest of the demon race. They could not let the Thunder clan take the lead, nor could they let the noisy ordinary cultivators take the lead. As a result, one of the 8 great elders immediately stepped forward and said to Long Chen loudly, Long Chen, my young friend, I heard that you obtained the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Do you know that the 7 brilliant Star Lords are one of the 7 lords? The inheritance is extremely precious. In the hands of a powerful person, it can help them expand their territory and protect their country. In the hands of a weak person, it will only lead to a reign of terror and countless deaths. You're still young and can't use the power of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Our demon race is on good terms with you, and the 2 princesses have a good relationship with you as well. Why don't you hand the inheritance to us for safekeeping? When you have the strength to use it, we'll return it to you. How about it? These words sounded dignified, but there was only one meaning: hand over the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Hearing the old man's words, the others cursed in their hearts. Of course, other than the demons, the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords could no longer belong to a single person. Instead, it belonged to a race. None of the 8 great elders could monopolize the inheritance, unless they were like Si Tu Yao and used a scheme to snatch it without anyone knowing. Long Chen's eyes did not look at the old man. Instead, he looked past him and at Si Tu Yao behind him. At this moment, Si Tu Yao's attire, expression, and actions were no different from the other elders. It was very difficult to imagine that he had transformed into a black-clothed man to snatch Long Chen's things. Long Chen had the spirit-devouring demon eyes, so he was already very familiar with the aura of Si Tu Yao's soul. He was about 80% certain that Si Tu Yao was the black-clothed man from before. Of course, he could only suppress this matter in his heart. After all, Si Tu Yao was probably even angrier right now. Furthermore, the 8 great elders had openly asked for the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Apart from the demons, the ordinary cultivators only dared to curse in their hearts. Before things got chaotic, they did not dare to make a move. As for the people of the Thunder Clan and the 7 scions of the Thunder Clan, they were extremely silent after arriving. They did not say a single word, so no one knew what they were talking about. The Thunder Clan actually had some intentions of attaching themselves to the demons. Even now, they probably followed the demons' lead. However, they definitely had their own thoughts. Everyone looked at Long Chen, waiting for his decision. Uncles, don't be anxious. My father and Uncle Lei are not here yet. There's no rush to deal with this matter after they come. After all, they are the patriarchs of the 2 races, right? Only the patriarchs can decide on something as important as the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Su Shui was very smart. She knew that if she pushed the decision to the patriarchs of the 2 races, the 8 great elders and the 7 scions of the Thunder clan would have nothing to say. Among the 8 great elders, the expression of the old man who had spoken earlier sank. He continued, "The patriarchs are very busy, so we'll handle this matter on their behalf. In order to prevent any accidents from happening and causing innocent deaths, Long Chen, it's best if you hand the inheritance over to us 8 great elders as soon as possible." Everyone understood that Long Chen was the savior of Bai Lan's daughter, and he would continue to do so. Once Bai Lan arrived, it might be over. Bai Lan had always been unfathomable. The 8 great elders only wanted to take action first. What was done could not be undone. Su Shui froze and revealed an angry expression. Just as she was about to continue speaking, Long Chen stopped her. Long Chen could already sense that Bai Lan and Lei Ji were already nearby. Looking at their expressions, Long Chen knew that there was nothing to worry about today. These past few days, Bai Lan had allowed Long Chen to cultivate in the sky, so she probably knew that such a day would come. However, at this time, they were watching from the sidelines and didn't seem to have any intention of rushing over. At this time, these 2 fellows were pointing at the people on the stage, discussing something, and from time to time, a vulgar smile appeared on their faces. Long Chen discovered that even though they were nearby, they did not discover them. This showed just how impressive the methods of the heaven realm were. At this moment, the 8 elders were waiting for Long Chen's reply. Their eyes were filled with threats, and their intentions were very clear. If Long Chen was unwilling to hand over the 7 brilliant Star Lord's legacy, they would take it and keep it safe for him. Long Chen looked at them coldly. Only when everyone could not wait any longer did he say slowly, "Who said I obtained the 7 brilliant Star Lord's legacy? Do you know what happened just now? It seems like someone called Jiao Chunyang tried to kill me, but I killed him. Do you really believe that some people play tricks before they die?" Chapter 756. However, the 8 great elders weren't that gullible, especially Sitayao. He knew the truth. When the old man saw Long Chen reneging on his promise, the 8 great elders looked at each other and made a decision. They didn't want to waste any more time. They could only take it by force. If Bai Lan showed up, they didn't know what would happen. Therefore, the 8 of them looked at each other and moved. They didn't care that Su Shui and Soi Yan were still there. They moved towards Long Chen. The 8 of them were in the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Long Chen couldn't even deal with one of them, let alone 9. Su Shui was the only one, so she could only deal with one of them. However, they didn't dare to hurt her. "Let's do it." The 8 of them moved in a flash. Their speed was so fast that it was an eye-opener for everybody, especially those ordinary warriors. They wanted to get a share of the loot, but now it seemed that they didn't have any hope. Su Shui and Soi Yan were extremely worried. They hadn't thought that these guys would be so shameless. At that moment, their faces were red with anger. "Big brother, be careful," Soi Yan reminded Long Chen. She didn't know that Long Chen could even kill cultivators in the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm. When he said that he killed Chen Yang, she thought that it was Su Shui who killed him. However, Long Chen wasn't worried at all. This was because he saw that Bai Lan and Lei Ji couldn't bear it any longer. Just as the 8 great elders were about to attack, Bai Lan and Lei Ji suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen. Bai Lan gently waved her hand, and suddenly, an invisible light wave spread out in all directions. This invisible wave directly sent the 8 great elders flying. They staggered on the ground for a while, and almost fell to the ground. Their faces were filled with shock. Sure enough, it was Bai Lan. Bai Lan didn't seem to be giving them any face. No matter what, they were working hard for the sake of the devil race. It was fine if Bai Lan didn't help them, but how could she block them? She didn't give them any face. At this time, the 8 great elders had gathered together, coldly glaring at the indifferent smiles on Bai Lan and Lei Ji's faces. Somewhat angry, one of the 8 great elders took a few steps forward, and under the puzzled gazes of the other demon race disciples, He directly questioned Bailan, what was the meaning of the patriarch's actions just now? We elders only wanted to add another 7 monarchs' inheritance to the demon race and increase the demon race's strength. Why did the patriarch suddenly act against us? As soon as he finished speaking, the other experts of the demon race began discussing. They also hoped that they could get a share of the 7 brilliant Star Lords' legacy after the demon race obtained it. Within the crowd of the demon race, Situ was hidden. He was originally waiting for Yao's good news, but he didn't think such a big thing would happen. When he arrived, Yao had already returned to his original clothes and stood together with the other elders. Yu thought for a long time, and after hearing what Long Chen said, he finally understood what exactly happened. It must be that when Long Chen was cultivating, Su Shui was actually by his side, and that caused his grandfather's plan to fail. But what he couldn't believe was that Long Chen actually killed Chen Yang. That was too exaggerated. Before, Yu thought that Chen Su could kill Long Chen, but he didn't think that Chen Su would die, and then Chen Yang would do it. Chen Yang was in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm, the same level as Yu. If Chen Yang died, didn't that mean that Yu was no match for Long Chen? This Long Chen is actually so abnormal. If he can kill Chen Yang, maybe he can even fight me to a draw. However, I'm only a little bit away from the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. When I reached the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, at that moment, everyone looked at Bailan with puzzled gazes. Another elder said, Patriarch, are you going to protect him just because he saved Princess Yen's life? Between the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords and the life of a mere daughter, which one is more important? Patriarch, you should know clearly which one is more important. If you lose the public for personal reasons, I'm afraid you won't be able to convince us. That person's words were very sharp, and many people strongly agreed with him. The demon clan had risen because of the inheritance of the demon god emperor. The inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords could make the demon clan's strength reach an unprecedented level. If Bailan gave up the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords because of his daughter, perhaps the others would have a problem with it. Soi Eon was so angry that she cried. It was the first day that she realized that these uncles who were usually very good to her were so hateful. They actually wanted to use her life to exchange for the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Bastard! Su Shui could not help but curse. She was about to argue, but Long Chen told her to keep quiet. He knew that Bailan would have a solution. Although the other side was overbearing, Bailan always had a faint smile on his face. Everything was probably under his control. At that moment, Bailan's gaze turned and swept across everyone's eyes with a profound gaze. Only then did the one who had spoken out of the 8 great elders worry. Only then did he remember that Bailan was a cultivator in the 2nd level of the Sky Martial Realm. He might even be the strongest cultivator in the entire Myriad Kingdom's domain. Bailan's smiling gaze did indeed hide a trace of bone-chilling killing intent. Only then did everyone remember that Bailan was famous for doting on his daughter. He looked young, but he was already several hundred years old. He had been immersed in the path of martial arts for all these years, only marrying a wife 20 years ago and giving birth to 2 daughters. As a result, he doted on his 2 daughters very much. In his heart, they were even more important than the entire demon clan. Yet, the 8 great elders wanted to sacrifice his daughters for the sake of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. If Bailan had nothing to worry about, perhaps he would have killed everyone to vent his anger. However, he could not do that. After all, he was still the patriarch of the demon clan. He had to inform the race that had been passed down through generations. As a result, while everyone was pressuring Long Chen, Bailan laughed loudly. He extended his hand and pulled Long Chen to his side. Only after looking around did he say mysteriously, "You must be joking with me. Don't you know that the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords has long been ours?" Everyone was rather confused by Bailan's words. "What does the patriarch mean?" asked the great elders in confusion. "You really are a bunch of idiots. You can't even understand such a simple question." With that, Bai Lan suddenly pulled Su Shui over. Under everyone's stunned gazes, Bai Lan held their hands together and said, "All right, since there are so many people here today, I'll make an announcement. From today onwards, Long Chen is my son-in-law. We are engaged today, and the wedding will be held on a later date. Long Chen is a member of my Bai family, as well as a member of the demon clan. Now that the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords has recognized him as its master, doesn't that mean that the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords belongs to the demon clan?" Bai Lan's words left everyone dumbfounded. Under Bai Lan's great strength, Long Chen did not resist at all. He held Su Shui's soft fingers together. He could sense that Su Shui also wanted to struggle, but Bai Lan did not allow it. While the two of them were still in a daze, Bai Lan's soft voice rang out. "Don't move. This is the best method without bloodshed. I don't want the demon clan to have internal strife for the time being. Just pretend to sacrifice yourself." Since it was just an act, Long Chen did not mind it too much. He could only cultivate the 7-colored star body in the Cyanwood Heavenly City. Furthermore, he had to stay here to help Suyen survive for 100 days. So, it did not matter what kind of identity he was given. Long Chen also did not want to make things difficult for Bai Lan. After all, he was the patriarch of the demon clan. Everything he did had to be done in the interest of the demon clan. If he did not do this, it would not be good for anyone. Su Shui also understood Bai Lan's meaning. But to be arranged like this, and to be held by an unfamiliar man in front of so many people, Su Shui's heartbeat sped up and her face turned red. The others had yet to react. The only one whose heart was broken was Soi Yan. In front of her, she saw Long Chen and Su Shui being pulled together by her father. She immediately felt like the world was collapsing. Big brother. Big sister, seeing them together, Soi Yan suddenly wanted to cry. She did not know why, but she felt very sad. However, no one paid attention to her. "Patriarch, you." The elders were rendered speechless by Bai Lan's words. Indeed, they kept saying that they were doing this for the sake of the demon race. Now, Bai Lan was very straightforward, directly making Long Chen the son-in-law of the demon race. This was similar to marrying into the demon race. Long Chen had already become a member of the Bai clan, so wouldn't his 7 brilliant star lord inheritance also belong to the demon race? In reality, everyone knew that the most precious 3,000 star domain had already recognized Long Chen as its master. Unless Long Chen was killed, it could not be changed. Long Chen was the son-in-law of the demon clan's patriarch. He was already a member of the demon clan. How could they do this? Moreover, there was another very important problem. If the owner of the 3,000 star field were to change hands, who would be the successor? None of the 8 great sect elders were willing to submit to anyone else. Therefore, it could be said that Bai Lan's move directly suppressed the 8 great elders' words. "What? You can disregard my daughter's life, but you also want to kill my son-in-law? Then let me ask you, is it the demon clan that needs the 7 brilliant star lords' inheritance, or is it one of you who covets it? Do you really think that I, Bai Lan, am a pushover that anyone can bully?" Chapter 757. Bai Lan was an expert in the sky martial arts realm. Now that he was in the right, it was time for everyone's tragedy. Long Chen suddenly felt that from Bai Lan's body, an abnormally strong qi suddenly burst out. A power similar to the devouring world of blood took effect in this space. All the demons were completely enveloped by this domain. Long Chen was aghast. This was the domain of the sky martial arts realm. In this domain, Long Chen felt that Bai Lan was simply a godlike existence. Although this domain didn't affect him, from the pale faces of the others, he could see how terrifying this domain was. The power of the domain made the 8 great elders take a few steps back. At this time, their faces were quite ugly. Under the domain of Bai Lan, they all crazily operated the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm, but they sluggishly found that even with their combined strength, they couldn't resist this power. They all retreated, staggered, and finally spat out a mouthful of blood. The 8 grand elders looked at each other, their faces filled with shock. They didn't expect Biyao to be so strong. They hadn't seen Biyao fight for a long time, they had gradually forgotten his strength. After today's experience, they all felt a kind of creepy feeling. Only now did they understand that although they were only a little bit away from the sky martial arts realm, Biyao could still easily kill all 9 of them. This was the gap between the sky martial arts realm and the earth martial arts realm. The earth martial arts realm only comprehended the bottom of a martial, while the sky martial arts realm had reached a higher level. A level completely incomprehensible to the earth martial arts realm. After casually injuring the 8 great elders, all the demons gasped and looked at Biyao in the middle. At this time, Biyao's cold eyes swept over all of them. His cold voice echoed in everyone's ears, "Remember, the patriarch of the demon clan is in my hands. I have the right to decide. I have worked hard for the demon clan all my life. My contribution to the demon clan is more than 10 times that of all of you combined. But today, because of your greed, you want to kill my daughter. Ha! Today, I will say it here. From now on, whoever dares to touch Long Chen, no matter where you run, I will kill you, no matter you are in the 1st or the 9th level of the earth martial arts realm." Biyao's words scared everyone and made them take a few steps back. At this time, the 8 great elders were frightened by Biyao. Usually, this guy looked very kind, but when he really flew into a rage, he was so terrifying. No one dared to threaten the authority of his words. If anyone dared to touch Long Chen, he would really kill them, no matter if they were an ordinary person or one of the 8 great elders of the demon clan. After saying that, Biyao withdrew his domain. At this time, everyone relaxed and breathed heavily. Just a moment ago, every one of them felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their heads. At this time, their eyes were full of fear. Long Chen was also a bit speechless. He didn't think that this Biyao would be so terrifying when he was angry. Even the 8 great elders who were acting so mighty just now were pale. At this time, while no one was paying attention, Su Shui had already pulled back her pure white hand. She didn't dare to look at Long Chen and could only angrily glare at her father. By chance, she suddenly saw that Soyan's expression wasn't good, so she quickly hugged Soyan and softly asked, "Yen, what's wrong? Big sister, is big brother going to become my brother-in-law?" Soyan asked in a daze. Seeing her little sister's expression collapse, Su Shui was shocked. She quickly softly said, "Yen, don't think too much. This is Daddy's plan to protect your big brother. I only know Long Chen, how could it be possible? Don't think too much, is that so?" Soyan shook her head and said, "But I see that you seem to like it." "Bullshit, that's impossible. The situation is urgent. Wait for me to go back and explain to you, okay?" Su Shui anxiously said. Soyan nodded. She looked at Long Chen and pursed her lips. No one knew what she was thinking. At this time, Biyao's gaze fell on one of the elders. This was the one who wanted to sacrifice Soyan. "Huang Zhong, what do you think of what I said?" Huang Zhong was shocked. He took a deep breath and looked at Long Chen and Su Shui. "Huang Zhong has nothing else to say, but we are all waiting for Long Chen and Princess Su Shui's wedding. I hope Patriarch won't disappoint us. Our demon race will have another outstanding young prodigy. This is definitely a good thing for us." Huang Zhong's words had a hidden meaning. The matter of Long Chen and Su Shui was too sudden, so they needed to see the truth, and that was the marriage. Don't worry, in any case, it won't be long. Getting married in the primeval cemetery is something that has never happened in the past, right? Ha! Biyao roared with laughter in an unbridled manner, and then he swept everyone with his gaze and asked, "If any of you still have any objections, then stand out and speak frankly. Is anyone displeased with me, Biyao?" Whether it was the ordinary warriors, the demon race, or the thunder race, all of them were silent. However, when Bylon was about to leave with Long Chen, a voice suddenly came from the crowd of demons. "I'm not satisfied." Situ Yao's expression changed. He could tell that this voice was Situ Yu's. Sure enough, under everyone's strange gazes, Situ Yu walked out from the crowd with bloodshot eyes. At this moment, his entire body was emitting a murderous aura. He walked in front of the crowd and boldly looked at Bylon. "Oh, little guy, what are you not satisfied about?" Situ Yu's action made Bylon curious. At the same time, Long Chen was also curious about how this guy could be so daring. In fact, Situ Yu's heart had been tormented to the extreme. Even Situ Yao didn't dare to speak in front of Bylon, but he was not satisfied. That's why he had said those words just now. However, he was not an idiot. After following Situ Yao for so many years, he still had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. At this moment, he had some ideas, so he took the risk. So, Situ Yu raised his head and looked at Long Chen with provocative eyes. He said, "Princess Su Shui is in the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm. She is the most outstanding young disciple of the demon race. Only the most outstanding man in the demon race is worthy of her, not a weakling in the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm. So, I'm not satisfied. Also, I remember that the Patriarch once told me that when I reach the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm, he will betroth Princess Su Shui to me. Now, he is going back on his words. How could he let Princess Su Shui marry someone else?" Situ Yu dared to say those words at this time. He was extremely courageous. Long Chen originally thought that he was just an idiot. He didn't expect him to have such a crazy and bold side. His words made Bylon faintly smile. He felt that Situ Yu was a bit interesting, so he asked, "Let me answer your question. First, Long Chen is not a piece of trash. Everybody knows that Chen Yang, who was in the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm, was killed by him. His real fighting capacity is far higher than the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Second, have you reached the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm?" After saying the first words, Bylon didn't immediately kick him out. Situ Yu became a lot more courageous. He really couldn't bear the fact that Su Shui was married to Long Chen. Long Chen had taken away the position in his dream. He had always wanted to marry Su Shui, this enchanting beauty, and become Bylon's son-in-law. He even had the opportunity to cultivate the secret technique of the demon god emperor. But now, this position was occupied by Long Chen. How could he be satisfied? The peerless beauty in his dream was going to be with Long Chen. Thinking of this, Situ Yu's heart was about to explode. Therefore, he boldly stood out, which was beyond everyone's expectations. After the initial nervousness, he quickly got into the mood and answered Bylon, "I can answer these 2 questions. First, who saw with their own eyes that Long Chen used his real strength to kill Chen Yang? Maybe he used some dirty tricks. How could such a despicable person be the son-in-law of the Patriarch? How could he be worthy of Princess Su Shui? Second, Situ Yu, haven't reached the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm yet, but it seems that I'm not far from it. I don't know if the Patriarch can give me a short period of time." Bylon became silent. He looked at the young man and smiled helplessly. He thought, this little guy is really scheming. Yes, he has inherited Situ Yao's talent. He provoked Long Chen in public and questioned Long Chen. I want to establish Long Chen's image. The only way to do that is to let Long Chen fight with him. That's probably his goal. Thinking of this, Bylon smiled and asked, "Situ Yu, in your opinion, how do you think I can convince you?" Situ Yu was waiting for Bylon to say this, but he didn't know that Bylon knew what he was thinking. So, Situ Yu boldly said, "It's very simple. Since Long Chen has the strength to kill Chen Yang, who is in the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm, let him fight with me. If he can defeat me, it will prove that he is indeed qualified to be the son-in-law of the Patriarch. Among the young men in the demon clan, I am the strongest. If Long Chen can defeat me, then the other young men in the demon clan will be convinced. Sitayu established his position on the position of all the young men in the demon clan. Immediately, many people agreed with him. They said that Bai Sushue was extremely beautiful. In the demon clan, there were only a few young men who didn't have feelings for her. But Long Chen, an outsider, suddenly appeared out of nowhere and snatched away her love. Who would be willing to let a pig overturn cabbage? Therefore, the crowd voiced out their support for Sitayu. Chapter 758. Tonight was definitely his most resourceful night, and also his most awe-inspiring night. This was because he could make Bai Lan, who was terror-stricken by his name, speechless. At this time, Bai Lan was still looking at the young man with a smile and didn't speak. After a while, when Sitayu was still a little scared, he said, "Who is qualified to be my son-in-law? Is it up to you, Sitayu, to decide? Who do you think you are?" Hearing this, Sitayu was a little regretful. Of course, Bai Lan didn't take Sitayu seriously, but from now on, even if Long Chen could marry Bai Sushue, it was estimated that many people would despise his strength. This was Bai Lan's difficulty, because he didn't know how strong Long Chen was. The other side's provocation could only be dealt with by the young man himself. So, at this time, Bai Lan looked at Long Chen. Long Chen knew that Sitayu would let him make the decision. Regarding Situyu's provocation, should Long Chen accept it or not? At this time, Sitayu gathered his courage and continued, "If some people are not sure of themselves, they can extend the time of this battle for a month, and work hard during this month. Maybe they can really get lucky and improve a lot." The some people he was talking about, naturally, was Long Chen. In fact, Long Chen wasn't afraid of provocation at all. His temper was very straightforward. This Sitayu's face was cheap. Long Chen couldn't wait to beat him up, but the problem was that when he was fighting with Chen Yang, he used the two great emperor seals, which consumed a lot of Jin Yuan. Now, fighting with Sitayu, it was inevitable that he would be at a disadvantage. After a month, Long Chen's 7 glorious star body would have reached grand completion. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to beat this guy up. In front of everyone, Long Chen's eyes narrowed. He didn't show any weakness. He looked at Sitayu and lightly said, "After a month, then after a month, I, Long Chen, will accept your challenge. If you want to challenge me, then just say it, don't talk so much nonsense, it will only make me look down on you." Sitayu's face darkened, but fortunately, Long Chen finally fell for it. Hearing Long Chen's words, Sitayu was very happy in his heart. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "So, you actually agree? But, you are really brave." Then after a month, let all the young people of our devil race see how strong you, Long Chen, are and whether you are qualified to marry Princess Su Shui. If you lose, I guess you won't have the face to marry Princess Su Shui, right? Sitayu's words were even more cunning. He directly grasped Long Chen's weakness. If Long Chen really lost, under the contempt of the crowd, he might really be unable to bear the psychological pressure and marry Su Shui. This was Sitayu's purpose. Previously, Bai Lan said that Long Chen was his son-in-law, so the inheritance of the 7 glorious Star Lord belonged to the devil race. But if Long Chen wasn't his son-in-law, then wouldn't it mean that he could make a move on him? This move was neither fearless nor ruthless. Even the 8 great elders had to admire Sitayu at this moment. This matter could only be done by him. No one else was suitable. After all, no one else had the strength to fight against Long Chen. Even Sitayu secretly laughed. Now, everyone was looking at Long Chen, waiting to see how Long Chen would answer. If he lost a month ago, would he still have the face to marry Bai Sushue? Everyone thought that Long Chen would be conflicted and angry, but they guessed wrong. Long Chen didn't have any emotion at all. He looked at Sitayu indifferently as if Sitayu was an insignificant matter. He said indifferently, "As you wish, if I lose to you, I won't marry Bai Sushue and give the opportunity to you, Sitayu." "Very good, a gentleman's word is as good as a whip. Now, everyone can hear what you said, Long Chen." Sitayu was incomparably excited in his heart. Under the witness of everyone, he was already foolproof. After a month, all the glory would belong to him, Sityu. This was the agreement between Long Chen and Sityu. If Long Chen lost, even Bai Lan wouldn't be able to say anything, and even Bai Lan couldn't do anything to Sityu. At this moment, seeing that Long Chen actually agreed, while admiring Sityu's ability, everyone despised Long Chen. This Long Chen is too stupid, he was fooled by Sityu's provocation. The patriarch wants to protect this Long Chen, but he didn't expect that this Long Chen is an idiot. He actually agreed to Sityu's words. He is really a complete idiot. Just watch. In a month's time, this Long Chen will definitely be defeated by Big Brother Sityu. When that happens, he'll be crying. Yeah, I think it's better to just give the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords to Big Brother Sityu. After all, Big Brother Sityu has wisdom, talent, and strength. He's the most suitable candidate for the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords. He's also the one who's truly worthy of Princess Sushue. Everyone began to discuss. Bai Lan didn't mind hearing this. He sized up Long Chen and asked with interest, "Are you really confident?" Long Chen said, "I'm not confident, but if I don't agree, would I still be Long Chen?" These words couldn't be considered arrogance. Bai Lan saw a tenacious undying spirit in this youth. He suddenly felt a bit dazed. He felt that with this kind of temperament, he would definitely do some shocking things in the future. Perhaps he, Bai Lan, would even be rewarded for helping Long Chen today. Not bad, Bai Lan praised him. Bai Lan gave him a very direct praise. After saying this, he turned to the crowd and said, "That's all for today. You can all go back for me." That's right, after Sityu's promise, today's matter had come to an end. Under Bai Lan's orders, everyone left one after another. As they left, they discussed what had happened today. What they talked about the most was the battle in a month's time. Unknowingly, everyone began to look forward to the battle in a month's time. What would happen in a month's time? At that time, who would the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords belong to? Let the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords stay in the hands of Long Chen for a while longer, countless people muttered in their hearts. After they left, only the 2 chiefs, Long Chen and Sushue Soyan, were left. Lei Ji didn't say anything from beginning to end. He looked at Long Chen and said, "If you work hard for the next month, I think Sityu might really be able to break through to the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm. If that's the case, it'll be a little troublesome." "Yeah, why should we accept this challenge?" said Sushue worriedly. Lei Ji shook his head and said, "Little girl, you don't understand. For a man, this challenge has to be accepted. Alright, have a good time with your family. As an outsider, I'll leave first." After saying that, Lei Ji didn't stay any longer and directly left. After he left, the 4 people looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Bai Lan suddenly laughed and said, "Alright, don't be so gloomy. I was just casually talking about the marriage. Whether or not you two want to get married is your own business. You can continue chatting, I'm leaving." After saying that, Bai Lan was about to leave, but halfway through, he suddenly turned his head and said, "In the future, when you go up there to cultivate, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on you. You just need to focus on cultivating and quickly refine the 7 brilliant star body." "Got it. Got it. Thank you, Chief." A look of gratitude appeared in Long Chen's eyes. To tell the truth, this Bai Lan was truly good to him. Moreover, Long Chen really liked Bai Lan's personality. She was straightforward, not bothering about trifles, and so on. Long Chen had always been a person who would take revenge for enmity and repay kindness for kindness. Now that Bai Lan was treating him so well, he would definitely repay her kindness in the future. After a while, Bai Lan finally left, leaving behind Long Chen and the 2 sisters. In the dark and windy night, the 3 were a bit embarrassed. Soi Yan was the first to say, "I'm leaving." After saying that, she quickened her pace and ran to her courtyard. Only now did Long Chen realize that Su Yan seemed to be a bit sad. He looked at Su Shui, and Su Shui glared at him and said, "I told you long ago to keep a distance between me and my sister. Now that she is sad, you can do as you see fit. If my sister's mood is always bad, you don't need me to be nice to you." After saying that, she also left, leaving Long Chen alone. Long Chen suddenly felt a headache coming on. Women were really troublesome things. He still wanted to study the 7 brilliant star body, but now it seemed that he had to deal with this little girl, Soi Yan. Entering the wooden house, Long Chen gently knocked on the door and said, "Yan, can you open the door?" After a while, Soi Yan opened the door with her eyes red and swollen. She didn't dare to look at Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen sighed. He also didn't have the heart to hurt this little girl. Matters of the heart couldn't be forced. If Long Chen didn't make it clear to her, then it would only make her sad. Therefore, Long Chen directly pulled her into the room. "Big brother, what are you doing?" Soi Yan was a bit stunned. Long Chen broke into her boudoir like this. Wasn't this a man and a woman alone in a room? But, he was her sister's. "Big brother, you should go out." Thinking of this, Soi Yan quickly said. Seeing this little girl's nervous appearance, Long Chen helplessly smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. Sit down, I'll tell you a story." "Do you want to hear it?" Soi Yan was stunned. She quickly nodded like a chick pecking rice and said, "Okay." Long Chen pursed his lips. He pondered for a while. Then, he slowly told Soi Yan about his and Lingxi's matters. Just treat it as a memory. Long Chen didn't know why he inexplicably said it. In fact, there was no need to say it to a little girl. It was more because in the process of saying it, he had a very carefree feeling. He had accumulated a lot of resentment and unwillingness in his heart. At this time, he vented it all out. After he finished speaking, Long Chen's eyes were already a bit red and swollen. Chapter 759. Following Siti Yao's footsteps, Siti Yu and Siti Yao entered Siti Yao's residence. Siti Yao didn't say anything along the way, so Siti Yu was a bit nervous. Although he was very proud of what he did today, he didn't know what the older generation would think. At this time, Siti Yao finally turned around and looked at him. In Siti Yao's eyes, Siti Yu saw a trace of admiration. He relaxed, knowing that Siti Yao was quite satisfied with his performance tonight. "It's a pity that I didn't know that Su Shui actually went up with Long Chen, and the army-piercing arrow didn't kill Long Chen. That's why everyone knows that he has the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords. It's really difficult for us to get the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords." Siti Yu was also depressed about this matter. Although his last wits saved a certain chance, it was really too difficult to get the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords. "Grandpa, do you think it's possible that if I defeat or even kill Long Chen in a month, the patriarch will give me the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords? After all the elders of the 8 great sects want the inheritance, and no one can accept it. If I get the inheritance and become the son-in-law of the patriarch, the others will probably have nothing to say." Siti Yu tentatively guessed. "That's a good idea, but if you want to realize it, you need to deal with a lot of accidents. The patriarch won't let you kill Long Chen, but Long Chen seems to be an impulsive person. Maybe you can really kill him that day. Your performance tonight is very good, it's beyond my expectations. However, you must guarantee that you can kill Long Chen in a month's time." Siti Yao said with a deep look in his eyes. Siti Yu laughed and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa. I have recently touched the edge of the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm. If you help me during this time, I will definitely be able to reach the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm within a month and reach the same level as you, Grandpa." Looking at his confident grandson, Siti Yao was a bit emotional. Reaching the 9th level of the Earth martial realm at such a young age was already considered a peerless genius. If Siti Yu continued to cultivate like this, within 10 years, it would be possible for a strong person in the Sky martial realm to appear in the Situ family. It was even possible for him to reach the second level of the Sky Martial Realm in his lifetime and reach the level of the Demon Clan's Patriarch. Are you really sure that you can reach the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm in a month? Biyao asked with a bit of surprise. It's absolutely true. This feeling can't be wrong. Long Chen was in the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Although I don't know what strange method he used to kill Chen Yang, I am much stronger than Chen Yang right now, not to mention I will be in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm in a month. At that time, I will probably be able to kill him with one move. But Grandpa, just to be on the safe side, I want to ask for another thing from you, said Yu while looking at Biyao with expectation. You mean, you want the Spear of Million Melting? Said Biyao with a smile. The Spear of Million Melting is the strongest weapon of the Situ family. It is the only primary level divine weapon of the royal family. If I have the Spear of Million Melting, I can kill Long Chen with one move. I think that even the Patriarch can't save him in such a short time. The Spear of Million Melting can transform into millions and millions of people. How can a little Long Chen resist it? Said Yu proudly. At the same time, he looked at Biyao with expectation. If Biyao could agree, then it would really be foolproof. Long Chen is only in the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm. His true essence is far from being able to use the 3,000 star field. If the 3,000 star field is used, I naturally can't let you take the Spear of Million Melting. The Spear of Million Melting is no match for this legendary divine weapon. But since Long Chen can't use the 3,000 star field, you can take the Spear of Million Melting. Thank you, Grandpa. I will definitely work hard to kill Long Chen and take the 3,000 star field for Grandpa to use, said Yu with incomparable excitement. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other and laughed. There was a bit of unbridled madness in their laughter. Grandpa, since it's like this, I won't waste any more time. I will go cultivate and try to reach the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm in the shortest time possible and then give everyone a surprise. In one night, Long Chen told Soi Yan everything about himself. Telling Soi Yan was not his purpose. His purpose was to find someone to talk to. In one night, he completely untied the knot in his heart. At this time, Soi Yan also understood Long Chen. It was undeniable that she felt that she had a good impression of Long Chen, but his good impression was insignificant compared to the previous relationship between Long Chen and Lingxi. It was so insignificant that even Soi Yan herself could only hide it in the depths of her heart. She didn't dare to take it out again. Looking at this tough young man, Soyan's voice was a bit hoarse. She had already shed a lot of tears, but at this time, she still couldn't help but comfort Long Chen. She said, "Big brother, don't worry. With your ability, you will definitely be able to find Sister Lingxi. Yan believes that you can do it. You must do your best." Long Chen smiled helplessly. He didn't know why he said this to a little girl, so he said, "Yan, I've only told this to you. You can't tell anyone else. I'll be laughed at." "Of course not. This is a secret between us." He, said Soi Yan happily. For her, Long Chen only told her, but not her sister. This was enough for her. "I told you this because I don't want you to be sad. If I am still alive, one day I will leave you and this place." Long Chen clearly said to her. He didn't want this little girl to miss him for too long if he suddenly disappeared one day. Okay. Suyan nodded her head obediently and said. For Soi Yan to be sensible, Long Chen was already very satisfied. After explaining it to her, Long Chen and Su Shui would talk to each other. Once this little girl understood the inside story, she probably wouldn't be sad anymore. In fact, Long Chen didn't know that at this time, her heart was even more sad. It was just that she didn't explain it clearly. "Well, Yan, I still have to fight against Situ in a month. I'm going to cultivate. In a few days, I will feed you blood, haha. Big brother, are you sure you won't leave me in 100 days? Soi Yan nervously asked. That's for sure, because this is my promise. I think that Sitayu wants to kill me. So even if it's for you, I can't die in his hands. Really? Soi Ian smiled happily again. After chatting for a while, Long Chen left. At this time, the sky was already completely bright. What happened last night quickly spread through the entire Cyanwood Heavenly City. As more and more cultivators left and arrived, the news gradually spread through the entire primordial cemetery. Probably in a few days, all the experts in the primordial cemetery would know that there was a young man called Long Chen who obtained the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lord and then became the son-in-law of the demon clan's patriarch, Biyao. At that time, Biyao would probably be envied by the other patriarchs. After all, anyone would be envious of him for obtaining the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lord so easily. During the day, when the sun appeared, the light of the stars and moon would be suppressed. So, Long Chen couldn't absorb the astral energy to cultivate the 7 brilliant star body. However, during this period of time, he could consolidate the knowledge of the 7 brilliant star body and astral energy. At the same time, he could comprehend the martial god tablet diagram and improve his true origin. In the following month, the 7 brilliant star body and the martial god tablet diagram would be Long Chen's main direction of attack. The most perfect state would be when Long Chen not only completely cultivated the 7 brilliant star body, but also comprehended the martial god tablet diagram and reached the 7th level of the earth martial realm. In that case, no matter what trick Sitayu played, Long Chen would be able to defeat him. As he progressed earnestly, the night gradually descended. The starlight that filled the sky appeared once more, and it sprinkled down onto the land that was filled with greenery. Long Chen had already taken advantage of this time to arrive at the top of the ancient tree. This time, he didn't need Su Shui to accompany him, because Long Chen knew that Biyao was already protecting him from the shadows. Biyao was the most supreme expert in the primeval cemetery, and with his protection, Long Chen would be completely free of worries. Biyao was indeed good to him. This kindness, Long Chen firmly remembered in his heart. Sitting on a leaf at the top of the mountain, Long Chen silently began to operate the 7 brilliant star technique. Very soon, the starlight filled the air and completely enveloped his body. In Long Chen's body, the 7 brilliant star qi quickly flowed in the 18 martial veins. Astral qi. The destructive aura of the astral qi is even more terrifying than the gold-devouring qi. What I need to do is actually to absorb the astral qi into my body and use it to temper my body. I need to transform the astral qi into my own power, allowing my body to receive an absolute strengthening. From there, I can form the 7 glorious star body. This 7 glorious star body is a Middle Emperor battle skill. It's extremely powerful. However, the more powerful the battle skill, the more difficult it was to cultivate. The 7 brilliant star body was the same. Just absorbing the stellar qi was terrifying enough for Long Chen. If he wasn't careful, his body would probably be smashed into pieces. Therefore, when cultivating the 7 brilliant star body, Long Chen had to be extremely careful. Advancing forward courageously was the hard truth. Therefore, Long Chen wasn't afraid at all. Given Long Chen's body, how could he possibly withstand the astral energy? Chapter 760. A space of astral qi was formed around him. In this space, no one could get close to Long Chen. After all, the astral qi was too terrifying. Long Chen's entire body was bathed in the astral energy. Although the astral energy was terrifying, Long Chen was familiar with the method of guiding the astral energy in the 7 glorious stars art. He could let the astral energy enter his body bit by bit. The most important thing was the blue heart-shaped stone that Long Chen had obtained from the ancient tomb in the starry sky. At this time, Long Chen took this blue stone out of the great void realm. This thing is the core of a huge meteorite. The core is the foundation of every star. If I don't have this core in my body, I won't be able to successfully cultivate the 7 glorious stars art. This core is the real key. The first thing I need to do is to integrate the core into my heart. In Long Chen's hand, the blue astral river was floating. This core was actually the heart of the entire planet. Long Chen had integrated it into his body. At this time, he was integrating it into his heart, turning his body into a small planet. This way, he could accommodate the power of the stars and use the astral energy to forge his body. Long Chen was using this astral river to further control the astral energy. Precise control of the astral energy was the key to whether Long Chen could forge his body with the astral energy. At this time, in the palm of his hand, the 7 glorious stars' qi gushed out. It was like a stream of water, completely enveloping the blue astral river. The blue astral river was swimming on the qi. Rays of deep blue light were emitted from the runes on the surface of the astral river. Under the illumination of the runes, Long Chen's face flickered with a blue fluorescence. This should be enough. The 7 glorious stars' qi came from Long Chen's body. Long Chen could take it back at any time. At this time, under the cover of Long Chen's 7 glorious stars' qi, the blue astral river began to melt. Soon, it completely melted into Long Chen's 7 glorious stars' qi. Only the deep blue runes remained. They surged in Long Chen's qi like a small boat in the sea. It's time. Long Chen calmed his mind, and then slowly moved the 7 glorious stars' true essence in his hand towards his heart. When it touched his heart, the true essence actually turned into a liquid that gradually melted into Long Chen's body. Long Chen suddenly felt a scorching energy fusing into his body. After the blue energy fused into his body, it quickly rushed towards Long Chen's heart. Soon, the blue energy completely surrounded Long Chen's heart. Is the astral river starting to fuse with my heart? Long Chen waited expectantly. He could see that the runes on the astral river had already attached themselves to Long Chen's heart. The blue energy followed the runes and gradually fused with Long Chen's beating heart. As time passed, Long Chen's heart gradually turned blue. This made his heart look like the original stone. Long Chen felt a powerful energy flow into his body. This was a scorching and vast energy. It was similar to Long Chen's understanding of the power of stars. In fact, under the corrosion of the ancient blood spiritual dragon's bloodline, Long Chen's body and even his bones had completely turned blood red. At this moment, only his heart had turned blue. It was like the brightest star in the night sky. The fusion of the astral river and Long Chen's heart made Long Chen feel as if he already had the power to control the stars. At this moment, the billions of stars above his head were incomparably clear in his heart. At this moment, Long Chen also felt as if he was one of them. The astral river had almost turned him into a human-shaped planet. Next, I will use the power of the astral river to attract the astral energy in the sky and slowly train my body. The fusion of the astral river was not dangerous. In fact, it was very smooth. The dark blue runes had already attached themselves to Long Chen's heart, providing Long Chen with a steady stream of star energy. This power allowed Long Chen to have some control over the stars in the sky. At this moment, he was preparing to start absorbing the astral energy. Unexpectedly, as soon as he used the power of the astral core, a change actually occurred in his body. As his heart beat, his dark red blood surged throughout his body and then returned to his heart. In his endless blood vessels, a dense blood-red dragon shadow actually appeared at this moment. It was as if millions of blood-red divine dragons were advancing towards his heart at the same time. This was a rebellion that belonged to the bloodline. The bloodline of the ancient blood spiritual dragon was extremely powerful. How could it let a mere 7 brilliant star lord inherit it? The tiny astral river occupied the most important part of the bloodline, the heart. Hence, in Long Chen's body, the ancient blood spiritual dragon's bloodline was enraged. Countless blood-red dragons surged towards his heart at the same time. Suddenly, Long Chen felt his blood boil. The countless blood-red dragons rushed into his heart in an instant. Before Long Chen could react, the blood-red dragons had all fused into his heart. Immediately, countless dragon inscriptions appeared on his heart. The originally blue heart completely turned blood red after being covered by these blood-red dragon inscriptions. The mysterious runes that had originally belonged to the astral river still existed, but they had been completely dyed blood-red by the ancient blood spiritual dragon. Long Chen could sense that the power of the astral river that had originally belonged to the astral river still existed. In fact, with the support of the blood-red power, it was even more powerful than before. However, what made people speechless was that no one could see the power of the astral river in Long Chen's body. This scene was similar to when the remnant soul of the Golden Crow had entered Long Chen's body. The originally golden crow fire had turned red. Under the control of the ancient blood spiritual dragon's bloodline, Long Chen's body could only have one color, blood red. Both the Golden Crow fire and the astral river had been completely covered in blood red in the end. This was just a small interlude. It didn't affect Long Chen's ability to attract the astral gang qi in the sky. After the transformation of his body was complete, Long Chen didn't think too much about it. He directly attracted the power of the astral river, using the 7 glorious stars' real essence as a guide to attract the astral gang qi in the sky. Under the control of the astral river, Long Chen's perception spread across the starry sky, extending to the distant stars. The astral gang qi was a kind of dark purple gas that surrounded the surface of the stars. This gas had a terrifying lethality. Similar to the gold-devouring gas, it looked like it was composed of countless densely packed small blades that could move freely. When an ordinary person encountered this astral gang qi, it was roughly the same as encountering the gold-devouring gas. The end result was inevitable death. Whether or not he could attract the astral gang qi required a very long period of time. Therefore, Long Chen didn't succeed at the beginning. There were countless stars in the sky. The only thing Long Chen could do was to try again and again. This was not a simple matter. According to the description of the 7 glorious stars' body, it actually took several days to successfully attract the astral gang qi. However, Long Chen's situation was a bit special. His martial spirit was in the form of a dragon, not a human. Martial spirits and perception had a great relationship. This also meant that Long Chen's ability to communicate with the astral gang qi was also different from ordinary people. After about 4 hours, Long Chen had already attracted a trace of the astral gang qi towards his direction. This astral gang qi was very little, but after all, it had already started. This speed was much faster than what was described in the 7 glorious stars body art. This trace of astral gang qi was not much. It wasn't even enough to surround Long Chen. Long Chen carefully moved it from the endless void to his eyes. He opened his eyes and looked at the trace of purple gas in front of him. This purple gas, under the control of Long Chen, was still constantly changing its shape in front of him. It was as if this gas had intelligence. At this moment, it was constantly twisting and changing into birds, beasts, and even fish, prawns, and monsters in the rivers and lakes. Each of these forms was full of malevolence. Looking at Long Chen, it was as if Long Chen, who was controlling its body, was its enemy. The boundless world is really mysterious. Even this astral gang qi seems to have its own consciousness. Long Chen sighed to himself. In fact, there were only 2 tricks to cultivating the 7 glorious stars body. Long Chen had already reached such a high place and successfully fused with the star core. Now, he only needed to do 2 things to complete the 7 glorious stars body. The first was control. He needed to precisely control the astral gang qi so that it could train his muscles, bones, blood vessels, and organs without harming himself. This would strengthen every part of his body. The second was patience. Those who could cultivate the 7 glorious stars body would definitely have astonishing willpower. As long as they endured the torture of the astral gang qi time and time again and forged their bodies through the torture, they would be able to succeed. Throughout history, there had actually been many people who had obtained the 7 glorious stars body. The 7 glorious star lord was not the creator of this cultivation method, but most people had suffered too much torture to cultivate this cultivation method. As a result, they ultimately failed in the end. Even if they succeeded, they had to endure it again and again, wasting a lot of time. Long Chen didn't have much confidence either. Chapter 761. A month's time. I can't drag it on any longer. I only have a total of 3 months in the Cyanwood Heavenly City. In these 3 months, I have to make all the things I have obtained a joke. Otherwise, how am I going to find the God Race young master and bring Xiao Lang out? With pressure, there would be improvement. Xiao Lang was still in the hands of the God Race young master. It was unknown what kind of torture he would be subjected to. This was the pressure in Long Chen's heart. Thinking of all the things that needed to be done by himself, Long Chen clenched his teeth. At this moment, he carefully controlled the astral energy and directed it towards his left arm. The muscles there were the strongest and it was not as weak as the organs. Therefore, he could give it a try first. After all, when the 7 glorious star body reached the large success stage, Long Chen would still need to use the astral energy to refine his brain and heart. Those were the most dangerous areas. Therefore, the left arm was the safest. As for why Long Chen did not choose the right arm, it was because his right palm still had the 5 emperor seals. If he did not control it well and destroyed the 5 emperor seals, it would not be worth it. That malevolent astral energy neared Long Chen's arm. Even before it neared, Long Chen could already feel the sharpness of the astral energy. It felt as though countless blades were slicing at his arm, causing him to feel a burning pain. Long Chen paused for a moment and then continued to control the astral energy. At the same time, a lot of 7 glorious star true essence surged out from his 9 martial apertures, completely wrapping around Long Chen's arm. This was a long attempt. Although Long Chen was very courageous, he knew the principle of being hasty and not eating hot tofu. His movements and control were very slow. Although it was slow, if he succeeded, his speed would be much faster than others. In history, the fastest person to master the 7 glorious star body had spent more than 40 days. There was no need to talk about ordinary people. There were people who spent a year or 2. And the pressure that Long Chen gave himself was to complete it within a month. Although this was a very difficult task, Long Chen had no choice but to do so in order to win the battle in a month's time. There's still a month left and there are a lot of variables. Situ Yu is so bold, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have any trump cards. If Sitiao wants him to win, he will definitely give him a lot of good things. I can't be careless. Besides, I heard him say that he is about to enter the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Long Chen could not afford to lose this battle. So, he gritted his teeth. At this time, the terrifying astral energy, surrounded by Long Chen's 7 glorious star body, gradually approached Long Chen's arm. At the last moment, the astral energy was like a beast, directly pouncing on Long Chen's arm. If it weren't for the fusion of the 7 glorious stars' true essence, then this astral aura energy would have completely crushed Long Chen's arm. In the first moment, Long Chen felt a severe pain, but Long Chen didn't transform into his dragon soul metamorphosis. This was the cultivation of his body. If he used the dragon soul metamorphosis, then those dragon scales might not be able to obtain the fundamental cultivation. Only when the astral energy and the 7 glorious star body essence fused together could it forge Long Chen's body and not destroy it. However, the pain that the two caused to Long Chen was actually similar. At the beginning, Long Chen's complexion changed. He clenched his teeth and did not let himself cry. At this time, the astral energy and the 7 glorious star body essence had completely entered Long Chen's arm. It was as if there were countless blades piercing Long Chen's arm. The burning pain made Long Chen want to use the star nucleus to control the astral energy and throw it away. However, when he thought of the battle in a month's time, Long Chen clenched his teeth and did not choose to do so. Although the pain was intense, it was not to the extent that he could not bear it at the beginning. Long Chen knew that the longer he endured, the greater his progress would be. Under the intense pain, Long Chen could not withdraw the astral energy. He had to control the astral energy and let it enter the other parts of his body. While the astral energy was forging Long Chen's body, it also fused with Long Chen's body, turning his body into a battle body full of astral energy. When the true Seven Glorious Star body was completed, Long Chen estimated that his entire body would be filled with astral energy. It could be imagined how strong his body would be at that time. Among the inheritance of the Seven Glorious Star Lords, the 3,000 star field was the most famous weapon. Below the 3,000 star field, the Seven Glorious Star Lord was most famous for his Seven Glorious Star body. Back then, countless experts in the sky martial arts realm were directly defeated by his Seven Glorious Star body. This bit of astral energy was only enough for Long Chen to train a small part of his arm. However, it still took a total of 2 hours. Long Chen clenched his teeth tightly. After enduring for 2 hours, the astral energy was finally exhausted. Long Chen also felt that a small part of his left arm was actually spitting out purple astral energy. The strength of his body could be said to be countless times stronger than before. Ever since he had once cultivated a kind of Zhenwu demonic body before reaching the earth martial arts realm, Long Chen had not cultivated body refining battle skills for a long time. Therefore, this time's cultivation directly improved a small part of his body by countless times. It could be imagined how terrifying his body would be if he completed the entire Seven Glorious Star body. The worst inheritance of the Seven Glorious Star Lords, the Big Dipper Steps, was now Long Chen's trump card among trump cards. After the astral energy was exhausted, Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. When he recalled the feeling just now, he also felt a kind of creepy feeling. However, it had to be said that the strength of his arm had indeed increased a lot because of it. Although the feeling just now was so terrifying that Long Chen could not bear to recall it, in order to continue to become stronger, Long Chen knew that he could not give up halfway. When he treated this kind of pain as normal pain, or even felt numb, that would be when he truly succeeded. I can't relax, nor can I recall it. I can only continue to face it. At this time, there was still some time before dawn. Long Chen gritted his teeth and continued to use his perception to perceive the existence of the astral energy in the endless starry sky. This time, it was much easier than the last time. After all, the last time was the first time, and this time, the astral energy Long Chen attracted was more than 10 times that of Long Chen's before. From this, it could be seen how great Long Chen's determination was. Only at night would he be able to activate the astral chi. However, this astral chi wouldn't disappear during the day. Long Chen was prepared to spend an entire day to digest this 10 times more astral chi. Actually, the process of digesting the astral chi was to allow the astral chi to temper his body, and finally, completely fuse it with his body. A large mass of purple astral energy descended from the sky. This astral energy, under the control of Long Chen's Star River, revolved around Long Chen. This purple astral energy gradually turned into a sphere, completely enveloping Long Chen within it. For him to attempt such a terrifying attempt on his second time, it could be seen to the extent of Long Chen's mental fortitude. In the same place, Bai Lan and Lei Ji stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, watching Long Chen cultivating. At the beginning, they were still talking and laughing, but when they saw that Long Chen had attracted so much astral energy, both of them were dumbfounded. This kid is too crazy. Just a little bit of astral energy took him 2 hours, causing him so much pain that he wished he was dead. I thought that he would stop tonight and rest for a while before continuing tomorrow. I didn't think that he would be so reckless, using so much astral energy. Does he think that using astral energy to refine his body doesn't hurt? Lei Ji said in a puzzled tone. Bai Lan was also startled. Before Long Chen was completely enveloped by the astral energy, Bai Lan glanced at Long Chen's eyes. His eyes were indifferent and persistent, without a trace of fear. Hey, old brother, how much of this astral energy do you think Long Chen can use? Lei Ji nudged Bai Lan's elbow and asked with interest. What do you think? Bai Lan didn't answer, but asked back. I think 10% should be fine. 10% is the amount he used just now. Judging from his previous situation, 10% should be his limit. In another 2 hours, he definitely won't be able to hold it in, Lei Ji said confidently. Bylon smiled and said, since that's the case, I'll bet that he can completely digest it. Lei Ji was stunned as he replied, old fellow, you overestimate him too much. How could there be anyone capable of doing this? Even we wouldn't be able to do it. That astral chi, even I was afraid of approaching it, let alone that brat. Bylon said, I like to be short. Since you're betting 10%, I'll bet all of it. What about it? Do you have the guts to bet with me? Lei Ji smiled and said, why wouldn't I dare? Let's use 50% as the limit. If it's more than 50%, it's your win. If it's less than 50%, it's my win. Tell me, what do you want to bet? Bylon had already calculated it and directly said, I know how much you have. Those that I like are all treasures passed down by your ancestors. You can't give them to me. Since that's the case, let's bet. Whoever loses will shout, I, Lei Ji, am a big idiot, in the sky of Cyanwood Sky City at noon tomorrow. What do you think? Lei Ji punched Bylon and said angrily, motherfucker, you're such a coward. You're already so old, yet you're still playing such childish games? Bylon staggered a few steps and said with a smile, who said it's childish games? I'm asking you, do you dare or not? Do you dare to say that you, Bylon, are a big idiot in front of all the demons? Lei Ji laughed instead. Why wouldn't I dare? Bylon had an indifferent expression. Chapter 762. Long Chen didn't know that there was actually a bored old guy who would bet on this kind of thing. At this time, in his world, the only thing left was this rotating astral energy that surrounded him. At this time, the leaves under Long Chen's feet had already been crushed by the astral energy, and everything that came close had already been crushed. So, Long Chen could only use his true essence to float in the air. Here, there was Bylon's protection, so Long Chen didn't worry about anything happening. Under the encirclement of this astral energy, Long Chen felt as if he was surrounded by countless blades, and those drifting astral energy cut Long Chen's skin painfully. A long time ago, Long Chen had fused with something called the Thunder Flame Bead and formed the Thunder Flame Battle Body. That feeling was also quite terrifying, but compared to the astral energy in the sky, the pain of fusing with the Thunder Flame Bead was really nothing. For the past 2 hours, Long Chen had endured it with all his might. However, his personality was like this. The more difficult something was, the more he wanted to challenge it. Although the pain from before was still vivid in his mind, Long Chen still used so much astral energy. His goal was to completely refine all the astral energy in his body. Even in the next 7 or 8 days, Long Chen had decided to practice this 7 glorious star body here. His kind of perseverance was unimaginable to anyone. Facing difficulties, this was the most tenacious quality of Long Chen. At this time, Long Chen completely closed his eyes, not caring about the influence of the astral energy on him. After that, he controlled the astral energy and separated a strand from it. Without thinking, he directed it towards his arm. With his previous experience, although he knew that it would still hurt, Long Chen had gained a lot of experience. Soon, the astral energy was attached to his body. Pain, endless pain, as if there were countless knives cutting his arm. Long Chen could only clench his teeth. At the same time, he also controlled more astral energy to flow into his arm, controlling the movement of the astral energy in his arm, strengthening his skin, flesh, bones, and blood vessels. Under the forging of the astral energy, Long Chen's flesh and bones were constantly strengthened. This was enough for Long Chen, so Long Chen endured. Only by enduring can I succeed. Sometimes, he was such a one-track-minded person. Time gradually passed. After clenching his teeth again and again, Long Chen's face was already pale, and his forehead was covered with sweat, but he did not stop his pace. At this time, his arm was full of entangled purple astral energy. These astral energy were like ferocious beasts, constantly roaring in his arm. Every roar represented the destruction and reconstruction of Long Chen's body. Time gradually passed, and Long Chen's arm was gradually strengthened. 2 hours passed very quickly, and the astral chi had already disappeared by a tenth. At this moment, Lei Ji, who was in the distance, was dumbfounded. He said in astonishment, "This brat's tenacity is really beyond my expectations. The astral chi just now must have already caused him great pain." This time, not only did he draw in so much astral chi, he even refined another tenth of it. Don't tell me he really wants to finish all of it? If he does, I guess another night will come. Let's wait and see. This kid will give us a lot of surprises. If he didn't have this kind of temperament, how could he have obtained so many things with his weak strength? Most of the time, luck isn't the key factor. Instead, it's the person who can seize the opportunity. Lei Ji also felt that this was reasonable. Before this, he had always felt that Long Chen was just lucky. But from today onwards, he had a whole new level of respect for Long Chen. Time continued to pass, and under the astonished gazes of the two, the astral energy around Long Chen gradually decreased. By the time day arrived, only 4/5 of the astral energy was left. By noon, it was estimated that only 1/2 of it would be left. At this moment, Bailan and Lei Ji's faces were filled with shock. Even Bailan was just casually talking about it. In his heart, he didn't think that Long Chen would be so monstrous. However, Long Chen was just that monstrous. Very quickly, under the numb gazes of Bailan and Lei Ji, noon arrived. At this moment, Lei Ji's expression was extremely conflicted. One could see that the astral energy around Long Chen's body was only 1/2 of what it originally was. Go on, little brother, don't be so polite with your elder brother. At this moment, the young-looking Bailan laughed. Just you wait. The humiliation today, I will return it to you one day, Lei Ji said in exasperation. Lei Ji said in exasperation. As a man, he had to keep his word. Since he had lost the bet, Lei Ji would naturally be willing to accept his loss. Thus, his body quickly disappeared from Bailan's sight. Not long after, a rumbling sound could be heard from below. I, Lei Ji, am a big dumb donkey. In Cyanwood Sky City, countless people raised their heads. They were incomparably shocked at first, thinking that someone was teasing Lei Ji and insulting him. But when they heard it clearly, it seemed that Lei Ji had said it himself. Although they didn't understand the reason why Lei Ji would say such a thing, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. Lei Ji had lost a lot of face this time. However, he was a person who could let go of things. Soon, he returned to Bailan's side. Bailan's sneering appearance made Lei Ji flustered and exasperated. However, when he looked at Long Chen, he saw that Long Chen was still absorbing the astral energy to refine himself. Doesn't this kid know what pain is? Lei Ji said in a speechless manner. He knows pain, but he is tenacious. In this aspect, many young people can't compare to him. At least, I know that no matter if it's Situ Yu or Shui, they won't be able to learn the 7 glorious star physique without spending a year. Especially Shui, she definitely can't endure such inhuman torture. Girls are afraid of pain, so they are much weaker in this aspect. Lei Ji laughed and said, You still dare to say that? Shui and Yen are not spoiled by you. Their talent is very good, but they are far weaker than other young experts in actual combat. This time, you want Shui to participate in the 9 Clans Youth Martial Competition. I estimate that the chances of her winning are very small. Furthermore, the competition is extremely dangerous, so how can you be willing? Bailan suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, Who said I want my daughter to participate in the competition? It's not worth it to send my daughter to her grave for a spot in the 5 Emperor Keys. There is someone else who will participate in the competition. Who do you think it is? Old ghost, don't keep me in suspense. Lei Ji said, puzzled. Far away, but close at hand, said Bailan. Lei Ji now knew that he was talking about Long Chen. There are still about 3 months left. That's just enough for this kid to save my precious yen. With his talent and temperament, as well as treasures like the martial god tablet and the inheritance of the 7 glorious star monarchs, how much do you think he will grow in 3 months? Asked Bailan. 3 months. If he can pass the test in a month, then he will be very strong. I think Situ Yu is also very talented. I think he will probably reach the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Everything is unknown, said Bailan. The two of them no longer spoke. Instead, they looked at Long Chen. As time passed, their expressions became more and more unnatural. By the time night fell, Long Chen had already completely consumed the astral qi from before. At this moment, Long Chen slowly recovered from the intense pain. At this moment, his face was already deathly pale. The intense pain had not lessened at all from beginning to end. In fact, as time passed, it became more and more terrifying. However, Long Chen still endured it in the end. Clenching his teeth and persevering over and over again, he had succeeded. After a day, Long Chen had completely refined his right arm with stellar qi. It was obvious that his right arm was completely different from the other parts of his body. At least in terms of weight and density, it was dozens of times greater. Compared to his left arm, Long Chen felt that his right arm had no strength at all. Although the skin and flesh of his left arm looked the same as before, it could be seen from the occasional purple aura that his arm had been strengthened to a great extent, whether it was the skin and flesh on the outside, or the tendons and blood vessels inside. Long Chen only needed to completely refine his entire body with astral aura, and then draw in a large amount of astral aura to soak himself in for 7 days and 7 nights. Only then would he be able to finally complete the 7 glorious star body. From these steps, it could be seen how difficult it was to cultivate the 7 glorious star body. Bailan was right. If it were Su Shui, she probably wouldn't be able to cultivate the 7 glorious star body in less than 2 years. Even Bailan and the others didn't believe that they could compare to Long Chen in this aspect. Bailan and Lei Ji were somewhat stunned as they looked at Long Chen's left arm from afar. What a powerful body! The 7 glorious star body is indeed terrifying. If it's successfully cultivated, it'll probably be even more terrifying than your demon god emperor body. Bailan nodded. The cultivation method of the demon god emperor body isn't that complicated, so what you said is very likely. Although they're both mid-emperor level body tempering battle skills, there's probably still a difference. The strength of the 7 lords isn't balanced either. The 7 glorious star lord is one of the strongest amongst the 7 lords, especially with the 3,000 star domain. No one can match its sharpness. So powerful? Lei Ji didn't really understand the exact strength of the 7 lords. That's only natural. Ah, look at Long Chen, he's actually drawing in stellar qi again. Bailan was stunned by Long Chen's actions. This was too monstrous. What? Lei Ji was also dumbfounded. He stared at Long Chen. That brat Long Chen was actually activating the astral qi in his body. Heavens, he just rested for a while. How can there be such a terrifying person? Is his flesh made of iron, or is his heart made of iron? Chapter 763. Under the speechless gazes of Bailan and Lei Ji, Long Chen continued to draw more astral qi than before. This time, he forged his left arm once more before starting on his right arm. Bailan and Lei Ji's eyes were filled with numbness. They already felt admiration for this young man. If this goes on, this brat won't sleep or rest. He might really be able to completely cultivate the 7 glorious star body before a month's time. Moreover, he will definitely find time to comprehend the martial god monument diagram, Lei Ji said speechlessly. Let's wait and see. This brat will give us a pleasant surprise in a month's time. Bailan said with a smile. As the days passed, Long Chen's performance simply exceeded Bai Lan and Lei Ji's expectations. In their eyes, the current Long Chen had completely turned into a super monster. They knew how much pain would be caused by forging the body with astral qi, but from Long Chen's performance, it was as if the pain simply didn't exist. It wasn't that it didn't exist, the pain was still there. It was just that after experiencing it for so many times, Long Chen had already become numb to it. After nearly 10 days of forging, the pain was still as intense as ever, even to the bone marrow. However, for Long Chen, this was already a very normal thing. Through the cultivation of the 7 glorious star body, not only was his physical body rapidly strengthening, but his willpower had also become much more tenacious than before. At least for now, there was no pain that could make Long Chen retreat. After 10 days, Long Chen's arms, thighs, and torso were all forged by the astral qi. In the beginning, the forging of the arms was easier, and so was the thighs. After all, they were all muscles, but the torso had 5 viscera and 6 bowels. These viscera were actually very fragile, so Long Chen had to pay 120% attention. For several days, Long Chen's spirit was highly concentrated. When he finally stopped, Long Chen already had a feeling of being reborn. In less than 10 days, Long Chen was going to feed the blood of Soy Eon. This time, Long Chen was already prepared, so he wasn't as hurried as last time. After finishing, Long Chen immediately returned to the top of the ancient tree. Because the astral qi from last night had already been used up, Long Chen used this time to comprehend the martial god steel. From the 6th level of the earth martial realm to the 7th level of the earth martial realm, it could also be considered a leap. After all, every 3 levels was a big level. From the 6th level of the earth martial realm to the 7th level of the earth martial realm, it could be considered a leap. However, with the martial god steel, as well as Long Chen's leap in this period of time, coupled with the comprehension brought by his extraordinary heavenly aperture and dragon-shaped martial spirit, Long Chen's comprehension of the fist technique in the 7th level of the earth martial realm was also very fast. There were still more than 20 days left. If he didn't cultivate the 7 glorious star body, Long Chen would definitely be able to cultivate to the 7th level of the earth martial realm. However, after thinking for a while, Long Chen still focused his attention on the 7 glorious star body. After all, he was already numb to this kind of pain. Therefore, he wanted to successfully cultivate this kind of super powerful battle physique in one go. Not only would he forget the feeling of pain when he cultivated again, but he reckoned that he would also burst into tears again. When night fell, Long Chen used the star nucleus and once again activated the astral qi. After so many times of forging, Long Chen's forging speed had already increased a lot, so this time he directly activated a huge mass of astral qi. This astral qi whistled down from the sky, like a huge astral beast, pouncing towards Long Chen. Change. Under Long Chen's control, the astral qi was bound by him. It gradually changed shape, forming a huge spinning purple ball of astral qi that surrounded Long Chen. The astral qi was like countless tiny purple knives combined together, reducing the surrounding trees to pieces. Nearby, Bai Lan and Lei Ji had long since prostrated themselves in admiration towards Long Chen. If he continues like this ancient tree will be shaved clean sooner or later, Lei Ji snickered. Astral energy is incomparably sharp. Even we don't dare to approach it lightly. This time, Long Chen has drawn in so much astral energy. I estimate that within a few days, he'll be able to reforge every part of it, Bai Lan estimated. The two of them had nothing to do at the moment, because the legacy of Long Chen, the 7 brilliant Star Lord, was rather important. Moreover, news of this had already spread to the outside world, so they could only truly be at ease here. Otherwise, it was even possible for Long Chen to suddenly be killed while he was cultivating. Chen Yang had also tried to assassinate him before. Amidst the endless torture, Long Chen gritted his teeth. Time passed day by day. After another 3 days, Long Chen's entire body had been forged. The only thing left was his head. The head was the most intricate part of the body, as well as the weakest part. If he was not careful during the forging, he could even lose his life. As a result, Long Chen had to grasp it well. He could not be impatient for the sake of speed, or it would be a tragedy. As long as he completed this step, he would have achieved minor success in the 7 brilliant star body. If he wanted major success, he would need to activate a huge amount of astral qi again, completely enveloping his body in the astral qi and bathing in it for 7 days and 7 nights. Only then would Long Chen be able to succeed. Now, Long Chen was working hard towards minor success. At this juncture, Biyao and Lei Ji were also prepared. If anything happened to Long Chen, they would definitely come to his rescue immediately. At this crucial moment, Long Chen slowed down. When his astral qi entered his head, Long Chen found that he was about to faint from the pain. Fortunately, he persevered. He gritted his teeth and finally woke up. As he gritted his teeth and persevered, time passed bit by bit. His work was completed step by step. At the beginning, the pain became bearable. Finally, he got used to it. When he finally got used to it, Long Chen had actually cultivated for about 10 days and 10 nights. His 7 brilliant star body was only half a day away from the day he needed to feed Soy Eon dragon blood. Long Chen had already grasped the time well, so he didn't have to rush. As he walked towards Soy Eon, Long Chen was also observing his minor success 7 brilliant star body. At this moment, Long Chen felt like he was a planet. The core of the planet was his core. At the same time, his body was also forged by the astral qi to be harder than some planets. This wasn't just toughness. The strength of the 7 brilliant star body manifested in many aspects. At this moment, Long Chen's entire body was swallowing and spitting out purple astral qi. This astral qi was completely emitted from his body. It was as if there were countless small blades surrounding his body. It was filled with a frightening madness. From a distance, Long Chen looked like a purple star floating in the air. This star was filled with endless explosive power. Of course, Long Chen could also retract the purple aura and return his body to its original appearance. This could also be considered a kind of disguise. However, if one looked closely, they would still be able to see that there were some specks of purple light on his skin and flesh. Seeing that Long Chen had already achieved minor success in the 7 brilliant star body, Biyao and Lei Ji were speechless. They walked to Long Chen's side. In fact, Long Chen had already discovered them on the first night. He had the spirit-devouring demon eyes. As long as it was a living creature that was not far away, it would not be able to escape his eyes. He knew that Biyao and Lei Ji were here to protect him. However, Long Chen had never met them before. Until now, when Long Chen had successfully cultivated the 7 brilliant star body. Boy, use your battle body and try to punch me. Let me see what kind of advantage the minor success of the 7 brilliant star body has compared to my Thunder Clan's primary Emperor level battle technique, the Heavenly Lightning battle body. Okay. Lei Ji was a straightforward person. Long Chen quite liked his personality. Therefore, after saying the word okay, his figure flashed and in an instant, he rushed in front of Lei Ji. At that moment, Lei Ji's muscles tensed up. Suddenly, a blue light flashed on his body, completely entangling his body. The densely packed lightning appeared because his body tensed up. Lei Ji did not use any power of the sky realm. He only used his body to block Long Chen's punch. Long Chen clenched his teeth and shouted. He punched out. Immediately, the purple astral qi exploded from his fist, condensing into the shape of a giant beast of stars. In an instant, it hit Lei Ji's body. Lei Ji flew back. At the same time, Long Chen also flew back. He felt as if he had hit an iron wall. His fist was a little red and swollen. At that moment, his arm felt a little numb and slightly trembled. He hurriedly looked over at Lei Ji. At this moment, Lei Ji had retreated quite a distance away, and with a loud bang, he crashed into a huge tree branch, sinking deeply into it. The lightning on his body instantly turned the branch into a charred yellow color. At that moment, Long Chen could clearly see that Lei Ji's chest, the place where Long Chen's fist landed, was currently emitting green smoke. Lei Ji also seemed to be in pain. Seeing that, Long Chen was full of confidence. This was only the minor success of the 7 brilliant star body. To a certain extent, it was already superior to the heavenly lightning battle body. Before, when Long Chen attacked, Lei Ji was defenseless, so Lei Ji suffered a loss. Chapter 764. Not bad, not bad. When Bai Lan saw his good brother's embarrassing appearance, he quickly laughed. At this time, Lei Ji walked up with a gloomy face and said helplessly, "You're only at the small success stage, but you're better than my heavenly thunder battle body. If you're at the large success stage, I'm afraid even Bai Lan's demon god imperial body wouldn't dare to test you, right brother Bai? Don't try to provoke me, I won't be fooled." Bai Lan smiled. He knew that Lei Ji had endured Long Chen's punch more than him. How could he be fooled? For the strength of Long Chen's 7 luminary star body, they were completely convinced. This 7 luminary star body was indeed the best body refining battle technique in the ancient cemetery. In that case, I'll take my leave first, there's still half a day, Yen still needs me. Long Chen said goodbye to them and returned to Soyan's courtyard. These days, Soyan's body had recovered a lot, so she was basically immersed in cultivation. Seeing Long Chen come back, Soyan was of course happy, but she knew that there was no hope for her in Long Chen, so she still chose to bless Long Chen, so she still kept a small distance with Long Chen. Girls matured early. Soyan was 14 years old today. She was not young, she was in the age of budding. In this exquisite courtyard, Long Chen and Soyan chatted for a while. When it was almost time, Long Chen let Soyan take some dragon blood again, helping her to extend her life by 10 days. As long as 100 days passed, Soyan would be able to fully recover. After finishing, Soyan asked, "Big brother, I heard that you've been practicing the 7 luminary star body these days. Did you succeed?" "I've already reached the minor completion stage. After 10 days, I'll probably reach the great completion stage." "Fairy, there were only 10 days until the battle between him and Sitiyu." "Is that so? Then you must quickly succeed. I heard. Soyan was somewhat embarrassed. She didn't dare to say it out loud. "What's wrong?" Long Chen asked. Under Long Chen's gaze, even though Su Shui was afraid that Long Chen would be discouraged, she still said, "I have heard that C2U has already broken through to the 9th layer of the Earth Chi layer. After breaking through to the 9th layer, his strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. If you fight against him, I'm afraid. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and thought in his heart, he has already reached the 9th layer of the Earth Martial Realm. It seems that Sitayu's innate talent is even more terrifying than Feng Jilin's. If he also has an invisible whip like Feng Jilin's, then his battle strength will be even more terrifying than Feng Jilin's. Even if I reach the great completion stage of the 7 luminary star body, I won't be able to deal with him. Big brother, why don't we cancel this battle? I have a feeling that those people are up to no good. I think they want your 7 brilliant star lord's legacy," Su Yan said worriedly. She considered Long Chen as one of her own, and other people, even if they were from the demon clan, were just outsiders in her eyes. Long Chen smiled and said, "Little Yan, you don't have much confidence in your brother. Let me tell you, no matter what, your brother will not lose, especially not to Sitiyu, you can rest assured." Soyan didn't understand Long Chen's self-confidence, so she asked, "But big brother, the gap between the 9th layer of the Earth Martial Realm and the 6th layer of the Earth Martial Realm is really big. No matter how big the gap is, it is not an insurmountable gap." Long Chen said with a smile. Soyan didn't really understand. 20 days had already passed. Long Chen only needed 7 days and 7 nights to completely reach the great completion stage of the 7 luminary star body. Moreover, he hadn't seen Soyan for several times, so Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. "Big brother, it's still early. At this time, you can't move the star chi, so why don't you accompany me for a walk?" Since I came back with you, I haven't gone out for a long time. Those ordinary warriors have gathered in my outer city. They will sell the things they obtained in the ancient cemetery. There are many dazzling things, and some good things. Let's go and have a look. Looking at the little girl's excited expression, Long Chen really couldn't bear to disappoint her, so he could only nod his head. Furthermore, for the past 20 days, his nerves had been stretched taut at all times. At the same time, he had endured that inhumane torture. Now, there was only one mission left. It was time to properly reward himself and let himself rest for a while. The Azure Wood Heavenly City was divided into two parts, namely the outer city and the inner city. The inner city was occupied by the Demon Clan and the Thunder Clan, while the outer city was occupied by the ordinary warriors. There were more than 8,000 ordinary warriors who came to the ancient cemetery, and more than 1,000 people came to the Azure Wood Heavenly City. Moreover, as the news of Long Chen obtaining the 7 luminary Star Lord's inheritance spread out, more and more mysterious people who wanted to fish in troubled waters came here. There were more and more people in the Azure Wood Heavenly City. However, this was the territory of the Thunder Clan and the Demon Clan, so ordinary people could only stay here for a month. Now that the ancient cemetery had been open for 3 to 4 months, there were countless treasures in the ancient cemetery. Many people had obtained a lot of things. Of course, there were some things that they didn't need, so this led to many transactions, which would be carried out in some cities. In the outer city of the Azure Wood Heavenly City, there was a special street that was used to trade goods. This street was jokingly called Taba Street by the people of the Azure Wood Heavenly City. Soi Eon brought Long Chen around half a circle in the outer city before they came to the middle of Taba Street. Long Chen looked around and saw that there were many stalls here. Those warriors were sitting casually, waiting for people to come to trade. There were also many warriors looking around one by one, and when they found something they needed, they would talk to the owner. Soi Eon, as the daughter of the Demon Clan's clan leader, actually didn't need these things. However, she had a child's temperament and wanted to have fun. At this time, she brought Long Chen around here. Wow, big brother, what is this? It's so beautiful. Along the way, Soi Eon exclaimed from time to time. The ancient cemetery had lost countless treasures left behind by experts in the Middle Ages. Many of them were rare things that had gone extinct, so Soi Eon was making a fuss about nothing. Along the way, the young girl's bell-like smile and pretty appearance attracted many people's attention. Many people recognized their identities. Soi Eon was still alright, as she often came to these places before, but it was Long Chen's first time here. For many people, it was their first time seeing Long Chen at such a close distance. Long Chen had a treasure like the 7 brilliant Star Lord's inheritance on him. This was enough to make him the focus of everyone's minds. In fact, many of the warriors who came here were actually here for the 7 brilliant Star Lord's inheritance. After all, the people in the outer city had changed a lot compared to 20 days ago. The newcomers were simply attracted by the reputation. Among them, there were even warriors in the 8th tier of the Earth Martial Realm. However, they didn't dare to make a move. Bylon had already said that he would attack anyone who dared to touch Long Chen. Who was Bylon? He was one of the top 3 experts in the entire ancient cemetery. Therefore, even though they saw Long Chen, this fat sheep, in front of them, the others didn't dare to make a move. They could only look at Long Chen, this young man who had obtained both treasures and beauties, with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Hey, big brother, what is this? At that moment, Soi Eon picked up a shell-shaped object from a warrior's stall. Or rather, it was a shell, but this shell was quite beautiful. It was smooth and translucent, looking like a shell-shaped piece of jade. Little princess, don't be fooled by its small size. In fact, it comes from the body of a king-level demonic beast. However, this kind of demonic beast doesn't exist in the Myriad Kingdom territory. It can only be seen in the sea. This jade crystal shell looks simple, but it has the effect of concentrating the mind and nurturing the martial spirit. If you wear it on your body, it can double the effect with half the effort when cultivating, the owner of the stall quickly explained when he saw that Soy Eon had taken a fancy to this item. Oh, it really has the effect of calming the mind and concentrating the mind? Soy Eon was a little curious. She looked at the jade crystal shell up and down for a long time before nodding in satisfaction. She asked, "How do I exchange for this jade crystal shell?" The warrior quickly said, "You don't need anything else. Just a high king level battle skill will do. Princess is the daughter of the demon king, so you must have a lot of battle skills. Just give me one of them." Although a small jade crystal shell was rare, its effect was not very great. This warrior actually asked for a high king level battle skill at such a high price. It was a little too much. Soy Eon did have a lot of battle skills, but most of them were unique to the demon clan and could not be passed on. Therefore, she showed an awkward expression and said, "I'm sorry, but my father won't let me pass on the high king level battle skills to others." Is there no other way? Long Chen saw that this little girl really liked this shell, so he took out the secret book of the wind god legs that he had obtained from the leader of the wind god sect. He said, "This is a mid-king level battle skill. Although your jade crystal shell is rare, it is not worth a high king level battle skill. This wind god legs, if you think it's okay, you can take it." The warrior was a little disappointed. He originally wanted to try his luck when he saw the princess. In fact, he also expected a mid-king level battle skill. After all, his strength was at the 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm. It would be difficult to practice a high king level battle skill. In that case, this jade crystal shell. Chapter 765. I want this jade crystal shell. Isn't it just a high-level king-level fighting skill? This earth-splitting 9 layers is a high-level king-level fighting skill. It's much stronger than that wind god's leg. Just by listening to the voice, without looking at the person, Long Chen knew who it was. It was Situ. Hearing Situ's voice, Soyan's face showed a displeased expression. She quickly hid next to Long Chen, tightly holding the shell in her hand. At this time, Situ, surrounded by a group of young talents of the demon clan, walked towards Long Chen. At this time, Situ was talking and laughing wittily, like a boss. After walking in front of Long Chen and the others, Situ looked at Long Chen and Soy Eon for a while, then smiled and said, "I was wondering who it was. So it's Princess Soy Eon and the legendary son-in-law of the patriarch." Through the perception of Situ, Long Chen slightly narrowed his eyes. The rumors are indeed true. It turns out that Situ has indeed reached the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. In terms of cultivation, he is already at the same level as Su Shui. However, because he has just stepped into the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, his Jin Yuan is still not stable. After a period of time, he will be able to completely use the skills of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. 10 days later, he would have to fight with the experts of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. There was a gap of 2 whole levels, and Situ definitely had a lot of hidden cards. Long Chen knew that this was going to be troublesome. The battle in 10 days was very likely to be an unknown. It was very likely that the blood sacrifice would be the only way. However, the thing that Long Chen didn't want to use the most was the blood sacrifice. Every time he used the blood sacrifice, it would cause him to be weak for a long period of time. Just like the last blood sacrifice, although his strength was finally restored by the 7-colored Ganoderma, his martial spirit was not indestructible. If he was frequently injured, even with the help of the spiritual medicine, if he used it too many times, his martial spirit might collapse. Blood sacrifice was an abnormal move. Naturally, the less it was used, the better. There were laws in this world. It was already heaven-defying enough that his dragon's soul transformation could increase the nature of his dragon's soul transformation by 10 times. The final state of the blood sacrifice could increase it by 3 levels, and with the addition of the dragon's soul transformation, it would be 4 levels. With such an abnormal divine ability, if there were no restrictions, Long Chen would have long been invincible in the world. If he used the blood sacrifice in the battle in 10 days, it would cause Long Chen's strength to be greatly reduced and his martial spirit to be injured again. If he had not had no other choice, Long Chen would never choose the blood sacrifice. Long Chen was able to make it this far because he rarely had any fear in his heart. Even though he knew that his opponent was already at the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm, Long Chen was not afraid. Sityu didn't restrain his qi, instead, he released it unscrupulously, as if he wanted everyone to know that he had reached the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm. At this time, a group of people stood in front of Long Chen and Soi Yan, looking at Long Chen boldly with fiery eyes. At this time, Long Chen's Wind God's kick had not yet been handed over to the warrior. Sityu threw an advanced king-level combat skill to the warrior. People were greedy creatures. Compared with Long Chen's Wind God's kick, the warrior naturally liked the advanced king-level combat skill more. However, he was not a fool. Although it was good, he might not be able to eat it. Therefore, he held the advanced king-level combat skill in his hand and waited to see what would happen. Sityu's intention was obviously to buy the jade crystal shell. His behavior was very excessive, because Su Yan had already discussed it with that martial artist, and that martial artist had also agreed. However, Sityu came out halfway. Sityu's status in the demon clan was still lower than that of Soi Yan. Therefore, his action of not giving face to Soi Yan was a bit provocative. Sityu, what do you mean? I obviously bought it first. Towards Sityu, Soi Yan had a little bit of awe at the beginning, but now it had turned into disgust. Especially when he would be fighting against Long Chen, whom she respected the most, in 10 days' time. At this time, after hearing this, Sityu laughed and said, "Little princess, you misunderstood me. How could I dare to rob your thing? I just saw that someone can't even take out an advanced king-level combat skill. I was worried that he would lose the face of the demon clan. Therefore, I waited for someone to buy the jade crystal shell. In fact, I wanted to give it to you, Princess Yen, The other teenagers also laughed. That's right. Princess Yen, is so stingy that she doesn't even want to take out a high-level king battle skill. Even I feel ashamed standing next to her. How can such a person be Princess Shui, son-in-law? Bullshit, who said he could be Princess Shui, son-in-law? Don't you know that Brother Sityu is already in the 9th level of the Earth martial realm? He is second only to the various patriarchs. Brother Sityu is young and he is also a disciple of the demon clan. Who is more suitable for Princess Su Shui than him? Princess Yen, you should keep your jade crystal shell. When Brother Sityu becomes your brother-in-law, he will buy more things for you, unlike some poor people. These people's words were getting more and more excessive. In the end, even a girl with a good temper like Soi Yan was so angry that her eyes turned red. These people were looking down on Long Chen, so she looked at Long Chen nervously. She was worried that Long Chen would be sad. But when she looked at Long Chen, she saw that Long Chen's face was indifferent, as if those people didn't exist. Big brother, don't mind what they said, who cares, silly. Long Chen smiled helplessly. He rubbed her little head and said, "Don't be angry. There are many puppies in this world. They always like to bark and bite people. If they bark and bite us, we can't bite them back. Just accept it." Long Chen's words made Soi Yan smile. Soi Yan nodded and said, "I know what to do." Then she looked at Sityu and the others and said, "I want to buy this jade crystal shell. It's not a gift from my big brother. I want to buy it for my big brother." After saying that, she looked at the warrior and then carefully took out a yellow secret book from her cosmos sack. She said, "This is a reward my father gave me when I was 10 years old. It's a high-level king-level battle skill called 9 Fingers of Wind. This is a cultivation skill my father obtained a long time ago. It's useless to me. Today, I'll exchange it for the jade crystal shell with you, okay?" Since Su Yan was in front of this cultivator and spoke with such sincerity, the cultivator could only nod his head and quickly took the secret manual from Su Yan's hands. It was of special significance to her. Then, he looked at the other secret manual in his hand, which was thrown over by Sityu, at a loss. "Give it to me." Soi Yan took the secret book and then threw it in Sityu's direction without saying anything. Sityu could only catch it. Seeing that there was nothing else for him to do, the warrior quickly said goodbye to Soi Yan and then hurriedly left. In his heart, he naturally had a good impression of Soi Yan, this polite little girl. As for Sityu, he was just acting like a spoiled brat. Because of the dispute between Sityu and Long Chen, other people stopped doing business. They all looked over and pointed at Long Chen and the others. Sityu was very arrogant and wanted to use a high-level king-level battle skill to humiliate Long Chen. However, Soi Yan took the initiative to take out an even more precious battle skill. For Sityu, this was simply a slap in the face. Moreover, Soi Yan originally wanted to give this jade crystal shell to Long Chen. At this time, Soi Yan didn't care about the gazes of others and placed the jade crystal shell in Long Chen's hand. She had a satisfied smile on her face and said, "Big brother, you usually cultivate, I hope this can help you. I used my father's birthday gift to exchange for this. You must take good care of it." Seeing the serious look in the little girl's eyes, Long Chen nodded and said, "Don't worry, it will always follow me. Even if I die, it will still follow me." "That's good." Long Chen's answer made Soi Yan very satisfied. She felt that she was very lowly, but to have something that belonged to her to stay by Long Chen's side forever, this was enough for her. Their conversation, as if there was no one else present, made the faces of everyone on Sityu's side incomparably ugly. At this moment, they looked at each other in dismay. Sityu had lost a lot of face this time. Long Chen didn't say anything and just left him there like a clown. He had easily won the battle. Sityu's face darkened. Looking at the intimate appearance of Long Chen and Soi Yan, the fire of jealousy was burning in his heart. At this time, he sneered and said, "Long Chen, don't make a mistake. The patriarch said to betroth Princess Sushue to you, not Princess Soi Yan. You two are so close, aren't you afraid of other people gossiping?" Long Chen raised his head and looked at Sityu, who had just reached the 9th level of the earth martial arts realm and was somewhat itching to fight. Long Chen's eyes were calm and he asked, "You are the grandson of the dignified patriarch Sityu, but you say such improper words. Aren't you afraid of losing your grandfather's face?" What Sityu hated the most was Long Chen's fearless appearance. He was obviously much stronger than Long Chen, but why Long Chen wasn't afraid? This made Sityu anxious to prove to Long Chen. Only by letting this boy know how strong he was could he really vent his anger. "Long Chen, there are still 10 days before the duel. Do you want the duel to start in advance today?" Sityu sneered and said. Long Chen knew that this guy couldn't help but want to beat him, but Long Chen wasn't that easy to beat. So he smiled and said, "I don't think so." After saying that, he said to Soi Yan and said, "Yen, let's go. The puppies here are too noisy. It's rare for us to have some peace and quiet. We came out for a walk and met these puppies. Our luck is really bad." Chapter 766. As they talked, they left the place, completely not putting Sityu in their eyes. Long Chen's insults made Sityu mad. A powerful aura burst out from his body. Sityu coldly looked at Long Chen and roared in a low voice, "Long Chen, stop right there. If you're a man, then fight with me. Don't just use your mouth." Unfortunately, Long Chen ignored him and walked away. "Trash, stop right there," Sityu roared. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew towards Long Chen, causing Long Chen's and Soyan's clothes to flutter. "Big brother, what should we do?" Soi Yan said in a panic. Long Chen's eyes darkened and said, "Let's go back. We'll see in 10 days. Strength is our own." There's no need to fight to the death just to vent our anger. Long Chen had matured a lot. He no longer called others trash and lost his rationality. Soi Yan looked at the young man in a trance. Even though Situ Yu was much stronger, she had the illusion that Long Chen was invincible. This made Soi Yan feel a lot more at ease. Okay, just treat them like puppies barking, hee. The two left unhurriedly under Situ Yu's arrogance. The people next to Situ Yu also started cursing. What a trash. After seeing Big Brother Situ's strength, he immediately ran away like a turtle. Yes, this Long Chen is a turtle. Apart from deceiving women, he doesn't have any other skills. A person like him can't be considered a man. He's not worthy of Princess Sushua or the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star monarchs. All of this should belong to Big Brother Situ. Big Brother Situ is a true genius. What kind of dog is this Long Chen? I called him a dog and he didn't even dare to look back. Everyone, look, haha, the group of people scolded him merrily and burst into laughter. But Situ Yu's face was still cold. So many insults landed on Long Chen's body, but it was as if they were hitting thin air. Long Chen did not have the slightest reaction. The feeling of punching thin air made Situ Yu want to vomit blood. Long Chen, I've reached the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm and obtained the Great Demon Spear of Myriad Transformation. In 10 days, I'll definitely let you have a taste of what it's like to have your body crushed to pieces. I, Situ Yu, will obtain everything you have, including the 7 brilliant Star Lord's inheritance. Situ Yu clenched his teeth and swore. At this time, Long Chen had already returned to the inner city. After comforting Su Yan, Long Chen prepared to cultivate. At this time, Su Shui leisurely walked towards him. She seemed to have heard the news today. She worriedly said, "Did you have a conflict with Situ Yu today?" "It's just a small quarrel." "It's nothing," said Long Chen. Su Shui frowned and said, "I heard that Situ Yu has reached the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Long Chen, what are you going to do in 10 days? They all looked more nervous than Long Chen, but in Long Chen's heart, there was nothing to be nervous about, although he knew that he was far from being a match for Situ Yu in terms of Jin Yuan, but he was not worried at all. This was the mentality that he had cultivated for a long time. No matter how much he worried or feared, it would be useless. It would be better to continue to cultivate steadily and steadily. Adapt to the situation. Long Chen's words made Su Shui speechless. "I can't stand you anymore. You shouldn't have agreed to Situ Yu's request. That guy obviously wants to trick you. Your goal is to quietly practice the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star monarchs. Is it necessary to fight with him?" Su Shui looked at Long Chen reproachfully. She sounded like a young woman complaining to her husband. People live to fight. You women don't understand that. If you don't have any other questions, I'm leaving, said Long Chen, rolling his eyes. You, go. I'll see what you'll do. Don't get killed. My sister needs you. Su Shui was a little mad at Long Chen. Did he eat leopard's guts? 10 days was neither a long time nor a short time. Even though the outside world was in an uproar because of the battle between him and Situ Yu, Long Chen remained calm and unperturbed. For the remaining time, he planned to spend 7 days to complete the 7 glorious star body. Then, he would comprehend the martial god tablet diagram and wait for the battle to begin. Of course, before the fight, he had to feed Soi Yan some dragon blood. Under the nourishment of Long Chen's blood, the girl became more and more spirited. A strong life force burst out of her body. Even Bailan was amazed. He asked Soi Yan many times what pill Long Chen gave her, but Soi Yan wouldn't say. Bailan was so anxious that he rolled his eyes. At night, Long Chen returned to the top of the ancient tree. This time, he prepared to complete the 7 brilliant star body. Inside the Thunder Clan, no one would have thought that in that dark room, the 7 of the Thunder Clan were having a memory that would decide the fate of their clan. It was a meeting of the highest level of the Thunder Clan. The 7 of the Thunder Clan, who were in the 9th level of the Earth Realm, were all present. The only one missing was the patriarch of the Thunder Clan, Lei Ji. The 7 sons of the Thunder Clan were actually the 8 senior elders of the Thunder Clan. Every single one of them were over 250 years old. They were the old antiques of the Thunder Clan, not only in name but also in reality. Among them, the senior elder of the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan was already over 400 years old. If he could not break into the heaven realm, his life would not be long. Even so, this grand elder of the Thunder Clan, Lei Yuan, had a status comparable to the current patriarch of the Thunder Clan, Lei Ji. Lei Yuan was in existence from the same generation as Lei Ji's father. When he was young, he had made countless contributions to the Thunder Clan and was one of the heroes of the Thunder Clan. The meeting was initiated by Lei Yuan. He gathered all the 7 of the Thunder Clan and hid it from their patriarch, Lei Ji. Everyone had been silent for a quarter of an hour. At that moment, Lei Yuan used his hand to lightly knock on the wooden table, making thumping sounds. I gathered everyone here but hid it from the patriarch, Lei Ji. I think everyone knows what I'm thinking. What do you think? Said the aged Lei Yuan with a hoarse voice. Everyone looked at each other. At first, no one said anything. After Lei Yuan's gaze swept through the crowd, a tall and sturdy man said, I have to say that this is the chance for the Thunder Clan to rise up and no longer depend on the Demon Clan. Well said. Lei Yuan clapped his hands. Very quickly, the others also clapped. Since it's been made clear, I'll say it directly. For so many years, our Thunder Clan has been living in the shadow of the Demon Clan. We've been following the Demon Clan's lead. We're like servants of the Demon Clan. Wherever the Demon Clan goes, our Thunder Clan goes. We're not the only ones who've had enough of that. Other than the Patriarch, I think everyone else has had enough of that. Lei Yuan's voice made everyone listen to him with solemn expressions. I think everyone understands what I mean, continued Lei Yuan. One of the men said, Grand Elder, we do understand. I agree with your opinion as well. I'll raise my hand first. What about the others? When the man raised his hand high up, the others gritted their teeth and also raised their hands. Lei Yuan smiled, since everyone is of one mind, I'll cut to the chase. The inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords is the most important opportunity for our Thunder Clan. No matter what happens to Lei Ji, we must first obtain the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, then break away from the Demon Clan and find our own stronghold in the archaic cemetery. As for Lei Ji, if we obtain the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords and lead the entire clan away, yet he still stands on the side of the Demon Clan, we won't need a patriarch like him. In the entire Thunder Clan, only he, Lei Yuan, could say such words. Without a Heaven Realm expert, how can our Thunder Clan survive? Said one of the Grand Elders. Don't worry, Lei Ji won't be that stupid. The Thunder Clan is his root, so how can he not return? What's important is that we must act first and report later. We must finish this quickly. When we break off our relationship with the Demon Clan and obtain the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, he will stand on the right side. As long as he stands on the right side, the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords will belong to him, said Lei Yuan with a deep gaze. Lei Yuan's gaze was deep. Indeed, in their eyes, the Demon Clan had the inheritance of the Demon God Emperor, the God Clan had the inheritance of the White Lotus Fairy, and if the Patriarch of the Thunder Clan could obtain the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, he would become an existence on the same level as them. We, the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan, have no selfish motives. I, Lei Yuan, have gathered everyone here today for the sake of the Thunder Clan. Patriarch Lei Ji, other than being able to cultivate, is following Biyao. He will not be able to achieve anything great. What we must do is to force Lei Ji to break off the relationship between them so that he can become a qualified patriarch of the Thunder Clan. Lei Yuan's intentions were the intentions of the other 7 sons. First Senior Elder, just tell us what we should do. The patriarch has indeed rarely considered the interests of the entire clan. We will all listen to you. Lei Yuan shook his head. I am already old and cannot support the Thunder Clan. The Thunder Clan still needs Lei Ji to hold down the fort. The only thing I want to do before I die is to make Lei Ji ruthless and break away from the Demon Clan, so that our Thunder Clan can become an existence like the Demon Clan. After a pause, Lei Yuan said, I already have an idea of the specifics of the plan. When do we make our move? Long Chen has been cultivating the 7 brilliant star body for the past few days, while Bailan and the Patriarch are watching from the side. Lei Yuan said, I have already arranged the specific time. It will be 10 days from now, when Long Chen and Sitayu fight. At that time, our Thunder Clan will give them a pleasant surprise. Everyone was stunned. Isn't that the time when there are the most people? All the experts of the Demon Clan will appear. How can we succeed? Chapter 767. Aside from the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan, no one else knew what was happening in the Thunder Clan. Even the upper echelons of the Thunder Clan were unaware of this important internal meeting. However, the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan had grasped their thoughts. The Thunder Clan was a clan that loved freedom. They didn't like the feeling of living under someone else's roof. What Lei Ji and Bailan didn't know was that although their relationship was very good, the lower echelons of the Thunder Clan and the Demon Clan weren't on good terms with each other. This was especially true for the younger generation. Between the Thunder Clan and the Demon Clan was much more powerful than the Thunder Clan. In the Myriad Kingdoms domain, it was generally believed that the Thunder Clan existed as a vassal of the Demon Clan. This caused the youths of the Demon Clan to be arrogant in front of the Thunder Clan. They even looked down on the Thunder Clan. Of course, Lei Ji and Bailan didn't care about these conflicts. However, other than Lei Ji, the rest of the Thunder Clan had some resentment towards the Demon Clan. After the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords appeared, not only were the 8 elders of the Demon Clan moved, but the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan and everyone else in the Thunder Clan were also moved. A storm silently arrived without anyone knowing. Of course, Long Chen also didn't know that he was currently immersed in the cultivation of the 7 glorious star body. As long as he completed this step, Long Chen would be able to cultivate the 7 glorious star body to the Great Accomplishment Realm. Long Chen had already reached the Great Accomplishment Realm in his control over the star core in his heart. At this moment, Long Chen was controlling the star core, extending his perception towards the distant horizon. There were countless astral energies in the endless stars. Long Chen searched the horizon. Only after he had drawn enough astral energies did Long Chen draw them down. Long Chen was going to go big this time. On the side, Bailan and Lei Ji were both stunned, because the amount of astral chi Long Chen had attracted this time was too much, 10 times more than the maximum amount Long Chen had attracted before. Such a large amount of astral chi transformed into a huge purple astral beast, exploding in the sky with a loud bang, causing a huge commotion as it swooped down. Such a huge amount of astral energy was something that Long Chen nearly couldn't control. If he didn't control it, it would be very dangerous. Because it meant that Long Chen would destroy the entire Cyanwood Sky City. Perhaps many people would die in there. But the good thing was that he controlled it. Bailan and Lei Ji heaved a sigh of relief. The foundation of their Thunder Clan and Demon Clan was here. If it was destroyed, the two of them would probably cry to death. However, when they saw such a huge astral beast soaring in the sky, they still felt fear in their hearts. Fortunately, Long Chen needed a very long time to draw the astral energies. Furthermore, it could only be drawn at such a high altitude. If he was able to casually summon countless astral energies in a normal battle, even Bailan would have to avoid it. The purple astral energies were spitting out sharp cold light as they revolved around Long Chen. The astral energies that were as huge as the stars alarmed everyone in the Cyanwood Sky City. Everyone looked at this place with envious eyes. They knew that Long Chen was cultivating the 7 glorious star body, and Bailan and Lei Ji were protecting him. On this night, there were too many people who couldn't calm down. Within the Sita clan, Sitayu stood with his hands behind his back as he stared at the violet astral chi in the sky. A sneer appeared on his face as he said, "So what if you've successfully cultivated the 7 glorious star physique? You're 3 levels lower than me in terms of true energy. This isn't something that can be made up for with any treasures or battle skills." Thousands of people were paying attention to Long Chen. Those who knew how terrifying the astral aura was, at this moment, felt even more awe towards Long Chen. They roughly knew that the 7 glorious star body needed to be forged with astral aura. From the metal devouring chi and so on, they could imagine how terrifying the astral aura was. However, Long Chen had completely bathed himself in this astral aura. The crowd didn't believe that Long Chen wouldn't feel pain. Long Chen knew it was pain, but he could endure it. At this moment, he used the power of the stellar nucleus to firmly grasp the astral energies that were like a huge beast. The astral energies gradually condensed into a huge sphere around him, completely enveloping him. This time, the spinning sphere was 10 times bigger than the previous one. The range of the astral energies also increased by 10 times. Within this range, all the branches and leaves were turned to dust. Even Bailan and Lei Ji had no choice but to move a distance away. They didn't want to be accidentally injured. "Brother Bai, this brat has caused such a huge commotion. I know that there are people who don't know the difference between life and death and are eager to make a move. The sphere formed by the astral energies is so big, I'll go to the other side," Lei Ji said. Bailan nervously stared at Long Chen and nodded at the same time. The news that Long Chen had obtained the legacy of the 7 glorious star lords had spread. They were also worried that some people who didn't fear death would come and disturb them. Bailan had already spoken. If there really were people who didn't fear death, he wouldn't mind making a move. However, those who dared to make a move tonight were only ordinary cultivators who didn't know the difference between life and death. The true experts, at least in the Sky Realm, didn't come. Sky Realm experts were the absolute experts here. The myriad kingdoms didn't have more than 10 of them. Under the protection of Bailan and Lei Ji, Long Chen was able to cultivate safely. Of course, this was also a great challenge for him. After all, he had to endure for 7 days and 7 nights, and the intensity of the torture would be even greater than before. Surrounded by the astral aura, countless astral aura surged towards him. This time, he had to forge violently in order to finally achieve the 7 glorious stars physique. As long as he clenched his teeth and endured for 7 days and 7 nights, he would be fine. Honestly speaking, the cultivation of the 7 glorious star physique didn't require any knock on the door, nor was it related to comprehension. The only thing that was required was patience and control. As for the latter half of the cultivation, there was only one thing that was required, and that was patience. Only by enduring the most bitter of hardships could one rise above others. The suffering Long Chen had suffered this time was definitely the most in history. Countless astral energies surged into his body and completely surrounded him. Countless astral energies entered his body and furiously forged it. It completely forged his body that had already been forged before, and not just once, but twice and thrice. After 2 rounds of forging, the 7 glorious star body would finally be completed. Time gradually passed. There were many times when Long Chen couldn't help but want to give up. After all, enduring this terrifying pain for 7 days and 7 nights was not an easy thing to do. Throughout history, many people could only reach the initial success of the 7 glorious star body, but they couldn't complete the 7 glorious star body. That was because many people couldn't endure it this time. Long Chen also wanted to give up, but when he thought of Lingxi, he persevered. Only by persevering over and over again could he finally succeed. Little she. When he was in a trance, Long Chen thought of this girl, and in that trance, he felt that his body was filled with strength. After countless struggles, Long Chen persevered again and again. Below, many people were paying attention to this change. They also saw that the astral energies surrounding Long Chen were decreasing. "Big brother, you must succeed." Soi Yan closed her eyes and prayed. From Biyao, the two sisters roughly understood the situation. They knew that the astral energies would cause extreme pain, and from Biyao's description, they knew exactly how painful it was. But what made them admire was that Longchen persevered again and again. I didn't think that he would be able to endure such pain. It's already been 7 days, right? After this last night, he will succeed. Looking at the astral energies in the sky that were getting smaller and smaller, Su Shui couldn't believe her eyes. 7 days passed just like that. Yeah, Big Brother is always the best. No matter how strong Sitayu is, he will definitely not be his opponent in the end. Soi Yan also had some blind faith in Longchen. Under their expectations, the last night passed. At this moment, they were already high up in the sky, standing beside Biyao and Lei Ji. In the past few days, Biyao and Lei Ji had killed many desperados. These desperados didn't have the strength to match their strength. However, if they didn't stop them, it would still affect Longchen to a certain extent. The huge astral energies were now only the size of a human. At this moment, Longchen's body was covered with a thin layer of astral energies. Even this trace of astral energies was gradually absorbed by Longchen's body. At this moment, Longchen's appearance was also revealed. Previously, when the 7 glorious star body was at the minor success stage, one could see astral energies on Longchen's body. But now, Longchen seemed very reserved, as if he had returned to a state where he didn't cultivate at all. This was the major success stage of the 7 glorious star body. Only when Longchen truly attacked would the power of the 7 glorious star body truly appear on his body. Longchen closed his eyes and sensed for a while. He discovered that the strength of his body was more than 10 times stronger than when he was at the minor success stage. The boundless physical strength filled Longchen's body. Longchen was confident that his current physical strength was second to none among the experts in the primordial cemetery. He might even be in the top 3. The inheritance of the 7 glorious star lords, the Big Dipper steps and the 7 glorious star body, had been truly completed by Longchen. These two parts together were the complete contents of the 7 glorious star technique. Chapter 768. Lei Ji, do you still dare to let Longchen try his strength? Said Biyao, pointing at Longchen. Lei Ji hurriedly shook his head and said, I've already tried it last time. Now it's your demon god Imperial Body's turn. Speaking of which, both of you have medium Emperor tier body refinement battle skills. The way the two of them rejected each other made the Bai sisters smile at each other. Forget it. In 3 days, he will fight against Sitayu. We'll just watch. I don't want to suffer, said Biyao. After saying that, he looked at Longchen and said, at that time, I was just talking about it casually. I didn't think that you would actually be able to completely practice the 7 glorious star body within a month. However, Sitayu has also reached the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm. It won't be easy to defeat him. In the remaining 3 days, prepare well. Longchen nodded and said, many thanks to the 2 patriarchs for protecting me these past few days. Don't worry about it. It's natural for you to protect your son-in-law, said Biyao with a teasing smile. This guy was used to being disrespectful. His words made Su Shui feel embarrassed. She originally thought that her sister would be unhappy, but what made her feel strange was that Su Yan was still looking at Longchen with a sweet expression. Why is this little girl in such a good mood? What did Longchen say to her? Su Shui was puzzled. After Longchen finished practicing the 7 glorious star body, Biyao and Lei Ji left. Longchen, Su Shui, and Soi Yan went back to their residence. He didn't want to waste the remaining 3 days. The martial god tablet was in front of him. After returning, Longchen immediately immersed himself in the martial god tablet. In 3 days, he would fight against Sitayu, who was in the 9th level of the Earth martial realm, so Su Shui didn't dare to disturb him. Sister, do you think Big Brother has a good chance in 3 days? Soi Yan murmured as she stood under the pavilion in front of Long Chen's door. In order to not let her sister worry, Su Shui said, "Don't worry, Long Chen is very stubborn. No matter what, he won't die. No matter what, he won't lose." "Sister, you're lying. You clearly thought Big Brother would lose." Soi Yan opened her eyes wide and looked at Su Shui. Su Shui forced a smile and said, "Don't make wild guesses, I don't think so. Moreover, look at how hardworking he is, he definitely won't disappoint you." Yes, Long Chen did not relax for even a moment. 3 days passed very quickly. On this day, Long Chen called Soi Yan into his room and there was no sound. When Soi Yan came out, everyone asked, "Yan, why did Long Chen call you in? It's already been 10 days. I ate the medicinal pellets Big Brother gave me and he's still cultivating. However, I feel that he still hasn't reached the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm." Everyone was a bit disappointed, but they soon understood. After all, it wasn't easy to reach the 7th level of the Earth Martial Arts Realm. The fight was at noon, and it was still early in the morning, so they weren't in a hurry. However, the place where the fight was going to take place was already full of people. Situ Yu and the 8 great elders who supported him had already arrived. It was a huge platform. There might have been people living in the Cyanwood Heavenly City in the past. There might even be a martial arts arena in the city. At this moment, the side of the huge platform was already filled with people. The training ground was in the outer city of the Cyanwood Heavenly City. Today was a big day in the Cyanwood Heavenly City. Everyone in the Cyanwood Heavenly City had already arrived. The battle between Long Chen and Situ Yu had already spread like wildfire. This battle was not only related to whether or not Long Chen could become Bai Lan's son-in-law, it was also related to who the 7 brilliant Star Lords' inheritance belonged to. Although everyone knew that Long Chen had successfully cultivated the Big Dipper steps and the 7 brilliant star body, the most important inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, the 3,000 star domain, Long Chen definitely could not use it. Therefore, many people coveted the 3,000 star domain. A person's greed was boundless. Even with a super expert like Bai Lan overseeing, it could not extinguish the burning greed in everyone's heart. At this moment, the demon race, thunder race, and ordinary martial artists formed 3 groups. They stood on 3 different sides of the platform. On the side of the demon race, Situ Yu stood under the escort of the 8 elders. Even the 8 elders were standing, but Situ Yu had his own seat. This was his treatment as a participant. Of course, from this, it could be seen how much importance the 8 elders placed on this battle. As long as they defeated Long Chen, the 7 brilliant Star Lords' inheritance would not belong to Long Chen. It was very likely that after a fight, it would fall back into the hands of the 8 elders. At this moment, the 8 elders were talking to Situ Yu. Most of them were praising him. After all, Situ Yu was already in existence in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. He was not far from their strength. Moreover, Situ Yu was still young. His potential was far from being used up. In a few years, he would definitely become a strong demon in the Sky Martial Realm. Su Shui was also in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. They were both from the demon race. In everyone's eyes, Su Shui and Situ Yu were a true couple. After Situ Yu's strength had increased, Situ Yao's position in the 8 elders had also increased. Many elders had already started to build relationships with Situ Yao. With a good grandson like Situ Yu, it was very possible that Situ Yu would be the one in charge of the demon race in the future. If Bai Lan died, of course, because Bai Lan had reached the Sky Martial Realm, he could still live for a long time. The demon race was very lively. Situ Yu was very proud of himself. This feeling of being surrounded by countless people made him feel very good. Even behind him, his subordinates were flattering him. Brother Situ is in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. He will definitely reach the Sky Martial Realm in the future. He is the rising superstar of our demon race. Long Chen is in the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm. He is simply wasting the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. If he gives the inheritance to Brother Situ, he will definitely become the strongest person under the Patriarch. Even the 9 great clans don't have such a strong person at such a young age. Of course. When Brother Situ has the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, coupled with the magic weapon, 3000 star field, even Wu Guanyu won't be a match for Brother Situ. Hearing these words, Situ Yu felt very good. When he reached the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, he knew that he would definitely win today. Moreover, he still had an important trump card in his hand, which was the Million Melting Demon Spear. A low-level Emperor-level magic weapon. The demon race was very lively, but the Thunder Clan was very quiet. The 7 sons of the Thunder Clan were quietly standing together. Behind them were the leaders of the Thunder Clan and then the ordinary disciples. The ordinary warriors were also very lively. They were scattered all over the place. When they met someone they knew, they would unscrupulously chat with them. It was even noisier than the demon race. What's going on? Why hasn't it started yet? It's almost noon and Long Chen hasn't arrived yet. What does the person who got the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords look like? Is he afraid to come because his opponent is so strong? How can such a person get the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords? It's pure luck. Why can't I be that lucky? I wonder if I'll be lucky today. At first, it was just the demon race's side that was noisy. Soon, the demon race was also noisy. Only the Thunder Clan side was very calm. What's going on? Why hasn't he come yet? Situ Yu said impatiently, looking in the direction of Long Chen. Don't worry, calm down and deal with it. This brat's willpower is quite astonishing. He has already successfully cultivated the 7 glorious star body. His physical body will be quite astonishing. You better deal with him seriously. This brat is very strange. Situ Yao said in Situ Yu's ear. I know. Situ Yu said impatiently. In the past few days, Situ Yao had already talked about the 7 glorious star body in his ear several times. Situ Yu was annoyed when he heard it. If he hadn't reached the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, he would still care about it. But now, in front of absolute strength, any battle skills were just unorthodox methods. When Situ Yu's patience was about to disappear, Long Chen and the others walked over. Bai Lan and Lei Ji, the 2 patriarchs, stood together. Su Shui and Soi Yan followed behind them. As for Long Chen, he followed behind them. After comprehending for 3 days and 3 nights, Long Chen still hadn't reached the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm. In fact, he had already reached the final juncture, but because of time constraints, he could only come out first. Long Chen guessed that if he was given another 10 days, he would definitely be able to reach the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm. If he had the strength of the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm, Long Chen would have it easier. And today, it would be a very difficult and bitter battle. The people who originally thought that Long Chen wouldn't appear all looked at the young man who was said to be envied and hated. They thought that the young man would be very frightened, but they didn't expect to see his calm face, as if the person who was about to fight was not him. Are you sure this is Long Chen? His strength is at the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm, but why doesn't he seem to be afraid at all? Maybe he's pretending. To be honest, he's probably scared to death. I heard that he agreed to Situ Yu's challenge, but I didn't expect that Situ Yu would reach the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm a month later. He even made a promise that if he lost, he wouldn't marry Princess Su Shui. Now this guy is in trouble. Under the pressure of all the big shots, the inheritance of the 7 glorious Star Lords will be lost. Su Shui was a little unhappy. She said with slight anger, these people's mouths are really cheap. They don't know anything, but they still talk nonsense. Yeah, they're not good people. Big Brother didn't offend them, but they talk nonsense. Chapter 769. But what made her happy was that Long Chen didn't seem to be angry. Time's up, let's go. Bai Lan turned around and said to Long Chen when they reached the platform. Long Chen nodded and walked to the center of the platform before Situyu. His pace was neither fast nor slow as he walked step by step towards the center of the platform. It was spacious enough for Long Chen and Situyu to fight. As for Bai Lan and Lei Ji, they stood between the Thunder Clan and the Devil Clan. They did not stand together with their own clans. Su Shui and Su Yan stood behind them. Thus, there were a total of 4 groups of people. Seeing this, the 7 sons of the Thunder Clan and the others looked at each other and smiled. Everything was going according to their plan. In their plan, the patriarchs of the 2 clans and the 8 great elders of the Demon Clan would stand like this. Everything was going according to their plan. As long as they stood together, the Thunder Prison would be able to cover them. As long as they were covered by the Thunder Prison, even Bai Lan wouldn't be able to escape. In this way, the Thunder Clan would have enough time to make their move. Of course, nobody knew what the Thunder Clan was doing. Even the patriarch of the Thunder Clan, Lei Ji, was kept in the dark. After Long Chen went to the platform, Situyu couldn't wait anymore. He laughed and slapped his chair. Without saying anything, he rushed to the platform and stood 20 meters away from Long Chen. The 2 of them immediately attracted everyone's attention. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm was really terrifying for Long Chen. At least in terms of true qi, he was 10 times stronger than Long Chen. Long Chen was considering whether to use the blood sacrifice or not. But after seeing Situyu's fierce and arrogant face, he gave up and used the Dragon's Soul Transformation. The Dragon's Soul Transformation increased the nature of his true qi by 10 times. The standard of his true qi had also reached the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Although there was still a long distance between him and his opponent, for Long Chen, this gap was just right. Basically, there weren't many people in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm who could be his opponent. The Dragon's Soul Transformation made everyone finally see that there was something special about Long Chen. The Dragon's Soul Transformation was fierce and terrifying, as if it was born to kill. The bone spurs and scales were flashing with a threatening light. This appearance is not bad. It has the feeling of a beast. Sure enough, it can't be compared with our human clan. Situyu glanced at it and said with a sneer. Long Chen didn't pay attention to him. He felt the power in his body. After transforming into the Dragon's Soul Transformation, the power of the 7 glorious star body in the dragon body, even if he didn't use true qi, his body was full of an explosive power. At this time, Long Chen gently clenched his fist. On his arm, a purple gang qi swallowed and spat out, condensing into a star pattern on his hand. It was as if there was a purple star map on his body, bright and vast. This is the 7 glorious star body. Situyu's face revealed a look of jealousy, but it quickly turned into excitement and greed. He could feel that the 7 glorious star body was indeed full of very strong power. He even had a feeling that he didn't dare to touch Long Chen. The reason why he was excited was because he knew that this 7 glorious star body would one day be his. Everything would be his. One could imagine how strong he would be after he had the 7 glorious star body. How could he know what kind of torture he would have to go through to successfully cultivate the 7 glorious star body? Situyu didn't know if he could succeed in cultivating the 7 glorious star body even if he spent a year. What he needed to do now was to take it from Long Chen's hands. To be honest, I really can't believe that you actually dared to come here. Situyu continued to talk nonsense. His contemptuous words couldn't make Long Chen, whose heart was as still as water, move the slightest bit. Cultivation was more about the cultivation of the mind. After experiencing the torture of the 7 glorious star body, Long Chen suddenly felt that there was nothing in the world to be afraid of. Therefore, even if it was Situyu, who was in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, he could calmly face him. The star chart formed by the purple gang qi was circulating on Long Chen's body. His mind was already immersed in a kind of still water realm. At this time, Long Chen forgot the level between the 2 of them and forgot the gap between their strength. Only the opponent in front of him existed in his only world. What is he doing? Why does it seem like he is in a trance? When everyone saw Situ use contemptuous words, but Long Chen didn't have any response, they all thought that Long Chen was scared silly. What is he doing? If you don't dare to come, then don't come. Coming here and not saying anything, what is this? Everyone was already scared silly by Long Chen and didn't dare to speak. Only Situ understood that with such a peaceful Long Chen, he couldn't find a chance to attack. This made him somewhat doubtful. Towards this brat, Long Chen, he had already harbored thousands of resentment in his heart. Therefore, at this time, he didn't speak anymore. His body moved and he already rushed towards Long Chen to kill. In an instant, the battle was ignited. According to Patriarch Bai, this Situ cultivates the Situ family's heavenly devil transforming art, which contains body refining battle skills, body movement battle skills, and 3 powerful fist techniques. Heavenly devil transforming art is a primary emperor level battle skill. This is probably Situ's trump card. On the way here, Bai Lan had already introduced a lot of things about Situ to Long Chen. This was also to let Long Chen be prepared. Even Feng Lin could use the emperor level battle skill, Thousand Hand Print, so there was no reason that Situ couldn't use it. The fist technique in the Heavenly Devil Transforming Art was called Heavenly Devil Transforming Fist. However, in this first attack, Situ didn't use the Emperor level battle skill. To deal with a small 6th level Earth Martial Realm cultivator, using the Emperor level battle skill was too shameful for him. In an instant, he approached Long Chen. Situ's true essence of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm gave him an extraordinary speed. In terms of speed, he was almost the same as his grandfather Situyao. Devil's Netherworld Finger. With a whistling sound, in the middle of Situ's right index finger, there was suddenly a yellow stream of air revolving around it. It was like the legendary Netherworld. At this moment, the yellow whirlpool suddenly increased and in an instant, it rushed towards Long Chen. In the center of the Netherworld, there was a black star. A huge attack burst out from this star. In fact, the power of the Devil's Netherworld Finger was in this black star. This was the real power of the Devil's Netherworld Finger, which was also Situ's fingertip. This Devil's Netherworld Finger was actually a high-level king-level battle skill. It was not much different from Long Chen's Desolation Divine Seal. At this time, Situ used the strength of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm to display the full power of the Devil's Netherworld Finger. Using the Devil's Netherworld Finger to deal with Long Chen was obviously underestimating Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes were calm. When the opponent attacked, his eyes didn't change in the slightest. Even his body didn't move in the slightest. This immediately caused a burst of noise. What's going on? Why isn't Long Chen resisting? Is he looking to die? Under the attack of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, he still doesn't resist. This guy's brain is rusty. Or is he looking to die? All kinds of discussions came. Behind Bai Lan, Su Shui and Soi Yan were also very nervous. They couldn't help but want to go up and help. In the end, it was Bai Lan who stopped them and said, "Don't look down on Long Chen too much. It's not certain who will win or lose today." Since Bai Lan said such words, it proved that Long Chen still had a possibility of winning. Hearing these words, Su Shui and Su Shui immediately relaxed a little. At this time, under Situ's puzzled gaze, his Devil's Netherworld Finger lightly touched Long Chen's chest. Situ felt that he had hit his opponent, but what made him shocked was that he suddenly saw the star patterns on Long Chen's body actually converge towards his chest. When Situ hit his opponent, a lot of purple gang chi had already gathered on his chest. These purple gang chi suddenly turned into a fierce beast. When Situ's Devil's Netherworld Finger poked Long Chen, the beast suddenly roared and bit Situ's finger. Ah! Situ let out a scream. He hurriedly used all the true chi in his body to finally shake off the purple gang chi. Only then was he able to retreat in embarrassment. The power of this purple gang chi came from Long Chen's 7 glorious star body, which was beyond his expectations. And the power of Situ Yu's devil's netherworld finger also directly sent Long Chen flying. He retreated a few steps before he could stabilize his body. Under the resistance of the 7 glorious star body, the devil's netherworld finger only caused a certain amount of impact and didn't hurt his body. Long Chen's body had been tempered time and time again by the stellar qi, and its toughness had already far surpassed that of others. Now, even if he stood in the middle of the glazed gold domain and let the gold-devouring qi envelop his body, it wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest. This was the pinnacle of body-refining battle techniques in the Myriad Kingdoms domain. As soon as the battle began, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. They all thought that Long Chen would be killed in the first move. Who would have thought that the situation would be like this? Situ Yu used all his strength to attack Long Chen, but Long Chen didn't fight back. The result was that Situ Yu was sent flying and his finger was slightly injured. How strong did Long Chen's 7 glorious star body have to be to create such an effect? Long Chen looked at Long Chen in a daze. They knew that Long Chen used the 7 glorious star body to block the attack. From this, it could be seen how powerful the 7 glorious star body was. This made them even more envious of the 7 glorious star body. They thought that they would be invincible in the world after obtaining the inheritance of the 7 glorious star body. How could they know that the cultivation of the 7 glorious star body required such terrible torture? Chapter 770. Long Chen had taken risks again and again, he had endured pain again and again. Only then did he have the strength he had today. Seeing Long Chen's performance, everyone laughed. At this time, Long Chen had already begun to shine. The people on Situ Yu's side were naturally angry. Among them, Situ Yu was the most embarrassed one. Before, he had made a solemn vow, but now that he thought about these people, it was simply a slap to his face. Although his finger was slightly injured, but for Situ Yu, it seemed that his face was even more painful. Courting death, you are just relying on the 7 glorious star body. The inheritance of the 7 glorious star body will sooner or later belong to me, Situ Yu. Situ Yu let out a roar in his heart. At this time, without saying anything, he roared and rushed towards Long Chen. Since the advanced king-level battle skill was useless, he had already decided to use an emperor-level battle skill to let Long Chen have a good taste of pain and failure. Heavenly Demon Transformation Art. As Situ Yu was moving forward, a fierce black whirlwind suddenly swept around him. He was enveloped by this black whirlwind. This black whirlwind roared and suddenly turned into a giant beast that rushed towards Long Chen. Heavenly Demon Chaos Dance. This was one of the agility battle skills of the Heavenly Devil Transformation Art. This was an emperor-level agility battle skill. At this time, Situ Yu moved, his entire body suddenly turned into a devil shadow. Even the current Long Chen couldn't clearly see where his body was. Of course, an emperor-level battle skill couldn't be simple. In the eyes of everyone, at this time, the entire platform was filled with Situ Yu's shadow. There was no shadow of Long Chen at all. However, for Long Chen, this kind of agility skill had very little effect on him. This was because Long Chen had the spirit-devouring demon eyes. As long as he was under the spirit-devouring demon eyes, no shadow would be able to escape from Long Chen's eyes. As soon as the spirit-devouring demon eyes opened, Long Chen saw Situ Yu's body quickly moving in the air. He was using a roundabout method to attack behind him. Long Chen's mouth curved into a trace of a cold smile. At this time, a golden light suddenly appeared in his right palm. Golden Emperor Heaven Covering Seal. Long Chen struck behind him. Suddenly, the huge Golden Emperor's seal rumbled behind him and suddenly slashed down. Situ Yu happened to be at Long Chen's position. Boom boom. Situ Yu was originally preparing to attack Long Chen. He didn't think that Long Chen would be able to find his position. In this critical moment, Long Chen's Golden Emperor Heaven Covering Seal emitted a vast and cold energy. This energy represented that this was definitely a Emperor-level battle skill. Facing an Emperor-level battle skill, Sityu didn't dare to be careless at all. Demonic Fist of Life, Chi Transformation. In this critical moment, Sityu could only use the first move of the Demonic Fist of Life to fight against Long Chen. Under Sityu's control, thousands of demonic shadows appeared on his fist. In this small space, the group of demons howled and exploded in the form of a fist. They collided with Long Chen's Golden Emperor Heaven-covering seal. The clash of the two had their own advantages. Long Chen won because he grasped the opportunity, forcing Sityu to react hastily. On the other hand, Sityu won because of his dense true energy. The two Emperor-level battle skills collided. Immediately, the entire Greenwood Sky City trembled. With an explosive sound, the two of them flew backwards. Among them, Long Chen received the most impact. He flew back more than 20 meters before he stabilized himself on the ground. He almost rolled on the ground. Although Sityu was in a hurry, he was able to stabilize his body. In this confrontation, what shocked Sityu the most was how did Long Chen know his position. He had enough confidence in his demonic flurry. This kid's luck is really good. He can actually guess my position so easily. But next time, your luck won't be so good. From the exchange just now, Sityu clearly understood Long Chen's real strength. He knew that in a normal battle, Long Chen would absolutely not be his opponent. So, he was very excited in his heart. To be honest, Sityu was indeed a very difficult opponent to deal with. At this moment, Long Chen was slightly injured. The attack of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm made his blood and chi churn. His whole body was very uncomfortable. It was with great difficulty that Long Chen finished suppressing his body. At this time, Sityu once again madly laughed and rushed towards Long Chen to kill. Up until now, Sityu had taken the initiative to attack. Long Chen realized that the gap between the two of them was really too big. The only thing he didn't use was the double seal combination. However, he knew that the double seal combination wouldn't be able to kill Sityu no matter what. So, he had to make a breakthrough. Otherwise, he would lose today. Thinking of this, Long Chen took a deep breath. He immersed his mind in the martial god tablet in the great virtual realm. In fact, he was only a little bit away from the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Because he was pressed for time, he came here. Who said that I, Long Chen, can't comprehend the martial god tablet during a battle? If others were to know of his current state, they would definitely be too shocked. This brat was really too heaven-defying. Facing such a battle against an opponent that was far stronger than himself, he actually split his attention to comprehend the martial god monument diagram. In my current state, I can only defeat Sityu with the blood sacrifice. However, I can't use the blood sacrifice. The martial god tablet is my only chance, said Long Chen. At that moment, Sityu was rushing towards him. He was ready to kill Long Chen and steal his 3,000 star field as soon as possible. As long as it recognized him as its master, even Biyao would have nothing to say. After all, the 8 great elders would protect Sityu. Long Chen's mind was half immersed in the great virtual realm and the other half was watching Sityu. The fist technique of the figure in the martial god tablet was gradually overlapping with Sityu's fist technique. Die. Sityu once again used the first move of the Devil Transformation Fist. Big Dipper Steps. Under Long Chen's control, a huge astrolabe appeared on the platform. Golden runes flickered on the blue astrolabe. When Sityu's Heavenly Devil Transformation Fist erupted with formidable might, causing the entire platform to shake, Long Chen had already appeared on another star on the astrolabe. His speed was so fast that it left everyone speechless. Even Sityu himself was stunned. This is the Big Dipper Steps. Whether it is the 7 glorious stars body or the Big Dipper Steps, they are both very heaven-defying. Long Chen is so lucky to get this thing. Does he want to keep dodging like this? After dodging Situ Yu's first attack, Long Chen kept dodging like this. He didn't make a single move. Therefore, everyone saw this scene. On the platform, Situ Yu was chasing Long Chen angrily, insulting and ridiculing him. He wanted to punch Long Chen and kill Long Chen. But what made him crazy was that Long Chen was able to dodge his attack every time. While dodging with the Big Dipper steps, Long Chen was still comprehending the picture of the martial god tablet. At the same time, he was also pondering over Situ Yu's punching skills. No matter what, Situ Yu was already at the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm. His punching skills of the Earth martial arts realm and the profoundness of every move were of great help to Long Chen. Time gradually passed. That one point of doubt was soon cleared up in Long Chen's mind. If he had comprehended the martial god tablet normally, it would have taken Long Chen a few days. But in this tense situation, with the help and pressure of Situ Yu's attack, Long Chen's speed of comprehension was super fast. After failing to hit Long Chen several times in a row and being played around by Long Chen, even the audience couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this time, Situ Yu couldn't bear it anymore. He suddenly stopped and then displayed the devil flurry dance. He rushed towards Long Chen and instantly arrived in front of Long Chen. "Let's stop here," Situ Yu furiously roared. Immediately, a black whirlwind completely enveloped him. That berserk power completely surrounded him. Countless devil shadows appeared around him and revolved around him. Devil Transforming Fist, Tribulation of 3 Lives. This was the second move of the Devil Transforming Fist. The Devil Transforming Fist had a total of 3 moves. Situ Yu only knew the first 2 moves. After all, he had just reached the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm, not the Heaven martial arts realm. For him, only when he reached the Heaven martial arts realm would he be able to comprehend the last move of the Devil Transforming Fist. With one punch, Situ Yu struck out 3 fist prints. These 3 fist prints condensed into countless demonic shadows. From 3 directions, they instantly arrived in front of Long Chen. This guy's Devil Transforming Fist had already completely surpassed Feng Jilin's 1,000-hand print. And now, Long Chen was in a situation where there was no blood sacrifice at all. Just when Situ Yu was using the Devil Transforming Fist, Long Chen's martial god tablet in the Great Virtual Realm was also practicing the fist skill of the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm to the last degree. Finally, he withdrew his fist. The illusory figure withdrew his fist at the same time as Situ Yu's fist. This withdrawal and release gave Long Chen a feeling of sudden enlightenment. He felt that a certain barrier in his heart was suddenly broken through. This kind of refreshing and carefree feeling made Long Chen's martial spirit undergo a huge leap. The profoundness of the martial god tablet in addition to the pressure of fighting with Situ Yu made Long Chen, at the last moment, completely understand the fist skill of the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Next, as long as he absorbed enough true origin, his martial spirit would solidify and he would be able to reach the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm during the battle. However, at this critical moment, Situ Yu's royal level battle skill was already rushing towards Long Chen. Chapter 771. Therefore, Long Chen was preparing to resist as much as he could before using time reversal. With time reversal, as long as Long Chen didn't die, he could adjust his body's time to 10 breaths time. Although it was a little troublesome and dangerous, it was the only way. Before, Long Chen only relied on the Big Dipper steps to avoid the attacks again and again, which was very impressive. This made everyone change their opinion of Long Chen. He was only at LV6 of the Earth martial arts realm, but he was able to hold on for such a long time and make Situ Yu run around in circles, which proved his strength. The only regret was that his realm was too low. No one knew that while Long Chen was dodging the attacks with the Big Dipper steps, he was also comprehending the martial god tablet. However, at the final moment, Long Chen had been stunned. It seemed that he had been unable to dodge. Just like that, he had been exposed to the Sky Demon Life Transformation Fist. Everyone was extremely nervous. The winner is about to be decided. Long Chen is going to be miserable. Although his performance is very impressive, his strength is too low. It's already very good to have such a performance. Sui Yan and Su Shui were still looking at their father. They wanted to hear their father say that even in such a situation, Long Chen still had hope, but they saw the seriousness and doubt in their father's eyes. He's making a breakthrough. Bai Lan suddenly said. His words stunned Lei Ji, Su Shui and Sui Yan. Long Chen was making a breakthrough at this critical moment. Although the breakthrough was quite amazing, the problem was that even if Long Chen made a breakthrough, he still couldn't survive Situ Yu's attack. Long Chen would probably die before he had time to make a breakthrough. The situation was extremely urgent. Even Bai Lan was ready to take action. He wouldn't let Long Chen die in the hands of Situ Yu. The first move of the Heavenly Devil Transformation Fist was indeed terrifying. Long Chen also frowned. At this time, his martial soul was rapidly condensing. Once his martial soul successfully evolved, he would be able to have quintessential essence that matched his realm. At this moment, Kitten, who was in the great virtual realm, said, "Kid, continue to advance. I'll help this kid." Kitten's words made Long Chen feel a lot more at ease. If he just stood there and let Situ Yu attack, although he could reverse the flow of time, Long Chen didn't know what the consequences would be, so at this moment, with Kitten's Dream Demon attack, Long Chen was completely relieved. He completely immersed his mind in the promotion of his martial spirit, completely giving up resistance. This time, the Heavenly Demon Transformation Fist had almost drowned Long Chen. At this time, Kitten's furry body appeared on Long Chen's chest. Situ Yu, who was in the middle of casting the Heavenly Devil Transformation Fist, was startled by this sudden appearance. This little guy's black shining eyes made Situ Yu somewhat immersed in it. Suddenly, he saw Long Chen using the Big Dipper steps and appeared on his left side. What a fast Big Dipper steps, you can even dodge like this, but can you really dodge? Situ Yu let out a sneer. At this time, he suddenly changed the direction of his attack, moving towards his left side. In his ferocious eyes, Long Chen was smashed to pieces. 3,000 star field. The sky was full of flesh and blood, but there was no 3,000 star field. This made Situ Yu a little dumbfounded, but what made him even more dumbfounded was that in the end, even the flesh and blood disappeared. What happened? Situ Yu was dumbfounded. He shook his head and suddenly sobered up. However, he saw that Long Chen was still standing in the original place. He had changed the direction of his attack just now, unexpectedly hitting the air. Situ Yu didn't know what was going on, and the people below were even more confused. Why did Situ Yu suddenly show mercy and not kill Long Chen, but instead change the direction of his attack? The people of the devil race, especially the 8 great elders, were even more confused. Situ Yao, what's going on with your grandson? He could have killed his opponent, why did he change the direction of his attack? Several elders angrily asked Situ Yao. They thought that this was Situ Yao's arrangement. I also don't know what this brat is doing. Situ Yao said somewhat speechlessly. He was originally about to succeed, and his mood was extremely excited, but Situ Yu had ruined this success just like that. Why? Situ Yao also couldn't figure it out. At this time, he suddenly saw a small black kitten on Long Chen's chest. It suddenly disappeared into Long Chen's chest. Situ Yao searched in his mind for a long time before he finally thought of the information of this demon beast. This is a dream demon, it can create illusion techniques. Xiao Yu must have been hypnotized by this dream demon before. Fortunately, this dream demon is still small. I guess this time, it has already exhausted its strength. Xiao Yu will be able to kill Long Chen soon. Situ Yao guaranteed. Hearing that it was a dream demon beast, several elders finally understood. No wonder Situ Yao would dodge for no reason just now. But then, something even more sluggish happened. Long Chen. He actually broke through to the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm. That's right, his true essence is rapidly growing. Everyone cried out in surprise. Who would have thought that Long Chen would actually break through to the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm in the middle of a battle? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Only Bai Lan and the others laughed. Bai Lan was clear about Long Chen's strength. His only weakness was true essence, and now, Long Chen's true essence was already equivalent to the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm. He also had many Emperor-level battle skills, so he didn't need to be afraid of Sityu. An endless amount of spirit chi rushed into Long Chen's body and was swallowed by Long Chen. He knew that it was transformed into his dragon soul true essence, allowing his dragon soul true essence to gradually grow. In the short period of time that Sityu was lured away, Long Chen completely had the cultivation of the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Damn, this god is really tired. This brat's martial spirit is so powerful. After hallucinating him for a while, this god's strength is gone. Brat, I'll leave the rest to you. You must avenge this god. Returning to the Great Void Realm, Kitten shouted. That's natural. The corner of Long Chen's mouth curved into a trace of an evil smile. The strength of the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm appeared in his body. The improvement of the true essence made Long Chen improve a lot in all aspects. Especially with this kind of true essence, he had the strength to drive the 7 glorious star body. He lightly clenched his fist, and the explosive power burned in his body. Long Chen had never felt that he would be so powerful one day. Rumble. The true essence was sweeping through his body. Sityu turned his head and saw a strong light bursting out of Long Chen's eyes. It was a fierce and bloody light, and in his body, there was a purple cold light that belonged to the star Gang Chi. He unexpectedly broke through. Sityu was stunned. But he was not afraid. His strength is low. Even if he broke through, he is only at the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm. What can this kind of strength do to me? Sityu sneered, and his body swept again. He used the martial art of Sky Demon Flurry. It looked like he was coming from countless directions to kill Long Chen. Sky Demon Life Fist, Tribulation of 3 Lives. Once again, 3 fist prints condensed into countless demonic shadows, whistling towards Long Chen. Those demonic shadows let out hundreds of millions of screams, disturbing Long Chen's mind. In Long Chen's hand, appeared the Red Emperor Burning Seal. The power of the Golden Crow's fire, the power of the Red Emperor Burning Seal, and the power of Long Chen's 7 glorious star body, suddenly burst out. Although Long Chen's true essence was 1 level lower than his opponent's, in terms of strength, there was no difference. The Red Emperor Burning Seal, a huge fiery red seal, suddenly rotated and collided with Sityu's attack. This time, the power of the Red Emperor Burning Seal, with the support of Long Chen's 7 glorious star body, unexpectedly overshadowed Sityu's tribulation of 3 lives. With a huge explosion, the flames swept towards Sityu. How can he be so strong? Sityu was shocked to find that Long Chen's attack was still suppressing him. He crazily rotated his body, creating a huge black wind, which made the flames break away from his body, but the powerful force still made him roll on the ground several times. His clothes were somewhat burnt. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded by Long Chen's actions. The demons were the most in disbelief. Aside from Bai Lan, practically the entire demon race supported Sityu. After all, in their eyes, Long Chen was an outsider. They would rather Sityu obtain the legacy of Su Shui and the 7 brilliant Star Lord than have it be Long Chen. Sityu had completely suppressed Long Chen. How could Long Chen break through in the middle of the battle and suppress Sityu? He is only in the 7th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, but he can suppress a cultivator in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm in a head-on battle. Is the inheritance of the 7 glorious Star Lords so powerful? Everyone's heart was burning with excitement. Sityu, is Sityu going to lose? The other elders' faces darkened. They had planned for a long time for this day. If Sityu lost in the end, everything would be in vain. Don't worry, Xiaoyu hasn't taken out his myriad devil spear yet. Once the myriad devil spear is taken out, no matter how strong Long Chen is, he won't be a match for him. Situ Yao was calm and unworried at all. Situ Yu was just careless. Once he took out the great demon spear, how could Long Chen be a match for him? The huge gap in true essence couldn't be made up so easily. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Situ Yu slowly stood up. He looked at Long Chen with a venomous gaze, took a deep breath, and then smiled. Sure enough, you're my biggest enemy. You didn't let me down. Situ Yu laughed. He didn't seem to be worried about losing at all. Take out your great demon spear. I know you have it. On the way, Bai Lan had told Long Chen about the Sita clan's treasure. Long Chen knew that Situ Yu definitely had it. You even know about this. Situ Yu's face darkened. He moved his hands and a pitch-black spear with countless demonic shadows appeared in his hands. There's a lot I want to say, but forget it. In the past month, I was really exhausted. In order to prepare for this grand eruption, when I made the decision, I didn't have a draft, but I still stopped. My fingers hurt countless times, and I wanted to sleep countless times, but I endured it. Madman said that as long as you like it, I will definitely not let you down. I'm on holiday for the Qingming festival. I'm tired and want to rest a little. So I'll write 50 chapters today. Tomorrow and the day after, I'll write 1 chapter every day. I'll start writing 3 chapters every day on the 7th. Everyone won't blame me for being a little lazy, right? Hee, I'm really tired. My wife blames me for not accompanying her. If I don't play with her and she doesn't allow me to write, you won't be able to read it. Hee. Chapter 772. Sure enough, Situ Yu had the great melting demon spear. The small great melting demon spear seemed to contain 10,000 demonic shadows. Countless demonic shadows were howling and screaming inside the great melting demon spear. From the great melting demon spear, Long Chen could feel the monstrous power. It was a kind of negative power, gloomy and terrifying. Holding the great melting demon spear, Situ Yu regained his confidence. Just now, he had been beaten back by Long Chen, which made him lose face. At this moment, the more he looked at Long Chen, the more furious he was. His fingers that were holding the great melting demon spear made cracking sounds, which showed how much strength he was exerting. There seemed to be a black whirlpool around the great melting demon spear, which sucked in the surrounding light. Situ Yu waved the great melting demon spear, and wherever the great melting demon spear went, the surrounding light was sucked in. Seeing the great melting demon spear, Long Chen thought of the invisible whip that Feng Jilin had used. The power of the two was about the same. The invisible whip was the treasure of the Feng clan. He didn't expect that the Sita clan would have such a weapon in the Demon clan. It showed that the power of the Thunder clan and the Demon clan was much stronger than that of the Wind clan and the Thunder clan. If he hadn't reached LV7 of the Earth Martial Arts realm, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to deal with the great melting demon spear. But now, he had reached LV8 of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Let's stop here. Holding the great melting demon spear, Situ Yu walked towards Long Chen step by step. Soon, he was standing 10 meters away from Long Chen. 10 meters away, Long Chen could already feel the sharp and gloomy aura of the great melting demon spear. Under everyone's gazes, Situ Yu raised the myriad transformation demon spear in his hand and pointed it at Long Chen. Within the myriad transformation demon spear, countless demonic shadows howled. Long Chen's genuine essence, which was equivalent to the 8th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, was circulating majestically in his body. At this moment, Long Chen stretched out his palms. Suddenly, the Gold Emperor seal and the Red Emperor seal lit up. Long Chen had already fused the Great Emperor seal with the Great Melting Demon Spear in front of him. This was the most powerful thing he had at the moment. Of course, Long Chen could use more powerful things, but he didn't need them to deal with Situ Yu. Ordinary people could tell that the fusion of the two seals was a very powerful king-tier battle skill, but when Bailan and Lei Ji looked at each other, they could see quite a bit of understanding in each other's eyes. As expected, his current attack has both metal and fire attributes. He must have combined Supreme Jin's and Scarlet Supreme Emperor's attacks together. The power of a dual attribute attack is unimaginable. As expected, he has the aura of the 5 emperors. He's the one chosen by the 5 emperors. The two of them discussed in low voices. Other than themselves, no one else could hear their conversation. While they were talking, they didn't notice that 2 of the Thunder Clan's 7 sons were no longer in their original positions. One of them quietly went to the Demon Clan's side, while the other stopped not far behind Su Shui and the others. The 2 of them looked at each other and stood there naturally. They were still very far away from their target, so for a moment, no one noticed them. At this moment, Long Chen and Situ Yu began their final confrontation. With the Myriad Transformation Demon Spear, it was the last chance to kill Long Chen and obtain his 3,000-star domain. Situ Yu crazily circulated his genuine essence and poured it into the Myriad Transformation Demon Spear. At this moment, the Myriad Transformation Demon Spear burst out with a fierce black light. The vortex around the spear gradually expanded and even extended towards Long Chen's direction. The corner of Situ Yu's mouth flashed a trace of a sinister smile. Suddenly, his body shot towards Long Chen. The distance of 10 meters was covered in an instant. The Myriad Transformation Demon Spear in his hand burst out with violent power under his crazy dance. Endless power turned into thousands of demonic shadows that swept towards Long Chen. Suddenly, Long Chen found that the whole world was shrouded by such demonic shadows. Amidst the endless demonic shadows' laughter, only a suffocating starlight pierced towards the space between Long Chen's eyebrows. Long Chen knew that this was the Myriad Transformation Demon Spear. At this moment, the 2 Emperor's seals in Long Chen's hands had already successfully fused. The devouring world of blood. Long Chen had held back from using it, just to give Situ Yu a little surprise at the last moment. At the last moment of the confrontation, Long Chen suddenly used the devouring world of blood. Suddenly, a blood-red space spread from Long Chen's side to Situ Yu's space, completely covering Situ Yu. This is the power of domain. It should be a type of domain divine ability. At the Sky Martial Arts realm, Bailan and Lei Ji were very sensitive to it. They could see that the devouring world of blood contained the power of a domain. Long Chen has this type of domain divine ability. Through the use and familiarity of this domain divine ability, he actually has a certain understanding of it. When he reaches the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm and touches the wall of the Sky Martial Arts realm, I believe that his speed of entering the Sky Martial Arts realm will be much faster than others. Bailan and Lei Ji both had the same thought at this moment. However, they didn't say it out loud, because at that moment, Long Chen and Situ Yu were deciding the winner. The 2 deadly attacks collided with each other. Sky-burning Red Emperor Seal. Sky-covering Gold Emperor Seal. The 2 seals merged into one. In front of Long Chen, the 2 seals fused and exploded, forming a powerful destructive power. This destructive power suddenly burst out in the dark space created by the Great Melting Demon Spear. After Long Chen reached the 7th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, this explosive power was even more powerful than when he had reached the 7th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm through the blood sacrifice. At that time, Feng Jilin had used the Emperor-level combat skill together with the Invisible Whip, but now, Situ Yu had only used the Emperor-level weapon, the Great Melting Demon Spear. Under the infusion of Long Chen's true essence and the sudden suppression of the devouring world of blood, the more powerful Emperor seals suddenly exploded. A huge wave swept towards Situ Yu. The golden and red power mixed into a long dragon, directly piercing through the dark space created by the Great Melting Demon Spear. Rumble. The entire platform exploded in an uproar. The crowd burst into an uproar. They didn't expect that a mere clash between 2 juniors would actually trigger such a powerful force. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with a dull expression. In front of Long Chen, the 2 Emperor seals exploded. Under the explosion of the 2 Emperor seals, even the great melting demon spear didn't last long before it was blown away by Long Chen. Impossible. That huge power made Situ feel like he had been struck by lightning. He had the emperor-level body refining battle skill, and the myriad demon spear had also resisted a lot of the power of the two emperor seals, so Situ did not die immediately. However, under the collision of Long Chen's huge power, his body had already been flooded with a lot of destructive power, which made his body in a mess. With an explosive sound, Situ's entire body was covered with wounds. Even his handsome face had many bloody scars. At the same time, he also suffered serious internal injuries. Although it wasn't enough to kill him, it wouldn't be easy for him to recover. On one hand, Situ couldn't believe that he was seriously injured. On the other hand, he felt endless fear. I lost to Long Chen, who is in the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Situ's mind was blank. When he used the Great Melting Demon Spear, he absolutely didn't think that Long Chen would launch such a powerful attack. This kind of attack couldn't cause any danger to him before, but now it could. On one hand, Situ carried the hopes of the 8 Great Elders. On the other hand, he also had his own face. He had many subordinates. Before, Situ had boasted a lot in front of his subordinates, but now he had been defeated by Long Chen. He had lost a lot of face. At this moment, Situ really didn't have the face to see anyone. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. At the same time, his hatred for Long Chen was growing stronger and stronger. Long Chen. Long Chen. Situ's heart was burning with endless anger. He held the Great Melting Demon Spear in his hand. At this time, the attack of the 2 Great Emperor Seals still hadn't dissipated. In addition, with the power of the devouring blood world, the people outside couldn't clearly see the situation of the battle. No, I haven't lost. Even if I lose, I won't die. I lost to him once, it was just an accident. I still have a chance to make a comeback. Although he was injured, he still had a lot of true chi. At this time, Situ completely poured his strength into the Great Melting Demon Spear. The Great Melting Demon Spear burst out with endless power. It was like a big demon, roaring in Situ's hand. Through the devouring demon eye, Long Chen found Situ's position. You think you can survive? In Long Chen's mind, Situ was a person who would die. Big Dipper 7-star steps. Using the Big Dipper 7-star steps, Long Chen instantly appeared in front of Situ. He stood 2 meters in front of Situ. When Situ saw Long Chen, he was immediately frightened and took 2 steps back. His face was full of hatred, but there was also panic in the depths of his heart. Long Chen, die. The Great Melting Demon Spear once again rushed towards Long Chen. Who will die? A trace of a smile appeared on the corner of Long Chen's mouth. This time, Situ didn't think that he would lose. At such a close distance, Long Chen didn't have the slightest reaction. How could he resist the power of his Great Melting Demon Spear? However, the smile on Long Chen's face made Situ feel a little uneasy. At this time, he saw countless stars appearing on Long Chen's body. These blue stars quickly gathered in Long Chen's hand, finally forming a magnificent blue divine spear. This incomparably shocking divine weapon was the 3,000-star field that countless people coveted. Seeing the 3,000-star field, Situ was completely stunned. This was the thing that he dreamed of. The appearance of the 3,000-star field made him even more crazy. He used all his strength to stab it. Without saying a word, Long Chen waved his hand. The 3,000-star field turned into a blue light and suddenly pierced the tip of the Great Melting Demon Spear. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.